Shun Huaiji nodded. Having a goal gave him motivation. If Xiao Shua were here, he would definitely urge us to return. Let's go find Commander Liu. With a new direction, the two of them no longer felt as discouraged as yesterday. They were all working for their country and their fellow citizens. They also wanted to do their part for Xiao Shua. Half an hour later, Xia Yanbei and Shun Huaiji came out of Commander Liu's tent, ready to set off. Ji Qingzhou was already waiting outside. Although she hadn't been on the front lines for long, Commander Liu and Commander Feng both respected everyone's opinions. As long as the plan was feasible, they generally wouldn't stop it. These are some emergency medicine pills I prepared. When you see our comrades, check their health immediately. These things can really save lives in critical moments. Ji Qingzhou prepared 2 boxes, one for others and one for Xia Yanbei and Shun Huaiji. This box contains your and Shun Ji's medicines, including and topical treatments. I've marked the instructions on it. Since your conditions are different, follow the doctor's advice. Your health comes first. Ji Qingzhou kept emphasizing that they often forgot about their own safety. If only one of them valued their life, she wouldn't feel so exhausted. Xia Yanbei took the 2 medical boxes from her and said seriously, "Good wife, I heard you. I promise to complete the mission." Then, the man opened the car door for Ji Qingzhou. "Leader, please get in the car." To ensure everyone's health, this time, besides the troops taking prisoners for exchange, 2 medical teams went along. Ji Qingzhou was one of them. Lu Chunyan and Jiang Junya had already gotten into the car. Watching the couple's interaction, they covered their mouths and giggled secretly. When Ji Qingzhou got in, the 2 almost spoke in unison. "Leader, please get in the car." Ji Qingzhou was irritated by their teasing voices and got goosebumps. She looked at them crossly and sat beside them. "Are you 2 joking with me? Just wait and see how I deal with you." She reached out and tickled the 2 people's most sensitive spots, making them laugh uncontrollably and beg for mercy.
"Qingzhou, you're the best.
Please let us go." Lu Chunyan laughed so hard that tears almost came out. Maybe because they were about to meet their comrades, the mood in the car was very cheerful. Although Ji Qingzhou wasn't very strong, she was good at using clever tricks. No matter how the 2 tried to hide, she always caught them perfectly. Ji Qingzhou looked up and asked, "Still daring to tease me?" Jiang Junya shook her head quickly. "No, I won't do it again." Ji Qingzhou withdrew her hand, and the 2 of them felt like they had been given new life. "I'm really jealous that you found your ideal partner. If I ever meet a man who treats me so well, I would get married again." Lu Chunyan's face lit up with a smile as she leaned in. "Although there's only one Commander Xia in this world, there are definitely more people who love you. Just wait a bit longer. It doesn't matter when you get married. The most important thing is to be happy." Ji Qingzhou agreed with her words. They chatted happily during the journey, so time didn't feel boring. The road ahead became bumpier, and everyone in the car started to doze off. When Ji Qingzhou opened her eyes again, she was gently awakened by someone beside her. "Have we arrived at our destination?" Ji Qingzhou had just woken up, her voice a little hoarse. One by one, the people in the car started to get out. Lu Chunyan packed her belongings. "We can only go this far. Going further might cause trouble. To be safe, they needed to leave some people here to prepare in advance." When Ji Qingzhou got out of the car, Xia Yanbei was already waiting outside. "Wait here for me. If anything unexpected happens, make sure to find a way to protect yourself." Although the enemy's main force was defeated, Xia Yanbei was worried they might act rashly. There weren't many guards left here, and most of the medical team were women. But with limited forces, they couldn't send more people. Xia Yanbei kept reminding Ji Qingzhou, "I can take care of myself. You should focus on taking care of yourselves. Brother Shen, you 2 are already seriously injured. Be very careful, do you hear me?" Suddenly, Shun Huai nodded when called upon. He looked at Ji Qingzhou as if he were looking at his own sister. He couldn't help but think, it's been so long since he saw Xin Yunqing. He wondered how she was doing. Of course, he wanted to live well and return to see her. Not far away, Ji Qingzhou was saying goodbye to them, while the enemy camp was in chaos. Pan Qingyun is no longer useful. They want to exchange prisoners, but it's just a dream. Inside the enemy camp, Pan Qingyun's superior, Wei Chao, looked fierce. Kill all the prisoners from Huagua. His voice was almost mad. Since they lost the battle, they might as well fight to the end, making Huagua pay some price. Otherwise, this battle would be too easy for them. But, General, Huagua has already proposed a prisoner exchange. If we deal with them now, Huagua might not let it go. If they demand justice, we won't have a good explanation. Wei Chao sneered and pounded the table with his hand. Justice? They destroyed our top team and now want justice? These Huagua people deserve to die. He squinted and looked outside, his gaze dangerous like a venomous snake. There's no time to lose. We must deal with those prisoners now and avenge our fallen soldiers. Especially those young guards. They are the future of Huagua, and we must not let them go back alive. A country's army cannot be without young soldiers. Most of the prisoners they captured this time were young people. Even in defeat, Wei Chao wanted Huagua to bleed heavily and feel the pain. With the highest command given, no one doubted anymore. Before anyone could leave, there was a sudden noise outside. What's that sound? Wei Chao immediately stood up and went outside. A soldier hurriedly reported, General, Huagua's prisoners have rebelled. A blind man stole the key from the guards and released many prisoners. Outside, Xiao Shua couldn't see, but the sounds he heard were very clear. Head east, don't look back. Amid the chaos, Xiao Shua stood out, directing the crowd. He had already regained consciousness on the way back. Although he couldn't see, he could sense every movement outside. He was already a useless person. Living or dying didn't matter much anymore. But his fellow soldiers can still go back. Even if it costs him his life, Xiao Shua must safely bring them back. At the sound of gunfire, he heard Wei Chao's frantic voice. You're asking to die. Xiao Shua closed his eyes, thinking of the little girl in his memories who was gradually becoming blurry. He curled his lips. In this life, even if he dies, he wants to die with dignity. A bullet whistled past his ear.
Bang!
Xiao Shua thought he was doomed, but he was not. Xiao Shua, old Shen. Xiao Shua is still alive. Xia Yanbei's voice was full of excitement. When he saw Wei Chao shooting, he was so furious that he aimed his gun and broke Wei Chao's arm. Wei Chao's gun fell to the ground. Xiao Shua quickly found Xia Yanbei's direction. Yanbei, Huaiji. His excitement was hard to hide. He thought he was going to die, but it seems his life isn't over yet. When Xia Yanbei and Shun Huaiji rushed over, Xiao Shua was still lying on the ground. You little guy. You're really something. We thought you were dead. Shun Huaiji's teasing voice was tinged with choking emotion. Xiao Shua's eyes were unfocused. Xia Yanbei and Shun Huaiji saw this immediately, exchanged a look, and their expressions were complicated. Even if Xiao Shua couldn't see, he could imagine what they looked like now. Yes, I can't see anymore, and I can't stand up either. Even if I go back, I probably won't re-enlist. I can't fight alongside you anymore. Cough. Before Xiao Shua finished speaking, Xia Yanbei took out an emergency pill and shoved one into his mouth. Stop talking nonsense. My legs can heal. Can't you be a bit more optimistic? After taking the emergency pill, Xiao Shua's face looked better despite the blood loss. He could still hear the gunfire and teased, Your situations aren't much better. The injuries I have aren't serious. Everyone ahead was still charging forward. The enemy's camp was already in chaos, and their troops were fighting very smoothly. Xia Yanbei stopped in front of Xiao Shua. Let's go. We need to find others. Shun Huai helped Xiao Shua onto Xia Yanbei's back. The three of them worked together smoothly, and Xia Yanbei moved quickly and skillfully. Soon, most people were rescued. Any place that could be bombed was hit without exception. Dignity is only on the edge of a sword. Truth is only within the range of a cannon. Xiao Shua lay on Xia Yanbei's back and remembered what he heard on the way. There's another place where our comrades are held in groups, but they've been dressed in enemy clothes, trying to make us fight each other. We must not fall for their tricks. Xia Yanbei asked in a deep voice. Do you know where those people are kept? Xiao Shua nodded. To the far west, near a white building with a copper-colored pillar. There's a mechanism in the middle of the pillar. Press it, and we can go to the basement. He was guiding the way, relying on directions he heard, since he could only identify colors through others' descriptions. Luckily, the information was from our own people. Xiao Shua was glad he still had a role to play. Xia Yanbei and Shun Huai immediately gave signals. The main force protected them and headed toward the place where prisoners were held. The enemy's camp was completely taken over, and Wei Chao was captured. Shun Huai raised the flag in his hand and stood at the highest point, shouting, "Comrades, let's go home." Their journey was short but very difficult. The road home was far, but it was right beneath their feet. Outside, the allies heard the sounds and started moving toward them from afar. Everyone saw Xia Yanbei walking confidently in front, carrying Xiao Shua on his back, with Shun Huai close behind. Following them were the comrades they had been longing for. Lieutenant Xiao Shua is back. He's alive. Suddenly, someone in the crowd cheered, and Ji Qingzhou hurried over. Everyone cheered, but soon their joy was replaced by sobs. Xia Yanbei quickened his pace. "Our medical team is here. Your eyes must have a way." He seemed to be talking to Xiao Shua, or perhaps to himself. Xiao Shua felt good and joked, "Too bad I can't see. The first time we met, I looked so clumsy. I hope your wife doesn't laugh at me." Xia Yanbei chuckled softly, thinking of Ji Qingzhou's face. He confidently said, "My wife is not that kind of person. She would just think you're a hero." Xiao Shua smiled slightly. "It's okay to joke around. As long as you're happy. Do you think I don't know? You've liked that girl in secret for many years." Xia Yanbei smiled but said nothing more. Shun Huaiji looked in the direction not far away. Everyone says that after surviving a big disaster, good luck will come. One day, you'll marry the girl from your letter. Xiao Shua's face looked dirty and unremarkable, but his neck was burning hot. "Did you all peeked at my letter?" Xia Yanbei and Shun Huaiji exchanged smiles. "Who would bother to peek at your cheesy words? If we hadn't seen your handwriting while cleaning up the battlefield, we wouldn't have known you're so cultured." Even though all three were badly injured, their steps were very light. It seemed like those old promises could come true again. Xiao Shua raised his head, watching, not far away, and his inner confusion disappeared. It was as if he saw the light, not just at this moment. The rain stopped, and the previously foggy sky finally cleared. The sun burst out countless rays from the clouds, shining on the flag in Shun Huaiji's hand and on the many soldiers, illuminating the way home. Ji Qingzhou stepped forward to greet them. Hearing someone call Xiao Shua's name, he immediately understood who it was. When Ji Qingzhou arrived, Xiao Shua pricked up his ears, searching for the source of the voice. He turned his head, his face covered in dirt, and smiled. "Hello, you must be Ji Qingzhou? I keep hearing Yanbei mention you. Finally seeing you today, I'm very," he was about to say, "happy," but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. It was as if something had stabbed him. Ji Qingzhou quickly pressed needles into several acupoints to stop the bleeding. Xiao Shua tightly held onto Xia Yanbei's arm. Yanbei, Huaiji, who is that? Someone's trying to attack me. Who's stabbing me with a needle?" He was terrified and tried to run away. He didn't expect that after returning to the camp, there would still be such bold and reckless people. Xia Yanbei and Shun Huaiji couldn't bear to watch. Lu Chunyan laughed so hard she almost couldn't breathe. "Are you the Commander Xiao who was crying and shooting during the battle?" Jiang Junius' teasing smile made Xiao Shua choke. He tilted his head and defended himself, saying, "Where did the false rumors come from? I don't know how impressive I am on the battlefield." Ji Qingzhou smiled slightly and flicked the long needle in his hand. At this moment, Xiao Shua couldn't see, but he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Xiao Shua shrank his neck and asked, "Are you going to stab me again?" It's not that he's timid. The two things he fears most since childhood are getting injections and drinking bitter herbal medicine that makes his scalp tingle. Ji Qingzhou gave Xia Yank a look and nodded in understanding, holding Xiao Shua down. "I'm going to stop the bleeding. It might hurt a bit, but please bear with it." Without giving him a chance to react, Ji Qingzhou moved quickly. With Xiao Shuo letting out a loud cry, she finished her last injection. Don't move, or all the previous injections will be wasted. I'll give you an emergency pill. The damage to your eyes was caused by the blast, and although it's difficult to fully restore your sight, it's not impossible. Ji Qingzhou's words sparked a glimmer of hope in Xiao Shuo, who was being forced to get injections. You mean I can recover? Lu Chunyan quickly put an emergency pill into his mouth and poured him a large glass of spiritual spring water. Xiao Shuo suddenly felt a bit more alive, no longer on the verge of death. There's a chance, but you need to cooperate with me. Xiao Shuo grinned and said to Shen Huaizhi, I am willing to be your acupuncture. Your needles, all on me. Shen Huaizhi's expression was hard to read, whether it was disdain or not. He grabbed Xiao Shuo's shoulder and turned to Ji Qingzhou. Xiao Shuo was momentarily stunned, then grinned again. If you have the skill, come all at me with your needles. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Qingzhou inserted a needle into the acupoint on his knee. If Xiao Shuo's leg hadn't been injured, Xia Yank would have doubted he could jump to the sky. Xiao Shuo clenched his teeth, his voice trembling slightly. Although I am strong, can you tell me before you needle me next time? So I can prepare myself mentally. Shen Huaizhi smirked. So you can tremble half an hour earlier? The smile on Xiao Shuo's face froze for a moment, and he almost shouted. Shen Huaizhi, don't go too far. Hitting someone without hitting their face, exposing someone without revealing their shortcomings. With his emotional intelligence, he's likely to get beaten up easily outside. Subsequently, the injured people also received treatment one after another. Commander Liu and Commander Cheng came to meet, and upon seeing Xiao Shuo, the two leaders quickly stepped forward and shook his hand. Your great achievements and contributions are well recognized by the organization. You have sacrificed a lot for this war. You are true heroes of our nation. The three of them were nervous and immediately saluted. Reporting to the Chief of Staff, defending the homeland is our duty. We will do whatever it takes to uphold the dignity of our country. The three of them have always been close. During the last mission, Xia Yanbei was injured in the leg and almost left the military forever. This war not only caused Xiao Shuo to lose his sight, but also left his leg in worse condition than Xia Yanbei's last time. Young people are full of energy, and it would be best if Xiao Shuo could recover. But everyone was worried about the worst possible outcome. Back at the camp, Commissar Feng looked at them with approval. Xiao Shuo was temporarily placed in a medical tent. When they returned to report the mission, both commanders looked proud and confident. This mission was well completed by all of you. Based on your individual performance, the organization will reward you. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huaizhi immediately saluted. Thank you, Chief of Staff. Commander Liu waved his hand. Although we won a great victory in this war, now is not the time to celebrate. Next to them, Commander Cheng's face was also serious. This war has cost us many comrades. Our final task is to find their remains so they can see their families one last time. The issue of martyrs' remains cannot be delayed, or it might cause more trouble and complications later. Xia Yanbei agreed, and Shen Huaizhi accepted the task. Everyone was preparing for the next steps, as it involved a lot of manpower to handle the remains. Many young women were assigned tasks, except Gu Chongchuan, who had a cast on his leg and wished he could become invisible at this moment. Old Zeng looked at his injured leg with some confusion. In his memory, Gu Chongchuan hadn't done anything wrong, so how could he be injured? But out of human kindness, Old Zeng asked, Gu Chongchuan, how did you hurt your leg? Is it serious? Zhang Junyao looked over and rolled her eyes. Old Zeng, you don't need to worry about him. He just wasn't careful walking and fell. Zhang Junyao's tone carried some dissatisfaction. I don't know what Gu Chongchuan is here for. He can't help at critical moments and only slows everyone down. We shouldn't have brought him along in the first place. Old Zeng and Dr. Prim exchanged a look, showing some annoyance. Gu Chongchuan blushed and argued with Zhang Junya. Although my injury is indeed my own fault, you can't deny the contributions I made to the team. Comrade Zhang Junya, please don't bring personal grudges into my evaluation. If Xia Yanbei hadn't come back alive, he would have already won Ji Qingzhou's heart. There was no need to waste words here, with Jiang Junya. Jiang Junya rolled her eyes at him and deliberately pressed harder when changing his dressing. Then tell me, what contributions have you made? Gu Changchuan cried out in pain, howling loudly. Lu Chunyan saw this and took the bandage from his leg, stuffing it into his mouth. A grown man can't even handle a little pain and keeps staring at people with his eyes. What do you think you are? Lu Chunyan was always straightforward and unkind in her words. Gu Changchuan whined for a while, then took the bandage out of his mouth. He was angry and humiliated. Lu Chunyan, you're going too far. Lu Chunyan didn't notice and only became more aggressive. Too far? I don't think so at all. With your attitude, you still want to compare yourself to Lieutenant Xia. Who knows which girl will be blind enough to fall for you in the future? Gu Changchuan couldn't say a word after a long time. Everyone around was just watching the show, even feeling she didn't say enough to be satisfying. Everyone was busy, especially the medical team. That night, Xia Yanbei and Shun Huai were forced to rest by the chief of staff. By nearly midnight, Xia Yanbei still hadn't seen Ji Qingzhou return. He stood outside the tent, watching Ji Qingzhou's busy figure from a distance. Most of the comrades he brought back had some injuries, including Dr. Peng. No one had time to rest. He lowered his head, feeling a wave of guilt in his heart. Suddenly, there was a shout outside. In the next second, Xia Yanbei heard someone say, "Quick, go call Commander Xia. Miss Ji has fainted." Xia Yanbei put on his coat and ran outside. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind. But he never expected that what awaited him would be a different outcome. The man had just opened the tent and stepped inside when old Peng was checking Ji Qingzhou's pulse. Ji Qingzhou's face was a little pale, and she was still waving her hand. "I'm fine, probably just lack of sleep." Suddenly, old Peng stood up quickly, his face showing both surprise and fear. He ignored Ji Qingzhou's puzzled look and strode towards Xia Yanbei. Old Peng furrowed his brows and glared, then suddenly punched him. "Xia Yanbei, what are you doing? You didn't even know your wife is pregnant." The noisy tent suddenly fell silent. Gu Changchuan was originally yawning, but he immediately closed his mouth. Ji Qingzhou, Xia Yanbei. They looked at each other, their emotions tangled. "Wait, I'm pregnant." Ji Qingzhou was more surprised than anyone else. "No way, let me check." It wasn't that she doubted her master's medical skills. It was just that in her previous life, the baby definitely wasn't conceived at this time. Ji Qingzhou quickly checked her pulse, focusing and holding her breath. She remembered the small changes she had ignored these days. The pulse changes after just 1 month of pregnancy are very subtle, and she had indeed sensed them. But she had been busy at the base and also thought the baby wasn't quite ready yet. Ji Qingzhou confirmed her condition and looked at Xia Yanbei like a child who had made a mistake. Although, in this era, pregnancy supplies weren't as advanced as in later times, and mistakes could happen more often, she could have paid more attention. At that time, she thought about the life and death separation from Xia Yanbei, and on the day she left, she even intended to tease him into losing control. The most passionate moment was when Xia Yanbei brought it up himself, and she told him there was no problem, no need to worry. Ji Qingzhou also remembered her risky words that night and couldn't help covering her face. She hadn't said much, but old Peng and the others immediately started criticizing. Lu Chunyan was almost in tears. "My goodness, Commander Xia, look at what you've done." So, Qingzhou was on the front lines in this situation? She hasn't rested much this past month. Jiang Junya looked at Ji Qingzhou with worry. Qingzhou, you should sit down first. The ground is uneven. Please be careful not to fall." She reached out to support Ji Qingzhou like a palace steward. Qingzhou felt helpless. "I'm not that fragile. Being pregnant doesn't make me so delicate. People in the village used to work while pregnant." Lu Chunyan and Jiang Junya disagreed. "That's different." "Oh heavens! What kind of iron woman is Qingzhou? She spends more energy than they do. Compared to her, they are just a bunch of useless people." Shun Huaiji saw Xia Yanbei's eyes full of guilt and worry, but he didn't buy it. He also felt strangely upset, as if he were her older brother. The man with the crutches pointed at Xia Yanbei. How long have you two been married? How could you be so careless? Jingzhou was so small before, she wasn't very full. Now she's lost weight on the front line, and there's a baby inside her. You're really not a good person. Xia Yanbei pressed his lips tightly. It was my mistake. I'm sorry, Jingzhou. No, I also have responsibility, Jingzhou said as she pushed through the crowd, holding Xia Yanbei's arm. I'm fine now, everyone. Don't worry too much. Old Peng snorted coldly, knowing she was sticking up for him. Now you know to go to bed early, right? If you don't rest, the baby inside you has to rest too. Jingzhou nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll listen to my master. I'll take Yan back to the tent now. She winked at Lu Chunyan and Jiang Junya, smiled, and quickly pulled Xia Yanbei away. The noisy crowd gradually faded behind them. Jingzhou shrank her neck. Before she could say, "It's so cold," Xia Yanbei draped his coat over her shoulders. No need. Jingzhou, sorry for making you suffer." Under the bright moonlight, Jingzhou looked up and met the deep eyes of the man. His eyes were full of guilt. Holding her cool hand, he felt heartache. While he was rushing to the front line, she was up early and late in her body, not getting enough nutrition. Stop talking. Let's go inside first. Jingzhou knew what Xia Yanbei wanted to say. She kept smiling all along. As soon as she lowered the tent flap, the cold wind outside was cut off completely. She sighed softly and hugged the man's slim waist. Don't say sorry. Everything is our choice. I don't think it's a bad thing. You also heard my master say it. I just got pregnant. Did he say I was physically weak? Xia Yanbei thought seriously for a moment and shook his head. Then that's good. Jingzhou happily pushed the man onto the bed, sat in his arms, and leaned against him softly, like a delicate flower. Xia Yanbei's breath paused as he listened to her say, Yan, it's so wonderful. Our baby is about to be born into this world. Jingzhou's tone carried emotions he couldn't understand, but she seemed very happy. Yet, hearing these words, he felt a strange tightness in his heart, making it hard to breathe. Jingzhou rested in his arms, closed her eyes, and said, I eat well every day and take nutritional fluids. I'm just lacking sleep. Don't worry. This time, our baby will be healthy and strong. This baby has been through battles with parents, so she will have a different experience from the start. Plus, she has been nourishing herself with spiritual spring water. Thinking of the two soft, white little babies in her dreams, she felt a strange sense of peace. Don't worry, it's just right. We'll be going back soon. As she spoke, she became very sleepy. She fell asleep peacefully in Xia Yanbei's gentle, soothing touch. In her dream, her lips curved into a smile, and pregnancy seemed to bring her great happiness. Xia Yanbai carefully laid Jingzhou on the bed, then got in himself, holding her to keep her warm. As soon as she sensed the warmth, Jingzhou immediately moved closer. Her forehead pressed against his shoulder, and her cool feet even slipped between his legs. Xia Yanbai. He closed his eyes, cleared his mind, and felt nothing but gratitude. Recently, she hadn't been resting well and worried about him every day. For the first time, Xia Yanbai felt a desire for peaceful days. But peaceful days depend on the country's stability. When will our homeland be safe enough that no one dares to invade? Though his mind was full of thoughts, he was relieved that this period was almost over. Xia Yanbai needed to safely bring Jingzhou back to Beijing and return her completely to her parents. At Baiyun Village's clinic, Shen Yunqing's health finally improved after several days of fever. Her face was pale and yellow. Ji Qingwan pushed open the door and entered, opening the window in her hospital room. Fresh air rushed in instantly. Today the weather is nice outside and the sun is shining. You've been sick for so long, you should go out more and get rid of the illness. Since Jingzhou and the others left, Shen Yunqing has almost been staying in the medical room, relying on 4 drips to survive every day. She finally broke her fever yesterday, and her complexion looked better today. But because she was sick for so long, she feels weak all over. Dr. Zhang said she could leave today. She's been lying in bed for so long that she feels like she's about to rot. Shen Yunqing sniffed her clothes. It was the smell of disinfectant from the clinic, very strong and sharp. You call this resting and gathering strength. Spring is coming soon, and the weather is getting warmer. Qingzhou and the others should be coming back too. Counting the days. They've been gone for almost 2 months. From the freezing winter to the gentle rain of early spring. Time flies quickly, yet it feels like it's passing unnoticed. When she thinks of them, Shan Yunqing keeps thinking about the letter she wrote to Shen Huaiji. Her brother hasn't sent her a single reply. It's been so long, I don't know how they are doing. Neither my brother nor Qingzhou has written back. Shen Yunqing sighed as she spoke. Fortunately, she finally isn't feeling chest tightness today. Ji Qingwan poured her a glass of water and helped pack her things to take back. No news is the best news. Maybe they've already won the battle and come back. She said this, then her tone shifted, and her eyes showed envy. Having someone you miss is a good thing. There's always hope. Shan Yunqing faintly sensed a hint of gossip. I don't quite understand what you mean. Don't you miss Qingzhou? Ji Qingwan rolled her eyes at her, clearly aware of the question. Oh, come on. I think you're healthy again, and just looking for trouble. Shen Yunqing chuckled. Qingwan, have you never been in love? Ji Qingwan blushed and gently pushed her. It's not like you've never been in love. Shan Yunqing was taken aback, but wasn't willing to give up. Then do you not like anyone? As the topic shifted here, Ji Qingwan's thoughts drifted back many years. She sat down, sunlight shining through the window on her. There was someone, but I was young then, probably over 10 years ago. I'm not sure if that was love. Shan Yunqing was puzzled. More than 10 years? You like someone that early? Sister Qingwan, even someone as well-behaved as you had a crush when you were young? She couldn't hold back her curiosity. So, what happened later? Why didn't you two end up together? A beauty like Ji Qingwan was rarely turned down by anyone. Besides, they were young back then. Childhood friends often had a better chance of becoming sweethearts. At that time, I didn't really understand what liking someone meant. We just looked after each other. I always felt we were very similar. He had no parents, and we shared the same kind of experiences.
He always protected me.
Thinking about it now, those memories still felt so close, as if they had happened yesterday. Ji Qingwan could still clearly picture that young boy in her mind. Later, my parents changed jobs, and we moved away. I used to follow him everywhere, calling him Big Brother, but I never even asked what his real name was. Because of that, Ji Qingwan always felt a bit regretful. He had quietly protected her for so long, yet she didn't even know his name. Even if she wanted to find him now, she wouldn't know where to start. It's been so many years. I don't know what he looks like now. Even if he walked right past me, we probably wouldn't recognize each other. Shan Yunqing listened as if she were hearing a story, completely absorbed. What a romantic childhood friendship. Even though people change, the feeling doesn't. If you ever meet again, I'm sure you'll recognize each other. That kind of connection only exists between people who truly understand one another. Ji Qingwan felt she was just trying to comfort her. She smiled but said nothing, her expression tinged with sadness. Take good care of yourself, she said softly. I'm going back to the capital tomorrow. Don't push yourself if you're not feeling well. Experiments can wait. Your health comes first. Life in the countryside had been tough, but Ji Qingwan had learned a lot. Once she returned to the capital, who knew when they would meet again? Shan Yunqing was stunned for a moment, then excitedly grabbed Ji Qingwan's hand. That's wonderful. The research project at the base is finished, and the Xishan site will be closed soon. All the researchers are preparing to return to the city in a week. I was just about to tell you, but it looks like you'll be going back even earlier than me. Ji Qingwan's eyes lit up. Really? She sounded excited. Now we can meet again in Beijing. I thought it was a farewell, but it turns out we are just meeting again in a different place. Shan Yunqing linked her arm with her. Although you went back a few days earlier than me, it's no big deal. When Qingzhou returns, we can go shopping together. The two pretty girls hugged happily, making others look on with confusion. That evening, back at the youth dormitory, Ji Qingwan started packing her things. She had already called Ji Jingshan and Chao Yunji to inform them. The couple had agreed to come early the next morning to pick her up. Having not been back to Beijing for a long time, Ji Qingwan couldn't sleep. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, as childhood memories appeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, she had been in Baiyun village for many years. During these years, she gained not only growth but also friendship and family love. She finally no longer needed to carefully plan her escape from that home and saw clearly what she truly wanted. The next morning, Ji Qingwan took her belongings and went straight to Xia Yanbei's house. Yi Lanqing was sweeping the yard with a broom. Seeing Ji Qingwan arrive, she quickly put down her things. "Qingwan, coming so early in the morning. Is there something you need? Have you had breakfast yet?" Ji Qingwan shook her head and placed her things in the yard. She glanced at her watch. Her parents should be arriving soon. Today, she came with a purpose. Xia Yanbei and Ji Qingzhou were returning from the battlefield and would also go back to Beijing. Baiyun village was now only left with Yi Lanqing. Her health had improved, but she was not fully recovered yet. Staying alone here, the Ji family was worried. "Aunt Yi, you don't need to worry. I came today to discuss something with you." Just as she was about to speak, the sound of a car engine came from outside. Ji Qingwan and Yi Lanqing looked out together. Chao Yunji and Ji Jingshan got out of the car. "Mother-in-law? Coming all this way, you must be here to pick Qingwan up. I've heated some rice. You can eat a little before leaving," she greeted warmly, smiling. Although she felt a bit reluctant, she believed that the children going to Beijing would have better futures. This was truly a happy occasion. Chao Yunji held Yi Lanqing's hand and said, "Big sister Yi, we came here on purpose this time, not only to bring Qingwan home but also to bring you along." Yi Lanqing was a bit surprised and kept waving her hands.
No.
"I'm used to living here. I've spent most of my life in this place. Moving somewhere else suddenly would bother you all. It's best if you live happily in the city, and don't worry about me." As she spoke, she tried to step back. Her roots are in this village. If she went to the city, she's afraid she might cause trouble for others or feel uncomfortable herself. Although the yard is old and broken, it's still her own little world. She takes care of her small piece of land every day and feels quite happy doing so. Ji Jingshan was meeting his future mother-in-law for the first time. He wore a formal Zhongshan suit, looking handsome and gentle. "Big sister Yi, my wife said you are 2 years older than us. I think it's more friendly to call you that."
We are all family now.
Qingzhou and Yanbei already have their marriage certificates, and they will live in the city in the future. "If you come with us, our family will be together." Ji Qingwan nodded and linked her arm with Yi Lanqing's. "Yes, Aunt Yi." Qingzhou and Yanbei came back from the battlefield. Maybe they will have some achievements. If they move a little faster, you might become a grandma soon. She looked around and found a reason that Yi Lanqing couldn't refuse. "If Qingzhou gets pregnant, my parents are both working and there's no one at home to take care of her. She's been weak since she was young." "You see," Yi Lanqing immediately said, "I'll go. As long as I'm needed, I'll go no matter what." People are most afraid of losing their value. Yi Lanqing felt she still had a role to play, so she was happy to go. She quickly packed her few belongings. Ji Jingshan and Chao Yunji quietly gave a thumbs up to Ji Qingwan. Yi Lanqing took the house key and looked back. "I might not come back for a while, but I can't leave the house empty. I'll give the key to Sister Wang next door to help watch over it." Chao Yunji nodded. "We also brought some gifts for everyone. We'll send some to Sister Wang's house, so it's more convenient when needed." On the way here, Chao Yunji had already thought everything through carefully. Xia Peng and Gua Hui peeked out from outside the yard, their eyes fixed on the small car parked outside. "Don't worry, leave the house to me. If anyone wants to rent it, I'll find a way to contact you," said Wang Dajia warmly, especially since Chao Yunji had brought her a gift from Beijing. Ji Jingshan quickly took out a pen from his pocket, pulled out a notebook, and tore off a piece of paper to write a string of numbers. "This is our family's phone number. If you need anything, just call this number," he said. Wang Dajia carefully took the paper, noticing the sneaky third branch of the Xia family in the next yard, and raised her voice. "Lanqing, your in-laws are reasonable people. When you get to Beijing, just have a good life. Luckily, the children are doing well. Maybe next year, you'll have a chubby grandson. You don't need to worry about things here. She looked proud, as if she was going to Beijing herself. For years, they had been overshadowed by the third and the main branches. Today, they finally had a chance to stand out. Wang Dajie and Sister Li genuinely felt happy for them. When the villagers heard the news, they came out to see them off voluntarily. Xiepeng looked embarrassed. Gua Hui angrily pinched his ear hard. Look at you, hiding here spying. If you really had any skills, you'd get me to Beijing too. Yi Lanqing is clearly crazy, yet she's been taken to Beijing to live a good life. Gua Hui remembered how she had argued with Yi Lanqing over a piece of cow dung half a year ago, and she couldn't swallow that anger. Xiepeng felt his ear burning from her grip and struggled to pull away. Can you use your brain? Do you think you can go to Beijing just because you want to? That place is so expensive. I'm just trying to get you there. But you're starving 3 meals a day here. He got angry just thinking about it, and Gua Hui kicked him the backside. Useless thing. Marrying you was a mistake. Why can that fool go to Beijing and live well? I have hands and feet, and I still have to work hard here in the dirt. Hearing the argument from inside the yard, Sister Li and Aunt Zhang crossed their waists. They deliberately spoke loudly. Yanbei's mom, now that we're in the capital, we're living like city folks. Things are different now, and we no longer have to suffer that frustrating life here. Ji Qingwan smiled, knowing everyone wanted to vent their anger for Yi Lanqing. She cleared her throat and said, "Thank you all for taking care of Aunt Yi over the years. When we return to the capital, we'll bring some special local products for everyone. Please don't dislike them. People living in the village always had a strange longing for the city." Hearing Ji Qingwan's words, everyone cheered happily. Whether what she said was true or not, their heartfelt kindness was touching. Gua Hui had already overheard Ji Qingwan from behind the wall. She happily opened the door and came out, her eager face like a frog admiring a noble swan. "Oh, Yanbei, I've liked this boy since he was little. Second sister-in-law, I told you you're lucky. Your son found such a good daughter-in-law, and she can even take you to enjoy life in the capital. It's a pity my son isn't capable enough." Although her words sounded like praise, upon closer listening, they seemed a bit strange, subtly criticizing Xie Yanbei for being a freeloader. Yi Lanqing was about to leave, and if she didn't cause some trouble now, she might regret it later. When she returned to Baiyun village, wouldn't she look down on everyone? It was just a temporary arrangement to have her stay. How long could a country bumpkin like her really survive in the capital? Soon, Ji Jingshan and his wife would probably be fed up with her. Before Yi Lanqing could speak, Chao Yunji grabbed her hand, smiling warmly. "I truly like Yanbei from the bottom of my heart. He has military achievements and our Qingzhou family is a good match. You're right. Whether your son can find a good wife is another matter." Chao Yunji had spent some time in Baiyun village, so she naturally knew about Xiepeng's family. Their main reason for wanting Yi Lanqing to go to the capital was because of this. Chao Yunji was well-educated and never used dirty words when teasing others. Gua Hui's face turned red with anger, but she couldn't find a single word to reply. Sister Li sneered and said, "Oh, your family hasn't gone out in over 100 years, and now that you see the Yanbei family heading to the capital for a good life, you can't sit still." Xiepeng reluctantly came out of his yard, his face turning pale and red at different times, but he didn't want to look too embarrassed. "Everyone, you're overthinking. We're happy that the second sister's family is doing well. Sister, after all, we are a close family connected by bones and tendons. There's no old grudge, right?" He shamelessly tried to join in, but Ji Qingwan pushed him away. "Stop it. Why didn't you show such enthusiasm before? Whether Aunt Yi is doing well has nothing to do with you. From now on, you'd better not think about her anymore. Such selfish people are best kept at a distance." Xiepeng felt stuck, unable to continue flattering words. The neighbors naturally saw through his little tricks, and sarcastic comments started to come one after another. Gua Hui blushed and turned red. She pushed away the crowd and forcefully closed her own door. She completely forgot about the sarcastic remarks. After this farce ended, Yi Lanqing got into the car. From then on, their lives were worlds apart. Yan Mo. Dear friends, QAQR rating is only 6.5 points. Help. Not enough ratings. The system shows a very low score. 6.5 is shocking. Please help the kids and give a 5-star review. P.S. Tomorrow morning, I will change the cover to this red one. Don't get it wrong. On the way, Yi Lanqing remained silent. Chao Yunji was worried she might not adapt well alone, so she sat in the back with her. Big sister Yi, our place has a spacious house, but I'm usually busy with work. When you go there, you'll need to help each other. She thought for a moment and added, but don't worry, we're not asking you to do hard labor. Yi Lanqing had never ridden in such a private car before. As she looked at the changing scenery outside, she felt a bit nervous. However, Chao Yunji and Ji Qingwan kept calming her down, and she wore a gentle smile. You're right. We are all family. No matter how hard the work is, everything we do is for the children. As long as the children are happy, we are fine. Chao Yunji smiled and said, that's true. While the elders were talking, Ji Qingwan didn't quite agree. She shook her head and said, it's not quite like that. Although maternal love is great, you must take care of yourselves first. The children's lives are important, but your own well-being is even more important. Chao Yunji and Yi Lanqing both laughed at her words. Ji Jingshan drove steadily, and the trip wasn't boring. After about 2 hours, everyone in the car was getting sleepy, and finally, they arrived in Beijing. What caught their eyes were the tall buildings rarely seen in Baiyun village, with all kinds of markets and shops. Even the buses on the road were more numerous than the farm vehicles in the village. Yi Lanqing smiled simply and said, no wonder everyone is eager to come to Beijing to see. Going on a trip really broadens a mind. Chao Yunji held her hand and smiled. Later, when we have free time, we can come shopping here. There's a restaurant that makes very good food. It's been open for decades. Let's enjoy it together. Yi Lanqing, who is older, had visible wrinkles around her eyes, but she was happy. From downtown Beijing, it only took about 20 minutes by car to reach the Ji family's home. A couple of days ago, Chao Yunji had already prepared her room, with new bedding. Big sister Yi, if you need anything, just tell us. This is your home now. Don't hold back. Seeing the room so warm and cozy, Yi Lanqing felt touched. Ji Qingwan helped her put her few belongings inside. Yi Lanqing gratefully said, big sister, I caused you trouble coming here, and you even went out of your way to prepare everything. How can I repay you? Today, I'll cook a meal of my best dishes to thank you both. Ji Jingshan felt it wasn't proper. It was the first day the mother-in-law arrived, and it wouldn't be right to ask her to cook. He was about to refuse, but Chao Yunji happily agreed. That's wonderful. I know you are very skilled. Since returning to Baiyun village, I've been longing for this meal. Today, I finally get to enjoy it. Women understand women best. At first, Yi Lanqing was still a bit tense and uncomfortable. She wasn't allowed to do anything, which made her feel useless and out of place in the family. Once she feels she has value, she will naturally become more relaxed. I'll help you out. Chao Yunji rolled up her sleeves quickly. She's usually busy with work and rarely cooks, so she doesn't cook often. Ji Qingwan rested her hand on her shoulder, like when they were children. It's a pity that Qingzhou and Yanbei aren't back yet. Otherwise, our family could have a reunion dinner tonight. Yi Lanqing put on an apron and stood in the kitchen. There will be plenty of chances in the future. Ji Jingshan watched from outside, feeling that the house was finally lively. Just as the family was happily preparing to cook, the phone in the living room suddenly rang. Ji Jingshan quickly went over, sat on the sofa, and picked up the phone. Ji Qingwan saw her father's face turn a bit excited from the kitchen. The person on the other end said something, and he responded a few times with good news. After hanging up, Ji Jingshan looked happily toward the kitchen. Ji Qingwan leaned against the kitchen door. Dad, what's so happy about? Ji Jingshan placed his hands on his knees, his face glowing with joy. Asked around about Qingzhou and the others. I just got a call from the organization. They said the war is over. Both kids are safe, and they're on their way back to the capital. Chao Yunji and Yi Lanqing had been worried for so long. Now that they heard the good news, the tension in their hearts finally eased. The atmosphere in the kitchen became even more cheerful. Since they were on their way back, it wouldn't be long before they arrived. When Yi Lanqing brought the last dish to the table, it was just about lunchtime. Ji Qingwan, who hadn't eaten such a rich meal in the countryside for a long time, couldn't wait to use her chopsticks. "Aunt Yi, you don't know. My mom is usually very busy with work and doesn't have time to cook. Now that you're here and we're eating such good food, I'm so happy you don't know." Chow Yunji was the first to serve Yi Lanqing some food. Although she seemed to be scolding, her tone was full of laughter. "You ungrateful little thing. I may not cook very well, but I haven't let you go hungry all these years. Now you're starting to dislike me? I think it's time to find you a husband so he can take care of you." Ji Qingwan reluctantly pouted. "I don't want to find a husband. Qingzhou is already married. I just want to stay with you all and won't leave no matter what." The three elders at the table smiled at her words. After lunch, Ji Qingwan took Yi Lanqing upstairs to rest. Chow Yunji and Ji Jingshan stayed behind to clean the kitchen. When all the chores were done, Ji Jingshan opened the door and took out a letter from the mailbox. Chow Yunji came over from inside the house. "Hubby, who sent this letter? You've been looking at it for a long time." She glanced at it. The envelope had no markings or signature. But Ji Jingshan's face looked unhappy. He handed the letter to Chow Yunji. "There's news from Xian and Lanting." His words made Chow Yunji step back a little. She quickly looked at the letter and understood the situation. "Should we tell Huaiji about this? This child has had a hard life all these years. His parents have been missing for a long time and now there's finally news." Let's wait a bit. We're not sure about everything yet, and they have a lot of preparations to do before returning to the capital. We can talk about it when they come back." Chow Yunji hadn't finished speaking when Ji Jingshan sighed and interrupted. Both of them knew well what the letter meant. It was clear that China had discovered the hiding place of Xin Yinxian and Meng Lanting, who were being kept in the enemy country. Because the two carried the most advanced technology, the enemy country had always been wary. When they insisted on returning home, the enemy fabricated false charges and detained them. Over the years, China had been unable to find their whereabouts, but secretly, they never gave up. However, these years had taken a toll on their bodies and minds, and no one knew how much longer they could hold on. The rescue plan had to be prepared in advance. Our people attempted a rescue, but unfortunately, it failed. Luckily, we didn't alert the enemy. If we try again, we must be completely careful and flawless." Chow Yunji nodded, agreeing with Ji Jingshan's words. "We need to think carefully about this. Huaiji seems steady, but he's still young. Let's follow your advice. Once the children return, we can decide." Their brother and sister have also had a hard time. Ji Qingwan came downstairs and overheard their conversation. She was happy and asked, "Mom and Dad, is there any news from Uncle Shun and Aunt Meng?" She remembered Xin Yinqing calling Mom when she was sick in Baiyun village, and it made her feel sad. She doesn't have her biological parents with her, so she understands that feeling well. But it's different because she has loving foster parents and Ji Qingzhou, who treats her like a sister. Even though she often misses her real parents, Ji Qingwan doesn't feel sorry for herself. Chow Yunji gently patted Ji Qingwan's hand. "We do have some news, but the rescue plan isn't finalized yet. There are many things we can't tell you now. Please don't spread this outside, including Yinqing and Huaiji." Ji Qingwan nodded and looked at her worried parents. She comforted them. "Mom and Dad, don't worry anymore. Now that we know where Uncle Shun and Aunt Meng are, the next steps will be easier. As long as they are safe, rescuing them will be a natural outcome." After she finished, she added, "Moreover, Uncle Shun and Aunt Meng are lucky. As long as we act quickly, nothing will go wrong." Chow Yunji nodded happily. Wanwan has really grown up. To prevent them from overthinking, Ji Qingwan changed the subject. "Qingzhou will be back soon. This time, we won a great victory. We must give them a warm welcome and hold a celebration banquet." Ji Jingshan frowned and shook his head. "A welcome feast is necessary, but maybe we shouldn't have a celebration banquet. Although we won this war, we paid a heavy price. Many young soldiers sacrificed their lives." Hearing about the casualties, Ji Qingwan fell into deep thought. She sat on the sofa in the living room, thinking again about her older brother from when she was a child. He once said he would join the army when he grew up. Although his parents sacrificed everything, he still chooses to follow the path their generation took. Many years have passed, and I wonder how he is doing now. Is it really true that he joined the army as he said? No matter what the outcome is, I sincerely hope all the soldiers are safe. I also hope the hard-won peace can last a little longer. Wanwan, do you have something on your mind? Dad isn't ignoring your opinion. Your idea is good, but now isn't the right time. After Ji Jingshan finished speaking, Ji Qingwan suddenly fell silent. He thought he had rejected her too bluntly, which made her a little sad. Ji Qingwan shook her head repeatedly. I didn't mean that, Dad. I understand your thoughts. I just think it would be great if everyone could stay safe. Of course, I also feel sad for the heroes who sacrificed. Ji Jingshan and Chao Yunji exchanged a look, their eyes full of regret. A week passed quickly. After finishing the related matters and taking care of the people at the border, everyone who participated in the war was about to return home. Ji Qingzhou and the medical team sat in the front plane. Xia Yanbei and Shun Huizhi were with the remains of the martyrs. A streak crossed the sky, leaving a trail in the pure white clouds. This farewell felt more like forever. Although they were going home, the atmosphere inside the plane was very heavy and quiet. Everyone looked at the heavy black box covered with the national flag, and no one spoke. Some people gently placed their hands on the black box. It seemed they had 1,000 words to say, but in the end, only one phrase came out. Brothers, we are going home. Xiao Shua, due to internal injuries, worsened inflammation and fell into a coma connected to an IV drip. The organization had already arranged everything. As soon as they landed, he would be transferred to the military hospital at headquarters. After a 3-hour journey, when the group disembarked, they were greeted by a formation of soldiers. The soldiers, dressed in special uniforms, had been waiting for a long time. Xia Yanbei and Shun Huizhi led the group, almost everyone holding a small urn. The two teams marched slowly forward, their steps steady. When they saw the heroes' ashes, everyone present stood quietly with respect and saluted first. The person holding the urn moved carefully with each step. Many children wearing red scarves were waiting to greet them. Everyone spontaneously lined up, their tear-filled eyes full of hope, as if they could see the hero once more. The most innocent and cheerful children performed the young pioneer salute. Ji Qingzhou was deeply moved by this moment. At the front, soldiers fired a gun, and several large wreaths were placed in the middle of the red carpet. The gunshot echoed across the sky, and amid the sorrow, everyone felt admiration and grief. The family members who received the news early and came to wait started crying as soon as they saw the plane. An elderly father was helped forward, trembling. A mother with white hair looked at the photo on the urn, her legs suddenly weak. My son, you didn't shame your mother. Your parents came to see you off for the last time. Her voice was full of sadness. 20 years ago, they were happy and excited about their child's arrival, tears of joy falling. 20 years later, they were crying again as they personally saw their child leave. Everyone present was deeply moved. Some children cried out for their fathers, and a pregnant woman was crying so hard she nearly fainted. There were also young women in the crowd, but they only glanced briefly and then left crying. Among these black urns covered with national flags, some people hadn't yet married the girl they loved. Some hadn't seen their soon-to-be-born children, and others could no longer show filial piety to their parents. Ji Qingzhou, having lived 2 lives, understood this pain very well. Her heart was heavy. Amid everyone's grief, the gray sky couldn't bear the weight of their longing and began to drizzle. The convoy of cars kept honking as they moved along the street. Everyone was getting wet in the rain, but still protected the urn in their arms. Ji Jingshan and Chao Yunji were crying by the roadside, and Ji Qingwan helped support them. Seeing Xia Yanbei and Ji Qingzhou in the rain, the whole family felt heartbroken. They had experienced the pain of parting with comrades they fought alongside. In the fierce fire of war, such cruelty was unavoidable. After watching the hero leave, the family members hesitated to leave for a long time. Even if I cannot see my loved ones, just looking at their old uniforms and the friends who fought alongside them makes me feel like they are still nearby. After all the handover ceremonies are finished, the returning team finally gets to talk with the family members who came to welcome them. Mom and Dad, it's still raining outside. Why did you come? Ji Qingzhou holds onto Xia Yanbei's arm as they walk toward Ji Jingshan and Chao Yinji. Chao Yinji gently touches her daughter's hair. It's been only a few months since they last saw each other, but it feels like a lifetime apart. You've lost weight. How did you become so thin? Let me see if you're hurt. Chao Yinji is worried and carefully checks her daughter. Seeing that she is not injured, her deep worries seem to ease a little. Mom, don't worry. Yanbei protected me very well, Ji Qingzhou says. Chao Yinji looks up gratefully at Xia Yanbei. Yanbei, how is your body? Is your leg okay? Xia Yanbei smiles politely. Don't worry, Mom. I'm fine. Then he looks at Ji Jingshan and calls out shyly. Ji Jingshan's face is full of wrinkles, but his smile is genuine. Finally, our family is together again. Ji Qingwan tries to lighten the mood. She tightly holds Chao Yinji's arm. Mom and Dad, I have to say, you're showing favoritism. As soon as my sister and brother-in-law come back, I don't seem to matter as much. I'm going to cause trouble. Ji Jingshan and Chao Yinji laugh at her teasing. You two sisters have never had a quiet moment since you were little. You're grown-ups now, but still fighting for attention. Ji Qingwan pouts, secretly checking if Ji Qingzhou is hurt. If there's a fight, there will be a fight, she says. Everyone is happy and peaceful. Chao Yinji suddenly remembers something and explains to Xia Yanbei, your mom has been brought to Beijing. It's gotten cooler these days. She caught a cold and has a high fever, so she's been getting 4 treatments. Today is her last day. Once you're done with your work, come home so she can see you. Xia Yanbei feels touched. Thank you, Mom. My mom wouldn't be very comfortable alone. She feels like she has a home here, and you and Dad must have put in a lot of effort. Ji Jingshan pats his shoulder. All right, a family is a family. No need to say more. Xia Yanbei held Ji Qingzhou's hand and glanced at the commander's office not far away. Qingzhou, take Mom and Dad home first. I still need to report to the commander. It might take a while. Although Xia Yanbei had many things he wanted to say to Ji Qingzhou, now wasn't the right time. They still had plenty of time ahead, so there was no need to rush.
Yikwinksho nodded.
Then go quickly. As she watched Xia Yanbei leave, Chao Yunji held Ji Qingzhou's hand tightly again. Why have you lost so much weight? My poor daughter must have had a hard time. Come on, let's go eat something nice. It wasn't too late, and they could still catch breakfast. Seeing that she was still quiet and downcast, Ji Jingshan and Chao Yunji didn't say much. She had just returned from the battlefield, after all. Having witnessed so many people lose their lives, she probably needed a few days to recover. After eating a bowl of steaming wontons, the chill in Ji Qingzhou's body finally faded. When she finished the last wonton, she finally felt like she was home again. Putting down her chopsticks, Ji Qingzhou remembered something important. Dad, Mom, my teacher, and I developed emergency pills and nutrient supplements that played a key role on the battlefield. I've already submitted an application to the organization, and the materials will soon be reviewed for mass production. It was a big achievement, something worth celebrating as a family. Ji Jingshan's eyes were full of pride, and even Ji Qingwan looked at her with admiration. Chao Yunji, moved, held Ji Qingzhou's hand tightly. Qingzhou, you really did it. I always knew you could. Ji Qingzhou smiled brightly. It's all thanks to you and Dad for raising me well. Ji Jingshan looked at her as if she were someone truly remarkable. To be able to contribute to the country and the organization is already wonderful. Qingzhou, people say capable ones take on more work, but I don't want you to put too much pressure on yourself. As he spoke, he looked at both Ji Qingzhou and Ji Qingwan. He had never treated his 2 daughters differently. He had only 2 daughters, and he had given them the best he could, hoping they would both live happy lives. My greatest wish is for you two to be happy. I can tell that Yende truly cares about you, and he's a reliable young man. Knowing you're with him puts my mind at ease." The conversation suddenly turned emotional. Ji Qingzhou's nose felt a bit sore, but she still touched Ji Qingwan's arm. "Did you hear that? Dad is thinking of you. You should find a good partner soon." She thought for a moment, then quickly changed her tone, tightly holding Ji Qingwan's hand. "But there's no rush. You will find your happiness eventually. If that person doesn't show up, my parents and I can take care of you for a lifetime." Ji Qingwan's eyes welled up with tears, but she quickly adjusted her emotions. How could she have been so blind before? Such good foster parents and sister, she almost lost them. "All right, since my sister is so amazing, she will definitely become a successful person in the future. I'll just wait to enjoy good food and a comfortable life, and be a freeloader." Ji Qingzhou was amused. "Sure, I can let you enjoy a lifetime of easy living." Chao Yunji and Ji Jingshan exchanged glances. The last time the sisters argued like this was many years ago. After finishing their meal, Ji Jingshan was the first to pay the bill. Suddenly, Ji Qingzhou felt dizzy. Ji Qingwan immediately supported her. "Are you feeling unwell? The hospital isn't far from here. Let's go check." Chao Yunji also looked worried. Since Ji Qingzhou returned, she felt her body seemed weaker than before. Before Ji Jingshan could speak, Ji Qingzhou waved her hand. "No need. I'm a doctor myself. I've been busy lately, and didn't rest well. I ate a bit too much this morning, so I just feel a bit full." Ji Qingwan still looked concerned. "But you," Ji Qingzhou thought about it. She was outside, so she didn't want to say too much. "Don't worry." Seeing her quickly recover and not seem seriously unwell, everyone stopped worrying. Chao Yunji linked her arm with Ji Qingzhou, while Ji Qingwan also showed her support on the other side. Ji Qingzhou stood in the middle, feeling both amused and helpless. "Mom, sister, I just felt a little dizzy. I'm not a fragile porcelain doll that breaks at a touch. You don't need to worry so much about me." Jing Qingzhou held back a smile and said, all right, you don't care about me." The two sisters giggled, and Chao Yunji shook her head with some helplessness. Jing Jingshan went ahead to drive, while mother and daughter waited outside the breakfast shop. The car approached, and Jing Jingshan rolled down the window. Jing Qingwan opened the door and said, "Get in the car first." As soon as they got in, Chao Yunji and Jing Qingwan sat on either side, trapping Jing Qingzhou in the middle. Jing Qingzhou talked about the environment and atmosphere at the front line, and Chao Yunji's expression became serious. Now that they were alone in the car, her mother finally spoke. "You, child, you were really too brave this time. You don't know how scared your dad and I were back then." Jing Qingwan had written a letter saying Jing Qingzhou went to the battlefield, which frightened them a lot. "You've been weak since you were little. How can you be so reckless? If something had happened, what would your dad and I do?" Chao Yunji was usually gentle and never got angry with her children, but now she looked serious and stern with Jing Qingzhou. "Mom, I'm fine." Jing Qingzhou knew her mother was worried about her. She reached out and held her hand, leaning her head on her shoulder, snuggling close and acting cute to beg for forgiveness. Chao Yunji couldn't resist her charm, and her attitude gradually softened. Seeing her mother's change, Jing Qingzhou pressed on. "Besides, Mom and Dad, you've always told me and my sister that our family are descendants of heroes and martyrs. When the country is in trouble, if they find me, how can I refuse or run away?" Her positive words instantly made Chao Yunji fall silent. She thought that even if she were the one speaking, she would agree after hearing this. When the country is in trouble, there's no reason not to stand up and help.
"You
are right," Chao Yunji said after a moment of silence, nodding gently. But just thinking about the dangers she faced on the battlefield, her heart still couldn't calm down. Chao Yunji's gaze fell on Jing Qingzhou, inspecting her from head to toe again and again. Yet she still felt uneasy, worried she might have missed some injury. "Still, my sister is capable. Unlike me, I can't help much." Jing Qingwan spoke softly, looking at Jing Qingzhou with a sad and pleading expression. Jing Qingzhou looked at her helplessly, about to speak, but saw her eyes turn red, tears welling up in her eyes. "All right, I'm back safely. Why are you crying?" Ji Qingwan looked at her with a smile, trying to comfort her, but the tears she had been holding back finally couldn't stay. It's not that. She shook her head like a rattle, crying softly as she hugged Ji Qingzhou's arm. You must have suffered a lot on the battlefield. It's so dangerous there, and you're just a young girl. How can you handle it? You probably didn't have good food or a comfortable place to stay. Look at you, you've lost a lot of weight. The more she spoke, the more upset she became, as if she had seen everything with her own eyes. Ji Qingzhou felt warm inside. She raised her other hand and gently patted her on the head. I went with my master. Everyone took good care of us. During rest times, they all wanted us to rest first, and they even shared their good things with us. She spoke very casually, but to Ji Qingwan, it sounded like she was about to cry from feeling sad. Next time, you can't leave our sight again. If you want to do something dangerous, you have to take me with you. Ji Qingwan cried for a while before she finally stopped. She sniffed and hugged her arm tightly, refusing to let go. Not for now. Ji Qingzhou's eyes darkened slightly as she muttered to herself. Huh? What did you just say? Her voice was soft and faint, and Ji Qingwan didn't hear clearly, so she asked instinctively. Realizing she had said something wrong, Ji Qingzhou quickly changed her words. I can't go for a short time because I'm pregnant. Her hand instinctively rested on her belly, and her eyes became gentler. What? The other 3 people in the car were stunned by this big news, their eyes wide open and mouths agape. Especially Ji Jingshan, who was driving. His hands on the steering wheel trembled uncontrollably, and for a moment, he even forgot he was driving. Ji Qingzhou and Ji Qingwan spoke at the same time, both frightened and almost jumping out of their throats. Chao Yunji and Ji Qingwan quickly protected Ji Qingzhou at the same time. Ji Jingshan suddenly the steering wheel to avoid an accident. The whole family was so shocked by this sudden small accident that they couldn't think straight for a long time. Only after parking the car in a safe place did they start to calm down. Jing Shan's eyes looked complicatedly at Ji Qingzhou's belly, still having a hard time accepting her pregnancy. Thinking about how she went to the war zone while pregnant filled him with indescribable fear and worry. Her father frowned deeply, his expression growing more serious. You child, how could you be so reckless? Going to a war zone while pregnant? That's such a dangerous place. If you can't handle the harsh conditions, others will have to take care of you. You must never do something like this again, understand? Seeing her sister being scolded made Ji Qingwan uncomfortable, and she couldn't help but defend her. In the end, it's all Xia Yanbei's fault. How can he call himself a husband if he didn't even know his wife was pregnant? When I see him, I'll definitely give him a good talking to. Ji Qingwan was usually gentle and calm, rarely showing such anger. Ji Qingzhou found her reaction oddly amusing. Actually, it's not entirely his fault. Even I didn't realize I was pregnant. How could he have known? In truth, it was her own mistake. She had trusted her memories from her previous life, thinking their baby would come later in the year. But she forgot that after being reborn, many things had changed. The butterfly effect had caused their baby to arrive earlier this time. Remembering how she lost their baby in her past life still pained her deeply. Her eyes grew dim and thoughtful as she gently placed her hand on her belly. Even though she couldn't feel the baby yet, she felt a quiet sense of peace. This time, she was determined to protect their child. Her gaze became firm. After driving for a long time, they finally reached home as the evening glow filled the sky. Chao Yunji and Ji Qingwan got out of the car, one on each side, both reaching out to help Ji Qingzhou. Mom, let my sister help me, Ji Qingzhou said, worried that refusing her might upset her. Seeing the sisters getting along so well made Chao Yunji and Ji Jingshan smile with relief. Be careful, both of you. Ji Qingwan held Ji Qingzhou's hand carefully, watching every step she took, afraid she might stumble. As soon as they got out of the car, the family's little dog ran over, wagging its tail excitedly, almost as if it could wag flowers into bloom. Woof, woof. This little rascal. When I come home, it's never this happy to see me. Listening to her complain about jealousy, Ji Qingzhou felt a bit helpless. Ji Qingwan, you even get jealous over a dog, Ji Qingwan also felt a little embarrassed. Ji Qingzhou crouched down and patted her big yellow dog's head. Seeing Da Huang comfortably close his eyes, with his fluffy and cute appearance, she couldn't help but feel her heart soften. It's been a few years since I last saw him. He seems bigger than before. Da Huang happily nudged her hand with his nose and licked her palm with his tongue. He's tired from the journey. Don't just play with him. Go inside and rest properly. Yes, let's go inside. Ji Qingwan carefully helped her up. As they stepped into the house, Ji Jingshan had already tied a cushion onto a stool. This was made by your mother herself. She was worried the stool might be too cold. Hearing this, Ji Qingzhou looked down at the somewhat ugly cushion, and her mind immediately pictured her mother sitting at the table, lighting a lamp, sewing the cushion stitch by stitch. She felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and gratitude. At the same time, Chao Yunji took 2 cups, poured half a spoon of brown sugar into each, then filled them with hot water, and handed them to her 2 daughters. Rest well at home these days. Your grandmother was feeling unwell a few days ago, and the hospital advised her to stay for a few days of IV therapy. We originally planned to pick her up with you, but the doctor said her health shouldn't experience too much emotional ups and downs, so we didn't take her. Once Xiao Xie returns from the army, we'll go together to bring her back. Ji Qingzhou nodded, but she couldn't help feeling worried inside. Seeing her worried expression, Ji Qingwan said with some dissatisfaction, "Look at you, all worried. You've just married in, and you're already fully part of the family." She was joking, but she also seriously explained to Ji Qingzhou about Yi Lanqing's current health condition. "Don't worry, Aunt Yi has an old illness. Maybe she was tired on the way from the countryside to the city. It's not a big problem." Although her sister sometimes liked to act spoiled, she was serious about important matters. Hearing this, Ji Qingzhou finally relaxed. "Qingwan, go rest with your sister. Your father and I will cook dinner. We'll call you when it's ready." Ji Qingwan immediately agreed. It was her first time being apart from Ji Qingzhou for so long, and she felt very uncomfortable every day. Without her sister, she couldn't even find someone to argue with. This time, she returned home with many things, all in pairs. Ji Qingwan couldn't wait to pull Ji Qingzhou into the house to share everything. "Look at this hair tie. It's the most popular style right now. There are also many pretty clothes. In a few days, let's go shopping together. I like this sleeveless white dress. When you help me pick it out, there's also a red strapless dress in the store that would suit you. If you like it, I'll give it to you." Thinking that Ji Qingzhou was already married, just registered without a ceremony, Ji Qingwan's initial excitement faded quickly. She couldn't help but feel sorry for her silly sister. "Has Xie Yanbei mentioned when you'll have the wedding banquet? It would be perfect to give her that red dress as a wedding gift then." Ji Qingzhou shook her head, her eyes momentarily confused. In her previous life, she was unwilling to marry Xie Yanbei, so she didn't want a wedding either. As for this life, seeing Xiao Shua's eyes like that, she hadn't expected this at all. Ji Qingwan misunderstood her meaning, thinking Xie Yanbei didn't plan to hold a wedding, and suddenly a surge of anger rose. "What does Xie Yanbei mean? Our family's daughter is so wonderful, and he plans to marry her quietly without even holding a wedding." In Ji Qingzhou's heart, her sister was always gentle and weak, rarely angry or fierce. She even suspected that if Xie Yanbei were in front of Ji Qingwan right now, he would be scolded harshly. "You misunderstood." Ji Qingzhou pursed her lips, about to explain, but she was interrupted. "Don't defend him. When I see him, I will ask him clearly what he's thinking." There's no way she would let her sister be wronged. Seeing her stand up for her, Ji Qingzhou couldn't help but smile. "All right, then I'll wait and see." She was already eager to see how Xie Yanbei would respond to her sister's questions. But right now, all she wanted was a good bath. Since going to the battlefield, she hadn't had enough sleep, let alone time to clean herself properly. She felt she was starting to smell bad. "Big sister, can you find me some pajamas? I want to take a shower." Dad had already thought of this and prepared hot water downstairs. "I'll keep you company." Ji Qingwan took out her new pajamas, linked arms with her, and refused to let go. Her sister was often weak and sick, and now she was pregnant, so she needed constant care and protection, with no mistakes allowed. Big sister, I don't have any special habits, Ji Qingzhou teased on purpose. What are you talking about? Ji Qingwan froze for a moment then, after realizing, her face turned bright red, and she stammered a bit when she tried to reply. Seeing her excited, Ji Qingzhou smiled playfully. Ji Qingwan realized she had been tricked, pouted in displeasure, and wanted to get back at her. But she also remembered her sister was pregnant, so she didn't dare to make things too serious. After playing and washing up, Ji Qingwan was worried she might catch a cold, so she wrapped her in a thick blanket and carefully dried her hair. Her delicate, fair hands held the long hair dryer, and with the other hand, she pinched a strand of hair, patiently drying it. Your hair is really nice, dark and thick. The dryer made her hands feel tired. Ji Qingzhou also noticed and wanted to take the dryer from her. I can do it myself. Ji Qingwan refused immediately, not wanting to miss the chance to be close to her sister for a little longer. Half an hour later, dinner was finally ready. When they came out of the room, they saw Chao Yunji tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, and Ji Jingshan bringing out the last dish she cooked. Come, try Dad's cooking today. To celebrate their two beloved daughters coming home, he made several big dishes. Braised prawns, mushroom chicken stew, garlic oil lettuce, lotus root and pork rib soup, and more, all laid out on a full table, steaming and fragrant, filling the air with delicious smells. First, have a bowl of soup to warm your stomach. Ji Jingshan served each of them a bowl. Thank you, Dad. Ji Qingwan took the soup, her voice gentle and sweet, almost touching the heart. Eat more prawns. They say that eating prawns during pregnancy makes the baby smart. Seeing her eager to share the entire plate of prawns, Ji Qingzhou felt both helpless and touched. Sis, who told you that? There's no scientific basis at all. I heard from Aunt Yi. Jing Qingwan moved out of Yi Lanqing's place, feeling more confident than ever. You just got pregnant, and now you need good nutrition. Be sure to eat more and keep yourself healthy and plump. Jing Qingwan turned to Chao Yunji and asked, Mom, do you think I'm right? Chao Yunji smiled and nodded.
Qingzhou, your sister is right.
Now your health comes first. Don't be afraid of gaining weight. Watching the two of them chat happily, Jing Qingwan quickly piled her bowl high with food. Qingzhou looked at the delicious dishes, but couldn't feel hungry. She forced herself to take a bite of ribs, but as soon as it neared her mouth, the smell of greasy meat made her stomach churn violently. A wave of nausea hit her, and Jing Qingzhou couldn't hold it anymore. She covered her chest and quickly stood up, rushing outside. What's wrong? Jing Qingwan worriedly followed her, watching her cough and tears and mucus running down her face. She felt very distressed. Gently patting her back, her eyes full of concern. Would you like some water to rinse your mouth? Why are you reacting so strongly? Jing Qingzhou hadn't eaten anything and couldn't anything out. Her stomach was acidy.
I've fine.
It's normal. It'll pass soon. Before she finished speaking, she vomited again, violently. Seeing her so uncomfortable, Jing Qingwan also became anxious, but didn't know what to do, only blaming Xia Yanbei. Hearing this, Jing Qingzhou almost wanted to laugh and cry. Poor A Yan. People sit at home, and trouble falls from the sky. Qingwan, give your sister some warm water. Chao Yunji handed her a cup of warm water, her face full of worry and care. She never expected her morning sickness to be so severe after returning to Beijing. Jing Qingwan patted her back and handed her water, taking care of her tirelessly. Finally, she felt a bit better. But after all that, Jing Qingzhou had no appetite. She only took a few bites and couldn't eat anymore. Jing Jingshan looked at his beloved daughter eating so little, his brows furrowed. You're still pregnant. How can you eat so little? He was so worried he paced back and forth in the room. After thinking carefully, he decided to take his wife to the market tomorrow to buy more nutritious vegetables and meat. I'll call Old Feng. Last year, his daughter just had a baby, so he should have some experience. She looked up at Chao Yunji and encouraged her. Your department has many women, mostly mothers and grandmothers. You should have more experience. The baby is so uncomfortable. You should ask around and see if you have any good ideas. Thus, The two archaeology experts kept calling their colleagues' homes, and one of them even held a notebook, writing down all the tips the others mentioned. At night, Ji Qingzhou lay on her long-missed bed. After drinking the spiritual spring water, she felt much better. The soft mattress slightly sank, as if it wanted to fully wrap her. The comfortable feeling made her squint her eyes happily. Smelling the fresh laundry scent, her heart gradually calmed, and the uncomfortable feelings slowly disappeared. She wondered what Ayan was doing now. Thinking about his injury, Ji Qingzhou couldn't help frowning and felt more worried. Knowing his personality, he would forget everything once busy. She wondered if he had changed his medicine on time, or if his leg problem had come back. She sighed softly, thinking about Xie Yanne's leg and Xiao Shua's injury. His leg had been treated with full effort, so it shouldn't be a big problem. But his eyes. Xiao Shua's eye was injured in the nerve, and to see sunlight again, he needed a corneal transplant. However, in this era, such surgeries were not yet perfect. The risks were high, and few people were willing to donate. Originally, with his talent, he could have had a bright future like Xie Yanne. But fate was cruel. If no one was willing to donate soon, he might spend his whole life in darkness. Such an ending was too cruel for a soldier. Ji Qingzhou felt a mix of emotions and couldn't help feeling sorry for him. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound at the door. She frowned slightly and looked at the door. Outside, a figure was pacing back and forth but hadn't come in. She guessed immediately who was outside. Ji Qingzhou lifted the quilt, slipped on her slippers, and opened the door. Outside, Ji Qingwan was holding her pillow, hesitating whether to come in. She wanted to sleep with Ji Qingzhou but was worried because her sister was pregnant and might not sleep well. Why are you outside holding a pillow? If Mom and Dad find out, they'll think I bullied you and won't let you in. Ji Qingzhou looked at her with a smile, surprised to see her acting so shy for the first time. Jai Qingwan wanted to explain, but her hand was pinched, and before she could speak, she was pulled into the room. Since I can't sleep, let's talk a bit before we go to bed. She remembered that when their parents first brought Jai Qingwan home, she liked her older sister very much. Soft and gentle. Every night she would hug her little pillow and press close. The sisters chatted happily, always with endless topics. They snuggled into bed. Jai Qingwan hugged her arm, and her face couldn't help but lean close. Why are you in such a hurry? You're getting married so soon. Everything happened so suddenly that she still couldn't fully accept it. And you're still a kid. How can you have a baby so quickly? She gently reached out, carefully touching Ji Qingzhou's belly. She wanted to feel it but was afraid. Looking at the flat belly, Jai Qingwan found it hard to imagine that after 8 or 9 months, a new life would be born here, connected to her sister by blood. Thinking about a little one who looked just like her sister, soft and adorable, calling her aunt, made her heart melt instantly. There's nothing to feel yet. Ji Qingzhou watched her want to touch but hesitate, smiling as she took her hand and placed it on her own belly. The soft touch was wonderful. Jai Qingwan's fingertips moved slightly, feeling an indescribable emotion inside. The sisters lay together, with endless things to talk about. Although the lights were off, neither of them felt sleepy. Why don't you tell me about the battlefield? Jai Qingwan turned on her side, eyes shining, looking seriously at Ji Qingzhou. Her gaze was gentle and affectionate, as if she wanted to see into her heart. When she mentioned the battlefield, Ji Qingzhou's relaxed expression became more serious. There's not much to tell. She pursed her lips, memories flashing through her mind, and she shared a few simple but memorable stories. As she described, Jai Qingwan couldn't help but clench her fists, feeling nervous for the people in her story. Although I knew everyone ultimately won, I still couldn't help feeling worried when I listened. Especially when I heard that Xiao Shua was willing to sacrifice his life to set off the explosives and fight alongside the enemy. I felt tears well up in Ji Qingwan's eyes. Then what happened next? How did he end up? Ji Qingwan's heart was held high with fear that such a heroic person might have a tragic ending. Ji Qingzhou remembered the scene when he saw Xiao Shua, and his voice became a little softer. Later, he finally waited for reinforcements. During the counterattack, He was injured by a bullet, hurting his eye and leg. Ji Qingwan's eyes filled with tears, feeling sad for Xiao Shua. Everyone thought he was dead at the time, but during the cleanup of the battlefield, they didn't find his body. It wasn't until they went to rescue prisoners that they realized he was still alive. Despite his serious injuries, he helped the captured soldiers escape.
He's really amazing.
Ji Qingwan sincerely felt sad about Xiao Shua's tragic experience. Such a great hero, it would be a shame if he spent his life blind and unable to see. She wished she could meet this hero just once. But thinking about his current situation, she felt it was unlikely. A person like him, once the pride of heaven, suddenly losing his eyes, would have to live as a blind person for the rest of his life and leave the army he loved. This kind of gap is hard for most people to accept. Now, he probably feels like a lonely beast, wanting to lick his wounds alone and not wanting others to disturb him. Ji Qingwan silently sighed in her heart. Though she felt regret, she kept this thought to herself. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huaiji finished reporting the casualties and other details to old Xiao. It was only in the afternoon that they finally had time to go together to see Xiao Shua. Old Peng, old Zeng, how is Xiao Shua now? The two almost spoke in unison, their eyes full of concern. Old Peng and old Zeng looked up at them at the same time. You two troublemakers still caring about others? Not resting properly and not changing your bandages on time. Do you still want to recover? Especially old Peng, who had promised Ji Qingzhou to take good care of Xia Yanbai. If he left the camp and his wounds worsened, he wouldn't have the face to see his disciple. Sit down and let me change the dressing. Old Mr. Peng looked serious and spoke sternly, but his eyes showed concern. Old Mr. Zeng nodded. Yes, if you two don't change the dressings today, don't even think about going anywhere. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huaiji looked at each other, both seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Unable to argue with the two elders, they sat down and finished changing the dressings one after the other. During the process, they also asked about Xiao Shua's condition. Old Peng, can Xiao Shua's eyes and legs really get better? Old Mr. Peng sighed heavily upon hearing this. His leg is more hopeful. With treatment, it can be saved. But as for his eyes, he paused, his gaze darkening, and his voice became more subdued and sad. Old Peng, is it possible that his eyes? Both of them knew the answer, but dared not ask it aloud. They knew Xiao Shua best. He seemed carefree, but he was actually very sensitive. Maybe losing his parents at a young age made him feel insecure. It wasn't until he joined the army and made some close friends that he started to see the army as his home. Now that he's injured, they wonder if there's any hope for recovery. If he were to go blind for life and leave the army, they didn't know if he could bear it. Is there really no way at all? Xia Yank looked at old Peng and old Zeng with frustration. Faced with their eager gazes, old Peng and old Zeng couldn't bear to look at each other and silently turned away. There is indeed a method. There is a surgery abroad that can transplant corneas, but the technique is still not fully developed. A small mistake could lead to infection, and few people are willing to donate. Moreover, domestic ophthalmologists are very scarce.
So, healing completely
is almost as hard as reaching the sky. Old Peng spoke while sighing. Hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Xia Yank and Shen Huaiji exchanged worried looks, both seeing deep sadness and regret in each other's eyes. It was hard to imagine how Xiao Shua, so proud, could endure this. They were truly afraid he might become overly anxious or give up. Xia Yank pursed his lips, his eyes full of concern for Xiao Shua, even more than when he was hopeless about his own leg injury. At least he still had Ji Qingzhou by his side, but Xiao Shua was alone. Inside the army office, old Xiao poured a little tea leaves into the teacup, then picked up the thermos and poured hot water in. The rich aroma of tea filled the room. Old Cheng, old Lu, want to join me? He took a small sip while the tea was still hot. Old Cheng and old Lu didn't refuse. They each handed over their own teacups. The three old friends sat together, looking at each other's faces with more and more wrinkles, sighing and reminiscing. They especially felt sorry for old Feng and old Lu, who had given so much to win this battle. Young Xiao is really a pity. Every time I see him with Xiao Xie, And Xiao Shen, I think of our training days. Sadly, time flies so fast, and those days will never come back. Young Zhao's eyes. He probably has to leave the army. It's really sad. If he hadn't been injured, with the big achievements he made, his future would be limitless. They spoke one after another. Everyone, don't be so gloomy. Eye surgery is tough, but there's still hope. Xiao made such great contributions. It's a pity to see such a talented person wasted. Maybe the higher-ups will pay attention.
If they get involved, Xiao might have a chance.
In the past 2 days, old Lu lost his daughter and son, and his son-in-law was badly injured in an explosion. He tried to stay strong on the battlefield, but since returning to the army, he looked like a candle burning at both ends, just a dry shell. Only when mentioning Xia Yanbei, Shen Huizhi, and Xiao Shua did his cloudy eyes show a faint light. Yes, old Xiao agreed. This time, when they award medals, their contributions are the greatest. After reporting, they could at least be promoted to regiment commander. Maybe there will be other rewards too. Old Lu sighed deeply. That would be great. They all deserve it. Meanwhile, Old Zeng and Old Peng had already returned to the military hospital. Old Peng, I heard the higher-ups really admire your young apprentice, especially the first aid pills and nutritional supplements she helped develop. They've been a big help to the army. They want to produce them in large quantities and put them into military use. They also want to ask your apprentice if she's interested in joining the army as a military doctor. Military doctor? Old Peng frowned slightly. Being a military doctor doesn't require a specific educational background. As far as I know, her qualifications haven't reached that level. Hearing his concern, Old Zeng smiled. Don't worry. Since the higher-ups have approved, it won't be a problem. Her performance on the front line was excellent this time, and they plan to award her. Her diploma isn't an issue. Her skills are impressive enough to be accepted even if she doesn't meet the usual standards. Old Peng nodded happily, looking proud. I'll ask her about this first. Good, I look forward to your good news. At the Ji family house, Ji Qingzhou and Ji Qingwan were organizing books in the room. Ji Qingzhou suddenly asked, Sister, have you ever thought about taking the college entrance exam? From her past life, she deeply understood the importance of a diploma. This idea had appeared in Ji Qingzhou's mind since her rebirth. Before Ji Qingzhou could speak, Ji Qingwan had never considered these things. Seeing the confusion in her eyes, Ji Qingzhou looked at her seriously, with a rare earnest expression. Now the country encourages taking the exam. Since we have such a good opportunity, we should seize it. I want to study traditional Chinese medicine and improve my skills. Last time in the village, I could see how much you loved those cultural relics, and our parents said you have a talent for it. If you like this field, go for it boldly. Can I really do that? Ji Qingwan felt a bit unsure. Her learning ability wasn't as strong as Ji Qingzhou's. Ji Qingzhou nodded confidently, without hesitation. Seeing her still unsure, she took her by the hand and led her to their parents' room. They knocked on the door. Ji Jingshan and Chao Yunji were sitting on the bed and chair, discussing a project. They looked at the door at the same time. With a gentle voice, Ji Qingzhou pulled Ji Qingwan inside. Mom, Dad, please talk to her. Don't let her overthink and belittle herself. Ji Qingzhou explained everything they had just discussed. Hearing that they wanted to take the college entrance exam, Ji Jingshan and Chao Yunji didn't oppose immediately. Instead, they patiently asked about their current thoughts. They were happy to see that Ji Qingzhou's plans were well thought out and not just a sudden idea. Seeing the bright sparkle in Ji Qingzhou's eyes when she talked about the future, both of them felt very satisfied. Just go ahead and do what you want. Mom and Dad will always support you. Whatever you decide to do, remember we are always here for you. Chao Yunji looked at Ji Qingwan and noticed she seemed less confident than her sister and appeared worried. She gently called her over and patiently stroked her hair. Qingwan, there's no need to overthink. You are much more talented in archaeological research than your sister. If you've made up your mind, just go for it. Whether you succeed or not, as long as you try your best and feel at peace, that's enough. With Chao Yunji's encouragement, Ji Qingwan finally understood. Her expression became clearer, and her tone was firm. Mom, I understand now. Maybe this is what Qingzhou meant. that everyone has their strengths and each person can shine in their own field. Good girl. Chao Yunji looked very pleased. Ji Qingwan happily snuggled into her mother's arms, enjoying the warmth. All right, you're all grown up, still acting cute in mom's arms. When Xiao Xie and Qingzhou's mother arrive later, they'll probably tease you for this. Mom, is a Yen coming back? Hearing Chao Yunji mention Xie Yanbei, Ji Qingzhou's tone immediately became excited. Ji Qingwan was still lying in her mother's arms and couldn't help feeling a bit jealous seeing her sister's carefree expression. Wow, look at her happy face, she can't hide it. She really only cares about Xie Yanbei. Seeing her start to feel jealous again, Ji Qingzhou showed a helpless look. All right, you two, help me pick some vegetables. When Xiao Xie and his mom arrive, dinner isn't ready yet. That would be rude. Chao Yunji smiled and smoothly changed the subject, assigning tasks to the two. Mom, what delicious food are you planning to make? Ji Qingzhou quietly tiptoed behind Chao Yunji and peeked her head out. Why? Afraid mom will treat your future mother-in-law unfairly, Chao Yunji teased with a smile. Hearing this, Ji Qingwan immediately moved closer, holding Chao Yunji's arm. Mom, see? I told you. My little sister's mind is only on her future mother-in-law now. Oh, stop talking nonsense. Ji Qingzhou felt a bit embarrassed by her words and gently held Chao Yunji's other arm. Looking at her two beloved daughters, Chao Yunji's eyes almost curved with happiness. Look at you two, about to get married and become moms, but you still act like kids. Although she scolded them, she was very happy inside. Don't be too sweet in front of mom. We don't have much time. Qingzhou, go wash the vegetables. There's hot water in the pot. Qingwan, start the fire and keep it going. Chao Yunji quickly tied her hair up and put on an apron. She picked up green onions and garlic with one hand and held a knife with the other, easily chopping everything in a few moves. Next, she washed the meat and continued preparing it. Ji Qingwan and Ji Qingzhou obediently followed her instructions and started working in the kitchen. Outside, smoke rose from the yard, adding a warm, cozy feeling. Meanwhile, Shan Huaizhi accompanied Xie Yanbei to the hospital. Before picking up Yi Lanqing, they went to see Xiao Shua. The nurse caring for him said he was in good condition and cooperating actively with treatment. Hearing this, their worries eased a little. But when they actually saw him, they couldn't help feeling sad and distressed. When they opened the door, Xiao Shua was sitting on the hospital bed, staring out the window with empty, unfocused eyes. Outside, the leaves were falling, matching his mood strangely well. Since losing his sight, his hearing had become sharper. Even though Xie Yanbei and Shan Huaizhi moved quietly and gently, he still noticed. You guys are here. Xiao Shua instinctively looked toward the sound and smiled at his good brothers. Xie Yanbei and Shan Huaizhi answered at the same time. Seeing his unfocused eyes, both of them frowned, unable to smile. Old Xiaoyu. Shan Huaizhi wanted to ask about his recent condition but was afraid that saying the wrong thing might hurt his fragile mood. He hesitated, words caught in his throat. Xie Yanbei kept his lips pressed together and said nothing. The atmosphere was very heavy. But Xiao Shua, always smiling gently, tried to comfort them instead. You two are enough. Not saying a word when you arrived makes me feel like I am about to die. I still have all my arms and legs, and after treatment, my leg will soon be able to stand again. Once I recover, I want to go back to the army and have a sparring match with you. You two need to train hard. If I, who am resting now, beat you later, it will be very embarrassing. Hearing his pretend relaxed tone, the two of them felt a mix of emotions. No one dared to tell him the real condition of his eyes. They could only hold back their sadness and agree with him. Stop showing off, kid. You can't beat me with just a few moves. Exactly. Xie Yang and Shan Huaizhi walked up to Xiao Shua, each giving him a light punch in the chest. You need to get better soon so you don't fall behind us. If you lose when we fight again, you'll have no excuse. Go away, stop bothering me. Xiao Shua pretended to be tired, wanting to rest, and tried to send them out. All right, rest well. We'll come back in a few days to see you. Shan Huaizhi patted his shoulder, a little reluctant to leave. Until he couldn't hear their breathing anymore, Xiao Shua immediately put on a smile, but his whole body was filled with gentle sadness and heaviness. Even if Xia Yank and Shen Huizhi didn't say anything, he knew his condition well. Maybe in this life, he would never have the chance to train and fight alongside them again. Xiao Shua sat silently on the hospital bed, facing the window. He tilted his head up, letting the sunlight shine on his face. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, but his heart felt like it had fallen into a deep abyss. No light could reach him anymore. Xia Yank and Shen Huizhi left Xiao Shua's ward and went downstairs to handle Yi Lanqing's discharge procedures. After everything was done, Xia Yank went to the ward to pack Yi Lanqing's belongings for discharge. Yi Lanqing watched his quick movements and joined in. "Son, where are we going now?" "We're going to Qingzhou's house." Xia Yank was completely patient, answering every question Yi Lanqing asked. Yi Lanqing learned about Xiao Shua from his words, knowing he was a soldier like his son. To chase away enemies, he might never see him again, and she couldn't help but feel sad for him. Little Xiao is so pitiful, losing both parents at a young age and being badly injured. Thinking of him alone in the hospital, with no family to care for him, Yi Lanqing offered to bring him food every day. "If you're good friends and brothers with Xiao Shua, then he is like my godson. He's all alone in the hospital now, and he looks so lonely. We should help him and make sure he feels cared for." Xia Yanbei nodded without stopping her. He knew Xiao Shua usually didn't say much, but he was very jealous of family love. If Yi Lanqing took care of him, maybe he would feel warmth and comfort, and his heart would be better. Today is too late. Xiao Shua needs rest. Starting tomorrow, you tell Mom what he likes to eat, and she will cook for him. Yi Lanqing spoke softly, giving a warm and comfortable feeling. Xia Yanbei looked at her, lips pressed tightly, and after a moment, he managed to say, "Mom, thank you. You're such a silly kid." "There's no need to thank me." Soon, they packed everything up. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huizhi took their things, and Yi Lanqing wanted to help, but they stopped her. An hour later, the three arrived at the Ji family. Woof woof woof. Da Huang was the first to notice them, rushing out of his nest immediately. His big, round eyes were full of alertness as he sniffed at the visitors. He ran straight to Yi Lanqing's feet, wagging his tail wildly and rubbing his small head against her pants. "This little guy is quite impressive." Shen Huizhi watched the eager, obedient dog and couldn't help but smile. Just as he was about to set down his things and pet the dog, it suddenly backed away 2 steps. Its eyes showed suspicion again, and it barked loudly at Shen Huizhi. Its fierce expression, combined with its tiny size, looked a bit funny. Shen Huizhi almost burst out laughing. "This little thing is so ungrateful. Why does it wag its tail at Aunt Yi but bark and growl at us?" He looked at Xia Yanbei with confusion, and the other also shook his head, looking puzzled. "I can see it now. This little thing seems to bite you even harder. Are you sure you didn't do something wrong to her?" Shen Hui chuckled, nudging Xia Yanbei with his elbow, unable to resist teasing him. "Go away, stop talking nonsense." While they were talking, Ji Qingzhou heard the noise and peeked out from the kitchen. She was holding a kitchen knife and helping Chao Yunji slice meat. When she saw Xia Yanbei, her eyes showed excitement and happiness. The next moment, Chao Yunji and Ji Jingshan came out happily to greet the three of them. "Little sister, Xia has come to pick you up. Thanks for your effort. Come inside and rest. The meal will be ready soon." Chao Yunji took Yi Lanqing's hand, and Ji Jingshan patted Xia Yanbei on the shoulder. The family headed into the house. As soon as they entered, Xia Yanbei felt like someone was watching him. He frowned and looked around, just in time to meet Ji Qingwan's resentful gaze. Ji Qingwan stared at him, then quickly looked away. Xia Yanbei was confused by her glare, feeling it was strange. He didn't think he had done anything wrong to her, right? Ji Qingzhou stood between them, clearly seeing everything. She couldn't help but smile secretly, leaning close to Xia Yanbei and whispering the story to him. "So that's how it is." Xia Yanbei listened and immediately understood. He looked up at Ji Qingwan again, who still looked annoyed, feeling a bit helpless inside. But since she was Qingzhou's sister, Xia Yanbei decided to go over and apologize sincerely to her, also apologizing to Ji Jingshan and Chao Yunji.
Mom, Dad, it's all my fault.
I didn't care enough about Qingzhou. I didn't even know she was pregnant, and I let her go to the battlefield alone. I promise this will never happen again. He spoke very sincerely. However, Ji Qingwan still seemed unhappy. She crossed her arms and pouted. Who can't say nice words? Ji Jingshan saw she was still stubborn and spoke to stop her. It's okay, Dad. Qingzhou's sister is right to teach her a lesson. Xia Yanbei tried to ease the tension with a good temper, even turning to face Ji Qingwan. Tell me what I can do to make you believe me. Whatever you say, I'll do it. Ji Qingwan had been waiting for him to say that. Let me ask you this. Since you've already registered your marriage with my sister, when do you plan to hold the wedding? My sister is the treasure of our family. If you ever treat her badly, not only my parents, but I myself will never forgive you. It's already being planned. Once my request for family housing is approved, I'll hold a grand wedding and bring Qingzhou home properly. Xia Yanbei spoke seriously. Ji Qingwan nodded with satisfaction and, finally, let him go. Yi Lanqing, who overheard their conversation, was completely confused. She turned to Chao Yunji beside her and asked in puzzlement, pregnant? What pregnancy? Only then did everyone remember that Yi Lanqing didn't know about Ji Qingzhou's pregnancy.
Mom, I'm pregnant.
You're going to be a grandmother soon. Ji Qingzhou lowered her head, her face slightly red. Yi Lanqing was overjoyed at first, but then she thought about how her daughter had gone to the battlefield while expecting, and fear washed over her. After calming down, she frowned and lightly hit Xia Yanbei twice. You rascal! How could you not know something this important? What kind of husband are you? Seeing his friend's misfortune, Shen Huaiji couldn't help but laugh. Xia Yanbei shot him a look that clearly said, we'll settle this later. All right, let's eat. Ji Qingzhou quickly stepped in to ease the mood, and the family finally sat down. The table was full of delicious dishes, looking and smelling wonderful. Shen Huaiji glanced at Xia Yanbei with envy in his eyes. You're really lucky. Married to such a beautiful wife, about to be a father, and both your mothers are so kind. You must have done something great in your past life. His teasing made everyone laugh. Xia Yanbei and Ji Qingzhou looked at each other, their eyes filled only with each other. Everyone, try the braised pork trotters I made. Old Ji got up early to buy them fresh from the market, and they've been simmering for hours. They should be perfectly tender now. You all are on the battlefield, eating poorly, resting badly, and always worried. This time, when you come back, you must take good care of your health. Especially Shaoshan, eat more, as if you are at your own home. As she spoke, Chao Yunji picked up the shared chopsticks, took the biggest piece, and placed it into Shen Huaiji's bowl. Shen Huaiji was surprised and couldn't refuse. He immediately stood up, holding his bowl with both hands to accept the large pig's trotter handed to him. Thank you, Auntie. The warm and harmonious atmosphere made Shen Huaiji's eyes water. Since his parents left, only he and his sister rely on each other. He almost can't remember what it feels like to eat together as a family. Uncle and Auntie, I haven't eaten with my family for a long time. Thank you. He tried very hard to sound relaxed, but the more he tried, the more it touched people's hearts. Ji Jingshan looked at Shen Huaiji's face and suddenly remembered a letter he received today. He opened his mouth to say something but held back. He decided to wait until after the meal to talk. Eat more. Xia Yanbei looked at Ji Qingzhou, feeling she seemed thinner than before. Thinking this, he fed her more eagerly, almost wishing to pile all the delicious food into her bowl. Yes, you look so thin now. You're pregnant, so you must eat well. I want my little grandson or granddaughter to be born healthy, chubby, and white. Chao Yunji echoed. Having children is secondary. The most important thing is Qingzhou's health. Giving birth consumes a lot of energy. Yi Lanqing also couldn't help but speak. Both of them reached for the shared chopsticks at the same time, their hands touching unexpectedly, making them laugh. Enough, enough. My bowl is already full. If I keep eating like this, I might gain weight like a pig in less than a month. Ji Qingzhou felt a bit helpless. What are you afraid of? Even if you gain weight like a pig, someone will still like you. Ji Qingwan teased with a smile, then looked meaningfully at Xia Yanbei. No matter if you gain weight or not, Qingzhou looks good to me. Xia Yanbei didn't argue but held her hand. His deep eyes fixed on her, full of affection. Ji Qingwan felt her teeth ache from the sourness. I didn't expect that. Even though Xia Yanbei looks cold and distant, he could say such sweet words that make your teeth ache. She looked up and saw Shen Huizhi sitting across from her, shivering slightly, with goosebumps, and suddenly felt like she had found a kindred spirit. They finished their meal filled with laughter and happiness. Xia Yanbei took the initiative to wash the dishes. I'll help you. Ji Qingzhou was about to roll up her sleeves, but Xia Yanbei stopped her immediately. He placed his hands on her shoulders and gently pushed her away from the sink. It's better if I do it. The water's cold, and it might freeze you. It's okay. Ji Qingzhou wanted to say more, but he gently held her in his arms. Xia Yanbei lowered his head, his gaze resting on her face. He watched her long, thick eyelashes flutter lightly, and couldn't help but softly kiss her forehead. Honey, stay quietly here. His voice was deep and gentle, sounding very soothing to Ji Qingzhou, almost like a charming spell. Ji Qingzhou couldn't help but smile slightly, raising her hand to gently roll up his sleeve and help him tie his apron. He was too tall, and Chao Yunji's apron was too small, barely covering his thighs. From behind, the man looked broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, giving off an irresistible, charming vibe. Outside the door, Ji Qingwan was about to enter the kitchen but was stopped by Chao Yunji. Your little couple is together. Why are you going in? Hearing this, Ji Qingwan realized and understood, gently holding her hand and stepping away from the kitchen entrance. Inside the kitchen, Xia Yanbai moved quickly and skillfully. Watching the sunset cast a golden glow on him, it seemed as if he was surrounded by a sacred light. Ji Qingzhou's thoughts stirred, and she slowly wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. She softly spoke, her voice trembling slightly with emotion. Having lived again, they not only got married but also had their own child, living a happy and harmonious family life. Every time she thought about it, she felt a bit surreal, almost like a dream. What's wrong? Xia Yanbai sensed her mood and instinctively turned his head to look at Ji Qingzhou. Seeing her smiling eyes and intense gaze fixed on him, his throat tightened. Nothing, I just want to hold you. Ji Qingzhou pressed her face against Xia Yanbai's back, and the faint scent of his body reached her nose. She instinctively leaned toward him, like a small kitten. Her gentle movement almost made Xia Yanbei's proud self-control break down. He squinted, his throat moving uncontrollably, and his eyes looked hot and intense. A lazy voice came from his nose. Xia Yanbei casually wiped his hands on his apron twice. She reached out and took his hand, then hugged him close. She wanted to touch his face but was worried her hands might be too cold and hurt him. So she lowered her head and gently kissed his cheek, nose, and chin in turn. Ji Qingzhou's eyes smiled like crescent moons, and she shook her head at him. The next moment, she reached up to his neck and tiptoed to kiss his lips. Worried she might get tired, Xia Yanbei lowered his head and parted his lips slightly, allowing her to boldly and shyly explore. In the other study, the atmosphere was quite dull. Huizhi, sit here. Ji Jingshan and Chao Yunji looked at Shen Huizhi, then at each other. Both said at the same time, you go ahead and say it. Uncle, Annie, just say what you need to. Shen Huizhi didn't know what was happening and looked confused. Ji Jingshan and Chao Yunji exchanged a sigh, then Ji Jingshan stepped forward. He opened a small box on his desk and carefully took out a hidden letter. This letter was received this morning. After thinking it over with your auntie, we decided to give it to you. Hearing his serious tone, Shen Huizhi felt a faint premonition. He took the letter in his hands, feeling its weight, as if he might drop it at any moment. He carefully opened the envelope, but before reading the contents, just seeing the familiar handwriting made his nose sting and his eyes water. This letter was written hurriedly when Shen's parents last had a chance to send a message. It briefly explained their current situation. Although the words sounded light, Shen Huizhi understood that his parents were sharing good news, not bad, and didn't want to worry him. Ji Jingshan and Chao Yunji kept their eyes on him, watching his serious expression, and both felt relieved. Faced with their concern, Shen Huaiji did not want them to worry about his parents. He carefully folded the letter and put it back into the envelope. "Uncle, Auntie, can I take this letter back with me?" Of course, seeing his pretend relaxed expression, both of them sighed inwardly. "Don't worry. If there is any news from over there, Uncle and Auntie will tell you first thing. Your sister is now at a research institute in the countryside, and you're alone in the army. Don't think too much. Take good care of yourself." "Yes, thank you, Uncle and Auntie." Shen Huaiji stood up, faced them, and bowed deeply with a sincere tone. At this sensitive time, his parents' situation was very delicate. The Ji family parents were willing to help them like this, and he would always remember their kindness. "Good boy, what are you doing?" Ji Jingshan and Chao Yunji quickly interrupted him. "We can't interfere much in your parents' matters. Uncle, Auntie, you're being too kind." "I'm already very grateful." Shen Huaiji carefully kept the letter close to his chest in his pocket. After saying goodbye to everyone, he returned to his military dormitory. On the way, his mind was full of his parents' letter, so much so that he didn't notice where he was until he reached the dormitory building. When Shen Huaiji finally snapped out of his thoughts, his eyes still carried a hint of confusion. He heard voices, people coming and going outside the dormitory. He was alone, standing out in the crowd, feeling especially lonely. Maybe it was the letter from his parents, or maybe the lively atmosphere around him. Suddenly, Shen Huaiji's mind flashed with the image of Shen Yunqing. The girl with smooth, black hair tied loosely at the back, her gentle hair strands falling softly as she looked down, seemed incredibly tender. The moment she saw him, she smiled at him, her bright red lips charming and alluring. He wondered what that girl was doing now. Lost in thought, Shen Huaiji unknowingly walked down to the phone booth downstairs. On a whim, he dialed the number he had memorized so well. He thought no one would answer, but surprisingly, after 2 rings, a familiar voice came from the other end. "Hello, this is the Baiyun Village Research Institute dormitory. I am Shen Yunqing. May I ask if there's something you need?" When Shen Huaiji heard Shen Yunqing's voice, his serious expression softened slightly, and a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Yunqing, it's me." These simple 4 words made Shen Yunqing stand still for a long time. Tears almost welled up in her eyes and threatened to fall. To stop herself from crying, she sniffed and took a deep breath. However, her voice still carried a hint of crying as she spoke. It sounded both sad and pitiful, making people want to come for her. Shen Huaiji naturally noticed something was wrong with her tone and frowned instinctively. "What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Tell me who it is and I'll go deal with them." He immediately thought of Jiang He, that troublemaker. His voice was usually deep, but now, in his anxious state, it sounded even colder. Hearing his concern, Shen Yunqing couldn't hold back her worries and grievances from the past few days anymore. She completely released her feelings from her heart. "No one bullied me. You're the only one who did." Shen Huaiji didn't expect Shen Yunqing's emotions to suddenly break down, and he felt helpless. What did he do to upset her? "Do you know how worried I've been? Since you came back, why didn't you contact me earlier? Why didn't you tell me you were safe?" During this time, she hadn't been able to eat well or sleep properly. Several times, she dreamed of Shen Huaiji covered in blood or shot through the forehead. Every time she woke up startled, she couldn't sleep all night, clutching her pillow and quietly crying. All right, it's all my fault." Hearing this, Shen Huaiji immediately lowered his head to apologize, speaking softly, like comforting a child. "I was worried about you, but you came back without saying a word. It feels like you don't care about me at all." Shen Yunqing let out a small hum, but couldn't help feeling wronged. Shen Huaiji felt helpless, sensing that this feeling was somehow familiar. Maybe because Shen Yunqing had been in contact with Ji Qingwan a lot, her tone now sounded very similar to Ji Qingwan's. But he didn't think too much about it and instinctively defended himself. "No, after I came back, I called your research institute and dormitory, but I couldn't get through." Hearing this, Shen Yunqing's mood improved a lot. At the same time, she realized that what she had just said was a bit over the top. She wasn't a child anymore, and it sounded like she was whining. Her face turned red uncontrollably, and her heart was pounding wildly. She was afraid that Shen Huaiji would notice, but also sad that he wouldn't. Feeling torn and struggling, her mood was complicated. Listening to the silence from the other side, Shen Huaiji thought Shen Yunqing was still angry. Really, I swear, if you don't believe me, you can ask the people at your research institute. Hearing how eager he was to prove himself, Shen Yunqing was amused. None of the calls went through. Who should I ask? Shen Huaiji realized that in his rush, he had forgotten that the calls didn't connect. Brother, I believe you. Shen Yunqing's voice was soft and gentle, like a reassuring balm to Shen Huaiji's heart. Look at you, you're grown up, yet you still cry easily. When you get married someday, if you still do that, you'll be laughed at by your in-laws. A careless remark from Shen Huaiji made both of them pause in surprise. I'm not getting married. Shen Yunqing frowned, speaking with a rare firmness. On the other side, Shen Huaiji looked on with a hint of bitterness in his expression. Perhaps realizing her reaction was too intense, Shen Yunqing softened her tone. I have several projects to finish soon. I don't want to get married. Besides, even if she were to marry, it would be someone she liked. She didn't want to spend her life in confusion. Unfortunately, the person she liked was the one she could never have. Shen Yunqing's expression gradually became sad. She lowered her head, not wanting to speak anymore. No marriage? Fine, I can support you. Her brother would accept whatever she decided. Even if she never married, he could support her with a salary. Shen Yunqing bit her lip, her heart pounding fiercely. Even though she knew he didn't mean it that way, it was enough to make her feel warm inside. Of course, your brother has never lied to you, Shen Huaiji said without hesitation. As long as you're happy, you can do anything. Hearing his words, tears welled up in Shen Yunqing's eyes. But this time, they weren't tears of sadness or frustration, but of happiness. Why are you saying such things suddenly and crying? Shen Huaiji noticed her unusual mood and asked anxiously. He couldn't see Shen Yunqing's expression or know why she was sad, which made him feel anxious like ants on a hot pan. Shen Yunqing listened to his caring and worried words, but had already started to smile through her tears. After calming her emotions, she spoke again, and her words showed her genuine concern for Shen Huaiji. Brother, did you get hurt on the battlefield this time? Thinking about the signs and nightmares she had experienced before, her heart couldn't help but tighten. Don't think you can hide it from me. I'm about to return to the capital. If I find out you're lying to me, you'll be in big trouble. I wouldn't dare. Shen Huaiji's tone was gentle and helpless. Don't worry, your brother is strong. It's not so easy to get hurt. Not only was I not hurt, but I also made a big contribution this time. There might be an award coming soon. He concealed all the hardships and dangers of war, deliberately showing a relaxed side. But even if he didn't say it, Shen Yunqing knew in her heart. She bit her lip and couldn't help but feel scared. Brother, our parents are gone. Now you're all I have. Promise me, no matter what happens, you must stay safe and keep living. She didn't want to see him get into trouble. Shen Huaiji suddenly fell silent for a long time, then slowly uttered 2 words. Even though she knew he was just comforting her, Shen Yunqing finally felt a small sense of relief. Now that you're back, you must eat well. If I come back and see you've lost weight, I won't forgive you. Shen Huaiji promised her every word with a smile, only asking the last question. When will you come back? Why are you asking? Do you want to come pick me up? Shen Yunqing snorted softly and asked him back. She knew very well that Shen Huaiji always prioritized his tasks. How could he give up training just to pick her up? But surprisingly, he agreed. This answer made Shen Yunqing very happy. She was so surprised her mouth slightly opened, and after a while, she came back to herself, almost smiling to the sky. Brother, are you serious? Shen Huaiji slightly frowned. Did he look like someone unreliable? After getting his repeated assurances, Shen Yunqing was so happy she could hardly speak. She jogged over to the calendar on the table and carefully repeated her return date and time. Afraid that Shen Huaiji might forget, she repeated it twice more. Remember to buy me a string of candied hawthorns when you come back. I want lots of sugar. Whenever she was upset, Shen Huaiji would cheer her up with candied hawthorns. Over time, the candied hawthorns became their special secret. Okay, don't worry. I won't forget. Seeing her still acting like a child, Shen Huaiji's lips curled into a loving smile. Shen Yunqing wanted to say more, but when she caught sight of the clock on the wall, she swallowed all her words. Brother, it's getting late. You should go back to your dorm. It wouldn't be good if he missed the curfew. All right, I'll wait for you to come back, and then we'll talk. Shen Huaiji nodded. Although he was the one who suggested ending the call, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss when he was about to hang up. Shen Yunqing bit her lip, eager to listen more. But she didn't hear the other side hang up. Besides feeling strange, she also felt a little secret happiness. Could it mean he didn't want to hang up either? Shen Yunqing thought, then couldn't help but scold herself silently. She knew it wasn't likely, but she still hoped. This back-and-forth struggle was tormenting her. Finally, she couldn't hold back and spoke. Why don't you hang up? You hang up first. Shen Huaiji's voice was deep and gentle, sounding especially reassuring. Listening to him, Shen Yunqing felt like she had been given a piece of candy. Her heart was sweet. She bit her lower lip slightly, unable to stop her smile. After hanging up, Shen Yunqing looked at her luggage, which had previously annoyed her, but now she felt no irritation, only full of hope. She wished time could pass faster. She was eager to return to Beijing, to see Shen Huaiji again. Meanwhile, Ji Qingwan stayed with Yi Lanqing, helping her pack the ingredients for tomorrow's meal, and kept watch outside Ji Qingzhou's room. She was like a dedicated scout, constantly observing outside. Especially when she saw Xie Yanbei come out of the kitchen, her eyes filled with suspicion. Until Chao Yunji called Xie Yanbei away. Little Xie, Qingzhou is pregnant and not resting well. You just came back from the army, and also need to rest properly. I will tidy up the room for you. Thank you, Mom. Xie Yanbei had already noticed Ji Qingwan sneaking peeks. She was now listening carefully, and when she heard that Xie Yanbei was not staying in Ji Qingzhou's room, she was so happy she almost jumped. Her smile couldn't hide. Seeing Chao Yunji leave, Ji Qingwan finally came out of the room. I warn you, don't bully Qingzhou in the future. She's pregnant and going through a tough time, having trouble eating and sleeping.
You.
As she spoke, she couldn't help feeling sorry for Qingzhou. She stared tightly at Xie Yanbei, as if he had done something very wrong. Xie Yanbei felt a bit helpless, but seeing Qingzhou's poor eating and frequent nausea, he felt very caring. Don't worry, from now on, I won't have any more children. Whether they are boys or girls, as long as they are his and Qingzhou's children, he likes them all. Do you swear? Ji Qingwan looked at him with doubt, as if afraid he might not keep his promise. He was not angry or impatient with her unreasonable request. Instead, he looked serious and raised his hand to swear. I, Xie Yanbei, swear to the heavens that as long as this one child exists, I will never let Qingzhou suffer. If I break this vow, may I be cursed by heaven and earth. He hadn't finished speaking when Ji Qingwan hurriedly stopped him. All right, don't make me look like a bad mother-in-law, bullying your new wife. Qingzhou loves him so much that she wouldn't let him make such a serious vow. What are you two talking about? Qingzhou finished her shower and came out, just in time to overhear their conversation. She found it both funny and a little helpless. Seeing her hair hanging loose with water droplets on it, Xie Yanbei frowned. It's cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. Go inside quickly. Ji Qingwan still felt a bit guilty and casually said she had something to do, then turned back to her room. Then I'll go in too. Watching her leave, a cool breeze blew, and Qingzhou shivered. Hurry up. Xie Yanbei looked at Qingzhou with concern, always worried about her. Make sure to cover yourself well at night, so you don't catch a cold. You're pregnant now, and some medicines can be harmful to both your health and the baby. Hearing his caring words, Ji Qingzhou's smile deepened. She turned to go inside, and just before closing the door, she couldn't help but glance at Xia Yanbei again. Reluctantly, she closed the door and pulled apart the neatly folded quilt. Just as she spread it out, a gentle knock came from the door. Ji Qingzhou's heart moved slightly. She didn't need to look outside to know it was Xia Yanbei. Thinking they hadn't spent time alone together for so long, her heart beat faster. She happily got out of bed with light steps. When she opened the door, Xia Yanbei's serious face appeared. In the next moment, he pulled her into a warm hug. Ji Qingzhou was a little shy at first, but the familiar scent entered her nose, and her nervousness eased. They held each other tightly, wishing they could merge into one body. "Why are you knocking so loudly when you're not sleeping?" she teased with a smile. Xia Yanbei loosened his hold on her, worried he might hurt her. He slowly lowered his head, one hand supporting her waist, careful not to make her uncomfortable. "I missed you." The corridor was dark, with only faint moonlight shining on them. Xia Yanbei pursed his lips, slowly releasing her, his gaze fixed on her and unwilling to look away. He carefully examined her from head to toe. He raised his hand, tenderly stroking her cheek. His restrained, low voice was full of concern. "Wife, you've lost weight. It's all my fault. I didn't realize you were pregnant and I didn't take good care of you." He felt very guilty about this.
No.
"It's not your fault." She quickly covered his mouth with her hand to stop him from speaking further. "No one expected I was pregnant, not even me, a doctor. How could you have known? And I trust you. I believe you'll take good care of me in the future." His warm breath brushed her palm, making her feel ticklish. Ji Qingzhou couldn't resist and tried to pull her hand back, but a large hand held hers tightly. "Thank you for sharing your text. Here is the corrected and simplified version." Xia Yanbei's gaze was gentle and full of affection. When their eyes met, he felt a strange warmth inside. His eyes darkened a little, and his throat moved as if he was swallowing. "I heard that pregnancy is really tough for women. They often feel sick, have back pain, and sometimes swell up." Thinking about Qingzhou going through so much for him, Xia Yanbei felt very sad. "I asked around, and I was told that massaging your belly every night can help. Do you want me to help you massage it?" As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around Ji Qingzhou's waist and gently rubbed. "Stop. It tickles." She instinctively looked toward her room, imagining Ji Qingwan's jealous face. Ji Qingzhou shivered involuntarily, feeling both helpless and a little amused. "Go to your room." She pouted playfully and hugged Xia Yanbei's shoulder softly. Xia Yanbei knew what she was worried about. It was her own room, but he couldn't go in. This made him feel a bit frustrated. "Why can't I be in your room?" Xia Yanbei pursed his lips, his voice low and a little unhappy. "Oh, what's wrong?" Ji Qingzhou saw he was upset. She giggled and linked her arm with his, swinging playfully. "You know my sister is very petty. Just let her be, don't argue with her." As she spoke, her hand slowly moved up, hooking around Xia Yanbei's neck. Her charming eyes made him feel dizzy. Xia Yanbei looked at her. Under the soft moonlight, she seemed even more gentle. "Don't be angry, okay?" Ji Qingzhou's voice was soft, like a feather gently falling onto his heart. Looking into her crescent-shaped eyes, with a faint smile inside, she seemed to have a special magic. Staring at her like this, no matter how much he was upset, his heart softened completely. His hands unconsciously cupped her face, gently rubbing her cheeks with his thumb. Her skin was soft and smooth, like a boiled egg, shiny and tender, making it hard to look away. Their eyes met briefly, and it felt like something in the air collided. Xia Yanbei lowered his head and kissed her lips. This kiss was both forceful and gentle, lasting a long time. Only when Ji Qingzhou was a bit out of breath did he slowly let go. Looking at her wet eyes, Xia Yanbei's gaze was hot. "It's cold outside. Let's go inside." He really couldn't help himself around her. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, his eyes full of affection and tenderness. Inside the room, Ji Qingzhou lay on the bed. Xia Yanbei warmed his hands and gently placed them on her waist, rubbing slowly and carefully. "Have you pressed someone before? Your technique is so good." Ji Qingzhou tilted her head and teased him. Xia Yanbei didn't explain, just smiled and looked at her. Is the pressure okay? If it's too strong, just tell me, and I'll be gentler. Ji Qingzhou felt so comfortable that she closed her eyes and yawned, feeling sleepy and lazy. That's just right. Good. Hearing this, Xia Yanbei's gaze naturally fell on Ji Qingzhou. Seeing her hair naturally spread out, wearing a pure white sleepwear that revealed her smooth back, her skin as white as porcelain, he couldn't help but feel restless. Noticing that his movements on her waist slowed down, Ji Qingzhou suddenly opened her eyes. She looked back in surprise and met Xia Yanbei's passionate, burning gaze. Seeing his desire-filled eyes, Ji Qingzhou lazily rested her head on her arm, teasingly. Husband, come here. Her voice was like a tempting hand, and Xia Yanbei's eyes darkened. His throat rolled, and he instinctively leaned closer. They drew near, noses almost touching. Their hot breaths met, and their hearts beat faster. What's wrong? Xia Yanbei stared at Ji Qingzhou with an open, intense gaze. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered like butterflies, lively and free. He raised his hand, instinctively wanting to brush her cheek. Ji Qingzhou smiled and held his hand. I'm pregnant now. Understanding her words, Xia Yanbei suddenly realized her teasing earlier. He helplessly but affectionately poked her forehead. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his desire. Don't worry, sleep peacefully. I won't touch you. Xia Yanbei's gentle gaze fell on Ji Qingzhou, holding her hand in his palm and slowly moving it downward. Clasping fingers tightly, with thumbs gently brushing her skin. Ji Qingzhou smiled softly, with a faint smile on her lips. Suddenly, she pulled hard, tugging Xia Yanbei toward herself. Xia Yanbei instinctively supported her with his other hand, worried he might hurt her. Their eyes met, and a warm, ambiguous feeling grew between them. What's wrong? Xia Yanbei looked into her eyes, his gaze growing hotter and more intense. I miss you. Ji Qingzhou stared at him with bright, intense eyes, then looked down. Her gaze fell on his moving Adam's apple, and she couldn't help but reach out, gently touching it. The girl's dreamy eyes and soft touch made Xia Yanbei feel like he was struck by a sudden jolt of electricity. All reason vanished in an instant. Only inner restlessness and uncontrollable desire remained. Especially when his eyes fell on her beautiful, tempting lips, Xia Yanbei couldn't hold back his primal urge anymore. He placed his hand on her cheek, gently caressing her with his fingertips. Ji Qingzhou seemed to sense something, about to speak, but was silenced by his warm lips. Oh no, it seems like things are getting out of hand. Ji Qingzhou felt a little uneasy, raising her hand to push against his chest. But her push was gentle, not resisting, more like a hesitant welcome. Be good, don't be nervous. I know my limits. Seeing her nervousness, the man's movements became even softer. Heavy breathing filled the air, and Ji Qingzhou couldn't help but start to fall for him little by little. Until she felt she couldn't breathe well, Xia Yanbei reluctantly let go. He gently wiped her lips with his fingers, his eyes full of tender affection. You just said to let you rest assured, and now you're like this. How can I be at ease? Ji Qingzhou pretended to be angry, turning her head away to avoid looking at him. Xia Yanbei saw this and smiled gently, reaching out to slip his arm around her back, pulling her into his embrace. Smelling her faint shampoo scent, he softly begged for forgiveness. It's my fault. Our Lady Qingzhou is generous, so please forgive me this time. I promise I won't dare to do it again. What do you say? Hearing his childish tone, Ji Qingzhou couldn't help but want to laugh. Not wanting Xia Yanbei to notice, she looked up at the sky. Go ahead and laugh if you want. Suppressing it isn't good. Xia Yanbei naturally saw through her little thoughts and looked at her, noticing her trying to smile but holding back, not wanting to be seen. He couldn't help but smile slightly. He gently stroked her damp hair and frowned a little. Sleeping with wet hair will give you a headache tomorrow. She didn't want to dry her hair anymore. Her hair was long and thick, and drying it was always exhausting. Especially after she became pregnant, her waist felt even more sore and uncomfortable. Ji Qingzhou opened her eyes wide, blinking pitifully at him, trying to use her cuteness to escape. But unexpectedly, Xia Yanbei, who was usually very obedient to her, didn't respond this time. He reached out and picked her up from the bed, his voice serious. "Be good and sit still. I'll help you dry your hair." Seeing she couldn't escape anymore, Ji Qingzhou had to accept her fate. She obediently sat at the edge of the bed, watching Xia Yanbei go to get the hairdryer. He plugged in the hairdryer, tested the temperature and airflow with his left hand. Once he was sure it was okay, he started drying her hair. He patiently blew from the roots, making sure every strand was dry. The warm, comfortable feeling soon made Ji Qingzhou sleepy. She squinted her eyes and gradually lost consciousness, her head tilting downward. Fortunately, Xia Yanbei was quick and moved to block her head from falling. In this way, Ji Qingzhou's head rested on his waist. Only after her hair was completely dry did Xia Yanbei gently support her hand, carefully lift her up, and place her on the bed. Watching her peacefully asleep, Xia Yanbei's face was gentle. He softly pulled the blanket over her. Holding her, smelling her fresh scent, the man felt an inexplicable sense of peace and stability. Shen Huaiji took 3 days off work. As soon as his leave was approved, he couldn't wait to find a car and drive straight to Baiyun village. "Old Shen, isn't this a bit too much?" His comrade, who saw him carrying a lot of delicious food, was surprised. "Everyone knows you're bringing your sister back, but those who don't might think you're like old Xia, secretly dating and going to meet your future mother-in-law." There were all kinds of snacks, cakes, candies, and drinks, too many to count. The most impressive was the candied hawthorn. "Did you rob the candied hawthorn seller?" "Come on, don't talk nonsense." Since the leave was approved, Shen Huaiji's smile never faded. When his comrades teased him, he also smiled happily. Even hearing them talk about falling in love made his heart tremble a little, and a strange feeling rose inside him. Shen Huaiji's eyes flickered with emotion, unsure how to face it. All right, I won't joke anymore. It's getting late. Leave early and return early. Be sure to stay safe." After saying goodbye to his comrades, Shen Huaiji took out a cushion he had prepared long ago. It was bought especially for Shen Yunqing, to prevent her from feeling uncomfortable during the long journey. Thinking about seeing Shen Yunqing soon, he felt a strange mix of excitement and nervousness. Having served in the army for many years, Shen Huaiji had developed a calm personality. But at this moment, he felt like a young boy who hadn't yet grown up, restless and impatient. Meanwhile, Shen Yunqing was also very excited and hadn't slept well for days. She had packed her luggage early and, finally, the day to leave arrived. Despite her heavy dark circles, she was very happy inside. "Yunqing, this is for you. These are for Qingzhou and her sister. Please take them." The village entrance was crowded with people, including researchers returning home for the new year and villagers seeing them off. Several kind aunts who often took care of Shen Yunqing held her hands, their eyes full of reluctance. Seeing the full bags of local specialties in front of her, Shen Yunqing felt deeply touched. "After you go back, please tell the aunts to pass on my regards to Qingzhou and Qingwan. Eat more during the new year, and try to come back healthy and chubby. You girls just love to lose weight, but you're already very slim. Yes, at your age, whether you're fat or thin doesn't matter as long as you're healthy. That's what matters." The aunts spoke sincerely, treating the girls like their own daughters. Shen Yunqing nodded. She watched as the senior researchers and colleagues gradually got into their cars. She couldn't help feeling a little anxious, staring eagerly at the road leading into the village, hoping Shen Huaiji would come to pick her up soon. "Little Shen, are you waiting anxiously?" Some of her friends, knowing Shen Yunqing was waiting for her brother, looked at her with a teasing smile. Yunqing usually appears cold and distant, making her seem hard to approach. "I didn't expect that when Brother Shen came last time, I saw a completely different side of Yunqing." Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. Shen Yunqing listened to everyone's teasing and shyly lowered her head. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and her ears turned red as well. "Wow, I can't believe so many people have left the village in just a few days." The village chief and villagers watched as one person after another left, feeling a bit emotional. Suddenly, A black car sped toward them from afar and stopped steadily in front of everyone. The driver's door opened, and a long leg stepped out from inside. Everyone's eyes turned to look, just in time to see Shen Huaiji coming down. Despite the long journey, he didn't look tired. Instead, he looked lively and well-groomed. Even his hair was carefully styled. After getting out of the car, he shook his black coat and moved with a relaxed, noble air. Shen Huaiji's gaze swept past many people and finally landed on Shen Yunqing. He strode toward her quickly and couldn't help but pat her head. This familiar gesture made Shen Yunqing blush again. Her heart was pounding uncontrollably. She silently bit her lip and secretly glanced at Shen Huaiji with her remaining eye. "Have you packed everything?" "Yes, everything is here." Shen Yunqing took a deep breath, trying to calm her feelings. But her voice still trembled a little as she spoke. When Shen Huaiji opened the trunk and was about to start loading things, he suddenly took her belongings without asking. "There's food in the front seat. Share it with everyone. I'll handle the luggage so you don't need to." After saying that, he easily slung the bag over his shoulder and placed it into the trunk without breaking a sweat. His thoughtfulness made Shen Yunqing's mental preparation collapse easily. She even felt she could clearly hear her heartbeat, and her excitement couldn't be hidden. Shen Yunqing's eyes stayed on Shen Huaiji as he busily helped her load the luggage. Watching him, their relationship seemed as close as that of lovers. This word suddenly popped into her mind, and Shen Yunqing felt as if her heart was burned by a hot iron. She clearly knew that they could be anything except lovers. At that moment, her heart felt as if it was being squeezed by an invisible hand. She couldn't move or breathe easily. Her inner panic made her too afraid to look at Shen Huaiji. Silently, Shen Yunqing walked to the passenger seat. Looking at the seat filled with things, she felt a strange warmth in her heart. She sniffed her nose, which was sour from tears, and swallowed the tears that were about to fall. Shen Yunqing forced a smile and handed out the items inside to the villagers, except for a string of candied hawthorn she couldn't bear to give away. Seeing the various candied hawthorn stuck on sticks, her originally bitter heart was slowly softened. Gently, Shen Yunqing took a string of candied hawthorn, looking at the transparent sugar coating. She bit into it, and the sweet and sour flavor spread in her mouth. That feeling was just like her current mood, very complicated. Finally, Shen Huaiji moved all the things into the trunk. Seeing the sweat on his forehead, Shen Yunqing took out a handkerchief from her pocket and slowly wiped away each drop of sweat. Her movements were gentle and careful, as if she were treating a loved one. "All right, Yunqing, it's getting late. We need to get back before the new year. Say goodbye to everyone quickly. We should leave now." Shen Huaiji's eyes flickered, and he unconsciously bit his lip. He instinctively grabbed Shen Yunqing's wrist. The touch of skin made both of them feel a strange fire rising inside. Shen Yunqing took a shallow breath, her eyes showing indescribable emotions, as if she was expecting something. Shen Huaiji's heart also started pounding uncontrollably, and he hurriedly let go of her hand. "Wait for me, I'll be right back." Shen Yunqing hurriedly turned around and said goodbye to everyone one by one. Shen Huaiji stood by the car, his gaze always fixed on the girl. Until she finished saying goodbye to everyone, the two sat in the car. With no one else around, Shen Yunqing finally relaxed her guard completely and asked the question she had been holding back for a long time. "Are you hurt?" When she was moving things earlier, she clearly noticed that Shen Huaiji's arm on one side didn't seem to be using much strength. Thinking that he might have been injured on the battlefield, Shen Yunqing felt very anxious inside. Without waiting for Shen Huaiji to answer, she reached out to pull at his clothes on his shoulder. "Don't worry, it's just a small injury. There's really nothing to it." Shen Huaiji awkwardly tried to hold her hand, gently comforting her with a calm tone. But to Shen Yunqing, it sounded enough to make her feel scared. Injuries on the battlefield are never just minor. Thinking about what he might have faced at that moment, Shen Yunqing couldn't hold back any longer, and tears started to fall. She stubbornly shook off his hand, wanting to check his wound. "Shen Huaiji, let me see." Hearing her call his name directly, big tears fell onto his hand, burning his heart. It's really nothing. Shen Huaiji pressed his lips slightly and held her wrist gently. He raised his other hand to softly wipe away her tears from her face. His tone was so gentle and patient, like soothing a child. Look, I'm right here in front of you. Don't think the battlefield is so scary. There's really nothing to worry about. Shen Huaiji leaned in very close, close enough that Xin Yunqing could clearly hear his breathing and heartbeat. It was the same intimate gesture as before, but she felt her breathing quicken. Her face turned bright red, and her ears seemed to flush with blood. She nervously looked away, afraid to meet his gaze. Shen Yunqing pushed away his hand that was wiping her tears and pretended to look calmly out the window. So, are you shy with your brother now? Her little expression was fully captured by Shen Huaiji, still as adorable as when she was a child. The man couldn't help but gently ruffle her hair like he used to. Shen Yunqing felt her body's hair stand on end, her back tense like a string. She didn't know how to face him, so she closed her eyes and pretended to be dead. Seeing this, Shen Huaiji smiled softly, took off his jacket, and draped it over her. He slowly started the car. Throughout the drive, he kept the car steady. The narrow space inside the car was filled with a faint scent from Shen Huaiji, which made her feel very safe. Shen Yunqing, who hadn't slept well these days, finally relaxed her mind and, without realizing it, fell asleep. Shen Huaiji occasionally looked at her from the corner of his eye. Seeing her truly asleep, a gentle, loving smile appeared on his face. The man's gaze fell on the bruise under her eye, and he knew she hadn't slept well for several days. It was the same as when she was a child. Shen Huaiji sighed softly, feeling a bit sad. Brother. The person in sleep suddenly spoke, her voice so soft it was hard to hear clearly. Her words were broken and intermittent. Sometimes her brows furrowed tightly, her hands clenched together. It seemed she was facing some difficulty in her dream. Hearing her voice with a faint hint of tears, calling out to him over and over, Shen Huaiji's heart could no longer stay calm. His hands gripping the steering wheel clenched tighter and tighter. He used a lot of strength to calm his restless feelings. When Shen Yunqing opened her eyes again, they had already arrived. The familiar courtyard made her feel strangely at ease, and she sleepily closed her eyes again. It had been a long time since she had slept so peacefully. Shen Huaiji looked at her sleeping face, sighed helplessly, and gently opened the passenger door, carefully holding her in his arms. Every step he took while carrying Shen Yunqing was very steady, afraid that walking too fast might jostle her. What should have been a short walk took Shen Huaiji over 10 minutes. Finally arriving, the man gently laid her on the bed. Shen Yunqing seemed to sense something, her arm flailing randomly. She suddenly grabbed Shen Huaiji's arm, not letting him go. Brother, Shen Huaiji, she murmured softly, her voice light and gentle, with a hint of affection when listened to carefully. Shen Huaiji felt helpless and could only sit down gently, following her lead. He softly patted her and said, "Be good, I'm right here." His gaze fell on her face, watching her eyelashes flutter lightly, her brows unconsciously furrowing, as if she was sleeping restlessly. Looking closely at her face, there was still a faint shadow of her childhood. Shen family's parents were outstanding, stunning enough to catch anyone's eye at first glance. As their son, Shen Huaiji inherited this perfection, while Shen Yunqing carried a scholarly air. Her beauty was not as flamboyant and bright as the Shen family's usual style, but more restrained and elegant. Seeing her frown, Shen Huaiji instinctively raised his hand, his fingertips gently resting on her brow, as if to smooth out her furrowed brows. I am not sure if he sensed it, but Shen Yunqing's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Shen Huaiji's eyebrows twitched slightly as he leaned over to straighten the blanket covering her. Until he tucked in the corner of the quilt, his gaze happened to fall on her bright red lips. His throat moved, and the look in Shen Huaiji's eyes gradually became intense. In the next moment, a light, teasing kiss was placed on her crimson lips. When she came to her senses, Shen Huaiji couldn't help but feel annoyed. What was he just doing? Shun Huiji felt self-disgust and hurriedly left in a panic. At the moment he stepped out, Shun Yunqing opened her eyes. In the quiet, dark environment, she couldn't help but frown and gently touch the corner of her lips. It seemed she could still feel that warm, moist touch. But that feeling was so real, it didn't seem like a dream at all. Shun Yunqing unconsciously covered her chest with her hand, feeling her rapid heartbeat. Her whole body temperature kept rising, as if a stove was heating her from inside. She pressed the back of her hand against her cheek, trying to calm herself down. If it wasn't a dream just now, what did he mean? Thinking about that possibility, Shun Yunqing felt her blood rush and couldn't stay calm anymore. Could it be that her brother also liked her a little? She was both excited and shy, pulling the blanket over herself and tossing around happily. As expected, Shun Yunqing completely couldn't sleep. All night, she stared at the ceiling, repeatedly pondering what Shun Huiji's actions really meant. Sometimes she giggled foolishly, sometimes she felt troubled. Her mixed feelings tormented her, like ants crawling on her heart. Meanwhile, after Shun Huiji hurriedly left, his mood was also complicated. To suppress his restless feelings, he went straight to the bathroom, quickly took off his clothes, and prepared for a cold shower. He turned on the shower and the icy water hit him, but it didn't calm his mind. He even felt that the scent of Shun Yunqing was everywhere in the air. A faint ink fragrance, just like her, elegant and refined. A scene of him just kissing Shun Yunqing flashed through his mind. Shun Huiji's brows furrowed tightly, but his body responded honestly. Feeling the fiery urge about to burst out, he couldn't help but curse himself silently. He was thinking about Yunqing. Shun Huiji took deep breaths, trying to suppress his inner desire. He plunged into cold water, hoping to wake himself up this way. Shun Yunqing tossed and turned all night, finally falling into a dazed sleep when the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds. She slept until noon before finally waking up. As soon as she opened her eyes, her stomach started to protest loudly. Shun Yunqing didn't change her pajamas and got out of bed directly, planning to explore the kitchen and find something to eat. Unexpectedly, Shun Huiji was cooking in the kitchen, wearing a small apron that looked a bit funny on him. "Are you hungry?" Hearing the noise, Shun Huiji turned around and looked directly at Shun Yunqing. She looked like she had just woken up, with sleepy eyes and messy hair, giving her a lazy and casual look. Through the glass window, seeing her unkempt appearance, Shun Yunqing felt a little embarrassed. She instinctively raised her hand to fix her hair, but from the corner of her eye, she saw Shun Huiji smiling. Shun Huiji looked at her with affection and spoke softly, "It's fine like this. At home, you can do whatever you want.
Just be happy."
His words made Shun Yunqing's hand pause in midair. She nodded lightly, appearing calm on the outside, but inside, she was screaming with excitement. A smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she casually walked toward Shun Huiji. Her eyes seemed to be looking at the dish in the pot, but secretly, she kept glancing at him. "Let me see what delicious food my brother made for me. Your favorite sweet and sour ribs. I specially learned from Mom Qingzhou. It's the first time I made it, so I don't know how it tastes." Shun Huiji's lips curled into a gentle smile, and his tone was a little shy. "Go ahead and pick up the bowls and chopsticks. The food will be ready soon. Do you want me to help?" Hearing this, Shun Yunqing felt a deep sense of warmth inside. She looked at the pot, seeing the slightly burnt sweet and sour ribs, but she showed no sign of dislike. "No need. With my brother here, just wait to enjoy the meal." Shun Huiji was full of confidence. He had memorized every step that Chao Yunji had taught him. Shun Yunqing bit her lip but ultimately couldn't bring herself to discourage his enthusiasm. She went to pick up the bowls and chopsticks on her own. "I just finished arranging the dishes, and Shun Huiji served out the sweet and sour ribs." One person added a bowl of rice, and they sat quietly to enjoy lunch. The atmosphere was a bit quiet, and both of them naturally avoided mentioning what happened yesterday. "You're looking thinner. Eat more." Shun Huiji remembered how light she felt when he held her yesterday and couldn't help but frown. The man kept scooping food onto her plate until her bowl was piled high like a small mountain. Then, he looked satisfied. Shen Yunqing looked at the full plate of food and felt a wave of happiness rise from her heart. Eat too. Seeing her pick up some food, Shen Huaizhi quickly held out her bowl. Shen Yunqing was amused by his actions. When she looked down and smiled, a strand of hair fell across her forehead, adding a touch of laziness and softness. The warm sun shone through the window onto her face. Her skin was naturally fair, and at this moment, it looked even brighter and more radiant. Shen Huaizhi looked at her and was momentarily stunned. When he finally came to his senses, he awkwardly looked away, and even his ears turned red uncontrollably. By the way, my parents contacted us a few days ago. He cleared his throat twice, changing the subject. When Shen Yunqing looked over, Shen Huaizhi lowered his head, silently took out an envelope he had been holding in his arms, and handed it over. She opened the letter inside, and tears welled up in her eyes. Shen Huaizhi instinctively raised his hand, wanting to wipe away her tears. But he hesitated, feeling it might not be appropriate, and his hand froze before he clenched and released it silently. The atmosphere fell into silence. What was once a warm meal now felt a bit uncomfortable, and neither of them could enjoy it fully. "Brother, I need to go to the research institute first. I'll clean up the dishes later." Shen Yunqing just returned and needed to report to the institute and update her research progress. "No need. It's just a small matter. You don't have to come. Go ahead and focus on your work." Shen Huaizhi looked up, as if he suddenly remembered something. "The research institute isn't close to home. I'll take you there." Without giving Shen Yunqing a chance to refuse, Shen Huaizhi stopped cleaning, casually grabbed his coat from the sofa, and picked up the car keys. Sitting in the car, Shen Yunqing was still thinking about the contents of the letter. Shen Huai leaned forward to fasten her seatbelt. The tight space made them sit very close together. The atmosphere quickly became very tense and intimate. Shen Yunqing's face turned bright red. She instinctively swallowed and looked away. Shen Huai didn't seem to notice. He casually reached out and gently tousled her hair. "Brother has taken 3 days off. If there's anywhere you'd like to go or something you'd like to do, just tell me." Shen Yunqing felt her breathing grow faster, her heart pounding as if it might jump out of her chest. She couldn't help but start planning how to make the most of the remaining time. "Brother, tell me about your experiences on the battlefield." She wanted to learn more about Shen Huai. When she heard that Ji Qingzhou could go to the front lines, she was very jealous. Even if it was dangerous, as long as she could stay close to Shen Huai, she would be happy. "There's not much to say about the battlefield. Why don't you tell me about your research institute instead?" The front was full of blood, broken limbs, and scattered bodies. He didn't want Shen Yunqing to know about that. "We have a confidentiality agreement." Shen Yunqing bit her lip, feeling a bit guilty as she looked at Shen Huai. Hearing her words, Shen Huai finally realized. "Oh, I forgot. You have to remind me. Then tell me about White Cloud Village." Shen Yunqing listened carefully, genuinely thinking about what she found interesting, and shared everything with him. Halfway through, she worried he might find it boring. "Brother, do you think it's boring?" She pursed her lips, a hint of nervousness on her delicate face. Her slender, fair hand rested on her lap as she awkwardly fidgeted with her seatbelt. "Not at all." Shen Huai noticed her mood change. He kept a gentle, warm smile on his face and looked at her with tender affection. "No matter what you say, I love to hear it." Over the years, as Shen Yunqing grew up, they had become somewhat distant for no clear reason. He had been troubled by this, but couldn't find a good way to fix it. Now, finally, they could be close again, just like before. He felt incredibly happy. He was eager to learn more about her, to understand her even better. Shen Huai's words were like a comforting balm, calming Shen Yunqing's anxious heart. She looked up, her gaze falling on Shen Huai's face. He was focused on driving, looking straight ahead, with a more serious expression than usual. His slender, well-defined fingers appeared even whiter and longer against the dark steering wheel. For a moment, Jing Yunqing felt a bit distracted. Through his training in the military, he had become more mature and confident, and more charming. When she saw his slightly furrowed brow, She instinctively wanted to reach out and smooth it for him. But she immediately stopped herself. She had no right to do such a thing. Thinking of this, her previously fluttering heart was now filled with deep sadness. Ji Qingwan washed all the side dishes carefully, cut them into suitable sizes, and handed them to Yi Lanqing. "Auntie Yi, what are you planning to do?" She poked at the dismantled black chicken and looked at Yi Lanqing with curiosity. Yi Lanqing smiled warmly as she prepared all the ingredients. She took a large bowl, put the black chicken in, sprinkled some salt, then added rice wine to remove the smell and add flavor. She answered slowly. "Today, I plan to make bamboo fungus chicken soup for Xiao Xiao. His body needs good rest now, so he must eat nutritious food to recover well." When she mentioned Xiao Xiao, Ji Qingwan was very curious. "Auntie Yi, I heard that Xiao Xiao was injured in his eyes and leg while on the front lines, but he still managed to save captured soldiers in such a situation." Every time she thought of his deeds, Ji Qingwan's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Can you tell me what kind of person he really is? He's so impressive." Yi Lanqing looked at her curious face, and a smile appeared in her eyes. "If you're so curious, why don't you come with me when I deliver the soup today and see him? Xiao Xiao is different from my brat. He's very talkative and humorous. Anyone who spends time with him will definitely be very happy." As she spoke, she looked at Ji Qingwan with a meaningful gaze. Ji Qingwan didn't quite understand what Yi Lanqing meant, but hearing her praise Xiao Xiao made her look forward to meeting this brave and noble hero even more. She really hoped to see him someday. Ji Qingwan pursed her lips, suppressing this thought deep in her heart. Her gaze returned to the black chicken, and she rolled up her sleeves. "Auntie Yi, if you need any help, just tell me." Yi Lanqing noticed she didn't understand at all, feeling both helpless and amused. "Just help me taste the soup later." "Okay, I'll take care of this small task," Ji Qingwan agreed readily. "You should also eat." Yi Lanqing's cooking of soup was excellent. She wished she could taste it every day. Xia Yanbei changed into a new outfit and came downstairs. "Mom, are you going to visit Xiao Xiao at the hospital?" Yi Lanqing covered the warm lid on the chicken soup and pointed to the breakfast left on the table beside her. "Yes, Xiao Xiao said yesterday that my chicken soup was delicious. I specially prepared more today because he's hurt and needs extra nutrition. Eat your breakfast while it's hot. I'll be back soon." Xia Yanbei quickly went over, and Ji Qingzhou finished washing up. She was wearing a red jacket today, looking very festive. "Mom, today I'll go with Ah Yan. He has time and I want to check on him too. Maybe I can help with his recovery." These days, their friends from the army had been taking turns caring for Xiao Xiao. Of course, Yi Lanqing did the most. Xiao Xiao was very sweet-talking, making the elderly person happy, and saying that Yi Lanqing's cooking reminded him of his mother's. His little words made Yi Lanqing feel so tender she wished she could be his mother. Seeing that both of them had plans, Yi Lanqing didn't refuse anymore. "Be careful on the way, you two. The chicken soup won't cool down quickly. The doctor said Xiao Xiao still needs to avoid certain foods. Please don't give him anything inappropriate." Ji Qingzhou's eyes curved like a crescent moon as she linked her arm with her mother's. "Mom, I'm a doctor. I understand his condition."
Don't worry. Ye Lanqing sudan similet.
"Yes, no doctor is better than my girl." Although this sounded a bit competitive, Yi Lanqing truly believed it. Ji Qingzhou was amused. She helped Xia Yanbei fasten the last button on his shirt and said with a smile, "We're moving to the military district soon. If Xiao Xiao's condition allows, it's better for him to stay at the hospital there." Yi Lanqing nodded and peeled an egg for Ji Qingzhou. She politely took it with both hands and said, "This way, everyone can take turns caring for him. At least, we won't waste too much time on the road." Xia Yanbei gently patted her head and said, "Okay, let's do as you suggest. When we go there today, we'll ask his main doctor." He also felt a little worried and said, "You've worked hard. You're pregnant and still worrying about all this." Ji Qingzhou didn't feel it was hard work. She smiled warmly, full of strength. "It's what I should do. It's just a matter of thinking a little, not really hard." Ji Qingzhou thought to herself, her eyes a bit distant. Recently, She kept having Xiao Shua use spiritual spring water to rinse his eyes.
She wondered if it was helping.
Although she believed Xiao Shua's eyes could still be cured, the technical difficulty was high, and there were few donors. To truly help him recover fully, they still needed to rely on the space. But she didn't say these things out loud. Giving false hope too early can be cruel. Ji Qingzhou changed her shoes at the door. Just as they were about to leave, Ji Qingwan hurriedly finished her last bite of food and grabbed her coat, hanging nearby. "Wait for me. I'll go with you." Ji Qingzhou and Xia Yanbai turned to look at her at the same time. "Sister, we're going to see the patient." Ji Qingwan nodded, her face calm and steady. "I know, but you're pregnant now. I need to take care of you." She found a perfect reason, and Xia Yanbai couldn't refuse. "Let's go then." Huai Ji and Yunqing should arrive at the hospital soon. Knowing they would see Shan Yunqing soon, the sisters became excited again. At the Research Institute's dormitory downstairs, Shan Huaiji looked up at the window upstairs, then continued to wait patiently. Since Shan Yunqing returned from Baiyun Village, she had gone back to work at the Research Institute. If he didn't take leave to accompany her, she would usually stay in the dorm when her workload was heavy. Shan Huaiji leaned against the car door, arms crossed. When Shan Yunqing came down, she saw the scene. The tall Shan Huaiji, 1.88 meters, leaned against the black car door, sunlight shining on him. He had a very good figure, and any clothes he wore looked neat. Many young girls passing by couldn't help but turn to look at him. Previously, 2 young girls who worked with Shan Yunqing in Baiyun Village saw him coming and exclaimed happily, "Lieutenant Shen, are you here to pick up Yunqing today?" Wang Chunmei and Li Gaowei walked over arm in arm, smiling. Shan Huaiji looked at them and felt they seemed unfamiliar. After thinking for a while, he decided he didn't know them. He responded briefly and politely, "Yes," just a simple reply, and the 2 girls cheered happily. Li Gaowei nudged Wang Chunmei and said, "Yunqing's brother is so handsome. I saw him in his uniform before, and he looked great. I didn't expect him to look just as good in casual clothes. I wonder which lucky girl married him." Just then, Shen Yunqing arrived and overheard their conversation. She felt a bit jealous. When Wang Chunmei saw her coming, she smiled and teased, "Yunqing, your brother is waiting for you." Shen Yunqing looked over and playfully responded, "You two have such good memories. You saw him once a long time ago and already knew he's my brother." Li Gaowei looked back at her adoringly and said, "Your brother is so handsome, it's hard not to remember him." Wang Chunmei's eyes flashed with mischief as she joked, "It's not that we have a good memory. But from what you said, it sounds like you're a little jealous." Her words made Shen Yunqing blush instantly. Her face turned hot. "What are you talking about? Who's jealous?" Wang Chunmei's smile grew wider. "I think you might be more like your brother's girlfriend." Shen Yunqing was speechless, standing there unsure how to respond. Wang Chunmei and Li Gaowei smiled and said, "Yunqing, I never realized you were so cute. A joke can make you so flustered." Shen Yunqing stomped her foot. "Are you teasing me? I'll teach you a lesson when I get back." Shen Huaiji saw his sister blushing, and although he didn't understand what the girls were talking about, it was clear she wasn't winning this time. He straightened up, stretched out an arm, and waved at Shen Yunqing. She turned her head away. It had been a long time since he called her like that. Her face was flushed, and she hurriedly walked over, affectionately linking her arm with his. "Why are you calling me like that?" Shen Huaiji exaggeratedly took a step back, then steadily caught her and chuckled. "You've gotten heavier, young lady." He was teasing on purpose, and Shen Yunqing lightly hit his chest in response. Li Gaowei and Wang Chunmei watched them with amused smiles. "These two look amazing together. It's almost unfair to us ordinary people. They're such a perfect pair. Just looking at them is pleasing to the eye." Li Gaowei tilted her head, watching the 2 get into the car. "Have you noticed? They're both good-looking, but their features don't look alike at all. Usually, siblings share some resemblance, but Shen Huaiji and Shen Yunqing were different. They didn't look alike in any way, and even their personalities were completely opposite." Wang Chunmei, holding some things in her hands, hurried toward the dormitory. "What's the big deal? Things like this happen all the time. We still have a research report to hand in. Let's go. Through the rearview mirror, Shen Yunqing saw the two of them leave, and the redness on her face finally faded a little. When she got into the car, she noticed some pastries on the seat. Shen Huaizhi had bought them from a nearby temple. She turned to him in surprise. For a moment, Shen Yunqing was stunned and didn't know what to say. Shen Huaizhi rested one hand on the steering wheel, started the engine, and glanced at her when he noticed her expression. What's wrong? You used to love these pastries. Don't you like them anymore? He knew people's tastes could change, but since she hadn't had any while staying in Baiyun village, he thought she would still enjoy them. Shen Yunqing quickly shook her head, hugged the box of pastries, and began eating eagerly. With her mouth full, her words came out muffled. No, it's just, I've been away from the capital for so long, and you still remember that I like these pastries. Shen Huaizhi couldn't help but laugh. He adjusted the steering wheel and honked the horn as they were about to leave the research institute. Of course I remember. My memory's good enough to keep track of hundreds of your hobbies. I even remember how you used to stare at the hens when you were little. Suddenly, they started talking about childhood memories. Shen Yunqing felt as if her pride was being trampled on and rubbed harshly into the ground. Can you please not be so harsh? It's been so long since those things happened. How can you remember so clearly? Do you still remember when I fell from the tree at age 8 and the dog ate dirt? Have you forgotten? Shen Huaizhi smiled slightly. Though he had been embarrassed, he showed no anger. That's nothing compared to the time you first drank alcohol and mistook a potato for an apple, biting half of it. Old memories flooded back. That was when Shen Yunqing first realized her feelings for Shen Huaizhi. She felt upset drinking alone, and that night, she was extremely thirsty. She searched the kitchen for a long time before finally finding an apple. When she ate it, she only thought it was very hard. The next morning, she woke up with a terrible toothache. Shen Huaizhi sat at the coffee table in the living room, pondering over a half-eaten potato. Suddenly, she felt that the pastries in her arms didn't smell as good anymore. Frustrated, she shoved the remaining half into Shen Huaizhi's mouth. Eat your stuff. Both of them unreservedly revealed each other's embarrassing moments, as if those things had just happened yesterday. They vividly remembered the details and even each other's expressions. Shen Yunqing occasionally fed the man a piece of pastry. The harmonious atmosphere continued until Shen Huaizhi opened his mouth, but unexpectedly, he bit her finger. Both of them froze in surprise. Shen Huaizhi awkwardly looked away, and Shen Yunqing's ears turned bright red. They acted as if nothing had happened. But the atmosphere in the car was filled with awkwardness. You have some water next to you. Shen Huaizhi looked at the road ahead, his heart pounding. There was a red light, so Shen Huaizhi stopped the car, looked over, and was about to get her some water. Fearing more embarrassment, Shen Yunqing quickly put the remaining half of the pastry from Shen Huaizhi into her mouth and hurriedly said, "I'll do it." As she spoke, she swallowed the pastry in her mouth. When she realized what she had done, her face turned as red as a cooked shrimp. That piece of pastry was what Shen Huaizhi had left. In a moment of heat, she shoved it into her mouth, which was like an indirect kiss between the two. She looked at Shen Huaizhi nervously, then quickly withdrew her gaze, feeling uncomfortable, and stared out the window. The traffic light hadn't turned green yet. Shen Huaizhi reached for a bottle of water from beside her. His face remained calm, and his expression was normal. "Drink some water," he said. Shen Yunqing hurriedly put down her pastry.
"Thank you," she said softly.
Her voice was so quiet it almost blended with the sound of the car engine. Finally, the light turned green. The car started moving again. Shen Yunqing glanced at Shen Huaizhi out of the corner of her eye. He didn't seem to mind at all. She quietly let out a breath of relief. But Shen Huaizhi, who appeared to be focused on driving, was feeling very restless inside. He knew how soft and tempting her bright red lips looked. Last night's images kept flashing through his mind. He shook his head, trying to push away the unwanted thoughts. But his usual strong self-control was failing him at this moment. He simply couldn't help but think about her soft, tempting lips. Shun Huaiji's Adam's apple moved as he clenched the steering wheel tightly. Neither of them spoke again, and the car was silent all the way. When they arrived at the hospital, Shun Huaiji parked near a small restaurant. There's no one to eat with in the hospital. It's been a while since morning. Let's finish our meal here before we go in, he said. Shun Yunqing had low blood sugar, so if she missed a meal during the day, she would feel dizzy and see spots. That's why Shun Huaiji bought her favorite pastries earlier at the temple. But she hadn't eaten much on the way. Her face was still red, but she obediently got out of the car. The pumpkin porridge at this place was soft, sweet, and fragrant, making her feel like she was back in her childhood. When her parents were around, her mother often made pumpkin porridge for her. So many years had passed, and Shun Yunqing looked a bit lost in thought. Shun Huaiji put down his chopsticks and gently glanced at her. Thinking about something? The porridge will get cold if you don't eat it soon. Shun Yunqing smiled slightly, coming back to herself. She pushed her bowl forward. Nothing. Let's go upstairs, brother. I've already eaten enough. She didn't have much of an appetite. After drinking a bowl of porridge and eating some small dishes, she was full. Shun Huaiji stood up, put on his coat, and the two of them left the restaurant. Shun Yunqing felt a bit regretful. Brother, is Xiao Shua's eye really beyond help? When they were young, they had some contact, but since Shun Huaiji and Xiao Shua both joined the military, they saw each other less and less. She barely remembers the last time she saw Xiao Shua. But she knows that he is a proud person, and if his eyes really can't see anymore, he would be very sad. Shun Huaiji sighed helplessly, looked toward Xiao Shua's hospital room, and said, "The doctor hasn't given a complete plan yet. He's very sensitive about this issue. When you go to the ward, don't mention it easily, to avoid hurting him." Shun Yunqing nodded heavily. "I understand. At least they are friends, even though they haven't seen each other for many years." She knows Xiao Shua's personality well. Be careful crossing the street. Seeing Shun Yunqing's reckless behavior, Shun Huaiji reached out and grabbed her arm. The hospital is just across the street. As soon as they reached the door, Shun Huaiji saw a familiar car. "Brother, why are you not leaving yet?" Shun Yunqing followed behind him. He suddenly stopped, and she almost bumped into him. "Yanbei is here." While he was speaking, Xia Yanbei had already gotten out of the car, opened the door, and carefully helped Ji Qingzhou down, with Ji Qingwan beside her. Shun Yunqing's heart leapt. Qingzhou. Since Ji Qingzhou followed Xia Yanbei to the battlefield, she had been worried about them. Although she had heard news of Ji Qingzhou from Shun Huaiji, seeing her in person made her feel even more excited. Shun Yunqing called out Ji Qingzhou's name and couldn't wait to run over. Shun Huaiji saw a figure flash before his eyes. Just as Shun Yunqing was about to hug Ji Qingzhou, Xia Yanbei quickly protected Ji Qingzhou in his arms and kept a distance between them. Shun Yunqing was also stopped by Shun Huaiji beside her. She turned her head with a look of confusion in her eyes. Just as she was about to question Xia Yanbei's meaning, Shun Huaiji spoke first. "Yunqing, Qingzhou is now pregnant, and her pregnancy is still early. This is a critical time. Since she returned from the battlefield, her health has been quite weak. She needs good rest. If you rush in like this, you might hurt her." Hearing that Ji Qingzhou was pregnant, Shun Yunqing was momentarily stunned. Soon, she reacted and raised her voice. "Pregnant? Really? Qingzhou, you have a baby now." Ji Qingzhou looked at her with a surprised expression and couldn't help but smile. "I felt unwell on the battlefield, but I didn't think much of it at the time. Don't worry, my body isn't that fragile." Shun Yunqing affectionately took her arm, with Ji Qingwan standing nearby. The three finally met again, and their excitement was obvious on their faces. Shun Yunqing looked at Xia Yank with some displeasure. "You knew Qingzhou was pregnant, yet you still let her come out and run around. What if something happens to her or the baby?" She reached out and touched Ji Qingzhou's arm again. Although she was wearing a thick coat, Shun Yunqing still felt she might be cold. Also, Qingzhou is naturally weak, especially in winter when she's most sensitive to the cold. "You should have told her to wear more clothes." She kept talking without giving others a chance to explain. Ji Qingzhou covered her mouth and laughed, while Ji Qingwan thought she was overdoing it. Alright, it's been over 10 days since we last saw each other. Why are you more nagging than before? Qingzhou's coat is already thick enough, and it's not very cold in the car. She needs to be careful now, but she shouldn't be too delicate. Otherwise, she'll have a hard time when she gives birth. Ji Qingwan scolded Shen Yunqing but completely forgot her own overreaction a few days ago when she learned the news. Ji Qingzhou found it amusing and openly exposed Ji Qingwan. You're the one who should be ashamed. A few days ago, you were much more exaggerated than Yunqing. Ji Qingwan was unaware and held Ji Qingzhou's arm as if she was a porcelain doll, afraid she might break easily. I'm not as exaggerated as her. Even if I care, I wouldn't be so unreasonable. Ji Qingzhou looked at Xia Yank with a gentle smile. Only he knew how much she had been complaining these days, but Xia Yank was happy to bear it. Everyone's concern is understandable. I know you all care about Qingzhou. With family and friends like you around, I feel more at ease. His work is quite special, so he doesn't get to spend much time with Ji Qingzhou normally. If more people cared for her, it would be easier for everyone to look out for each other in the future. Shun Huai, she glanced at the time. There are many cars coming and going at the hospital and quite a few patients. This place isn't suitable for catching up. Let's not stand here anymore. It's cold outside. Let's go upstairs first. There's still time to talk inside the ward. With more people around, Xiao Shua might feel happier. He loves lively places. Now that so many people are visiting him, he must be very happy. Ji Qingzhou nodded and led a group of people forward. They went up the stairs. Xiao Shua's room is on the 3rd floor. When they pushed open the door, Xiao Shua was staring absent-mindedly at the window. Probably hearing someone come in, he instinctively turned his head and looked toward the door. Wow, you look much better today than before. It seems your recovery is going well. Youth really is a blessing. Your wounds are almost healed. Shun Huaiji opened the door, wanting to keep the atmosphere light and joking with him. Hearing Shun Huaiji's voice, Xiao Shua was about to speak. Then, he heard many footsteps on the floor, some light, some heavier, definitely more than one person. Are you all here to see me? Can't resist coming to check on me? I knew I still have charm. From the sound of the footsteps, there are at least 2 young women. Xiao Shua didn't expect to attract so much attention even in the hospital. He felt a little proud. Stop joking. It's Qingzhou. She's worried about you and wanted to come see you. Hearing Ji Qingzhou's name, Xiao Shua wanted to get out of bed. But his leg wasn't fully healed yet, so he couldn't move much. Yunqing has returned from Baiyun village and has been working in Beijing. She's been eager to come see you. Today, she finally has time. Don't scare the young girl, Shun Huaiji said as he placed the things he brought today on the bedside table. Xiao Shua looked toward the crowd. His eyes were covered with a white cloth, so he couldn't see anything, but he still smiled with a wide grin. Ji Qingzhou said, holding the arm of Ji Qingwan beside her, and my sister. After hearing about your situation, she always thought you were a hero and wanted to see you. Today, her wish finally came true. Ji Qingwan smiled slightly and stood next to Ji Qingzhou. When her gaze fell on Xiao Shua, she was momentarily stunned. She slightly frowned. This person's features looked very familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Ji Qingwan thought carefully, but couldn't find the answer. Maybe because Xiao Shua kept his eyes covered, she didn't see clearly and was mistaken. Big sister, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Noticing Ji Qingwan's unusual behavior, Ji Qingzhou gently touched her arm and whispered caring words in her ear. Ji Qingwan shook her head. It's nothing. I just think the soldiers are very great. Xiao Shua smiled but didn't speak. He was already tall, and the sunlight shone on him. Although he was still wearing hospital clothes, his handsome features couldn't be hidden. His short hair made him look more masculine, and the wildness he exuded was indeed attractive. The white cloth over his eyes didn't make him look awkward. Instead, it gave him a slightly sickly beauty. Xiao Shua turned toward the direction of the sound, clasping his hands together. Hello. It's a pity I can't see your face, but I think you must be a very beautiful girl. Ji Qingwan's face slightly reddened. Many people had said she was pretty. But facing Xiao Shua, She always felt that there was a different kind of feeling between them. Thank you. You will get better soon. Ji Qingwan's voice made Xiao Shua feel a moment of coldness. Her voice always reminded him of a little girl from many years ago. Knowing it was impossible, how old was that little girl back then? But subconsciously, he felt like it all came from the same person. Xiao Shua's expression grew serious as he turned his head, seeming to want to open his eyes and see Ji Qingwan's face. But he still couldn't see anything. He wanted to speak but hesitated. Ji Qingwan felt that the atmosphere in the ward was a little strange. Shan Yunqing asked curiously, "Brother Xiao Shua, do you have something you want to say?" Xiao Shua shook his head, sure it was just his imagination. It's been so many years, and neither of them has kept in touch. Even if it was really that girl, now he can't see and his leg is injured. What right does he have to stand by her side? It's nothing, I just think this girl has a very nice voice. She must be a gentle and elegant girl. Ji Qingzhou was a bit curious. Can you tell what someone looks like just by their voice? Xiao Shua slightly smiled, a hint of sadness in his eyes. But he still kept a smile on his face. Maybe so. Xia Yank poured him a glass of water, and Shen Huaizhi casually pulled up a chair, arranging for everyone to sit down. It looks like you're recovering well. When the doctor comes later, we'll ask about your condition. If it's okay, maybe you can go to the hospital in the military district. What do you think? Xia Yank handed him the warm water. Xiao Shua understood what they meant, but now he couldn't help anyone and might become a burden to them. Especially since Xia Yank already has a family and his own life, he didn't want to trouble him anymore. Actually, I'm quite comfortable here in the hospital. You don't need to come every day. The doctor checks on me daily. Just focus on your own things. Seeing his smile as he spoke, Ji Qingwan felt a faint pain in her heart. She thought it was just her body feeling unwell. But ever since she saw Xiao Shua's face clearly, her regret grew even more. Such a good person, so noble and bright. He should be like Xia Yank. Now, he could only be trapped in this small hospital room. Shen Huaizhi felt a bit upset when he heard Xiao Shua say that. He originally went there in good health, knowing Xiao Shua's pride was always strong. Although he now looked bright and confident on the outside, inside, when no one was around, only he knew how sad he really was. Recently, the team hasn't been very busy. Everyone is worried about you. Li Yi and the others wanted to come see you, but they were worried about bothering you, so I came on their behalf. Xiao Shua could imagine everyone's eager faces. Usually, they are brothers who face life and death together. On the battlefield, they suffered a lot trying to find out where he was. He still remembers the day Xia Yanbei carried him back. The team cheered his name excitedly, their voices trembling with happiness and tears. I really have no serious problems. Please don't worry about me, he said. Shen Yunqing felt a little sad listening to him and silently shed tears. They have been friends since childhood. Xiao Shua's words always make her feel very sad. Shen Huai glanced at her lightly and gently patted her shoulder. The girl's eye sockets are shallow, but the hospital room isn't the place for sad feelings. Ji Qingzhou and Ji Qingwan held Shen Yunqing's hands and left the room, leaving only 3 men inside. I know my own condition. You don't need to hide it from me. The doctor already told me that I probably won't return to the army. Xiao Shua leaned against the bed, facing the 2 men. Xia Yanbei hated hearing such words, but he understood how Xiao Shua felt. When his leg was injured, he had the same mindset. When he realized he might never return to the team, he felt like his life had no meaning. If Ji Qingzhou hadn't been with him, he might not have had a chance to try in this war at all. Why are you saying such emotional things, man? My leg was worse than yours, but I still managed to stand up and return to the army. Nothing is certain yet. Why give up on yourself? Xiao Shua didn't reply. The atmosphere in the room had already cooled down. Shen Huai spoke appropriately. The doctor hasn't given the final result yet. Don't worry too much about your condition. Even if the worst happens, the organization won't give up on you. When the 3 young women came back in, they sensed that the mood in the room was a bit strange. Ji Qingzhou exchanged a look with the others. Shen Yunqing was always good at lightening the mood. Brother Xiao Shua, do you remember when I was a kid and my brother took a bath without clothes and stole my dress? 2 days ago, I found that dress at home, and I made him explain himself. When talking about childhood memories, everyone seemed to open up and share stories, and the atmosphere became joyful once again. Xia Yanbei helped Xiao Shuo lift the blanket, while Ji Qingzhou checked his condition. Although the wound on his leg was inflamed, after disinfecting, it had started to heal. The problem isn't serious, but your recovery depends a lot on your mood. Keep a happy mind, and you'll get better faster. Currently, the hospital is using conservative treatment methods. While they can save Xiao Shuo's life, it's hard for him to fully recover. Xiao Shuo nodded with a small smile. Ji Qingzhou looked at Xia Yanbei nearby and gently touched his arm. Xia Yanbei understood, and the two of them left the ward, heading straight to the chief doctor's office. Knowing that Ji Qingzhou was pregnant, Shun Yunxing couldn't wait to buy her things. Shun Huaizhi was worried, so he went with her. Only Ji Qingwan and Xiao Shuo remained in the ward. Suddenly, everything became quiet, and Xiao Shuo felt a bit uncomfortable. He reached out and touched the bedside table, as if searching for something. Seeing this, Ji Qingwan immediately stood up and asked, "Are you going to drink water?" She moved to get a glass of water, but Xiao Shuo, unaware, accidentally touched her hand. Without warning, they held hands, and Ji Qingwan's face instantly turned red. Xiao Shuo was a bit flustered and quickly let go, looking apologetic. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. I can't see well," and Ji Qingwan shook her head and remembered that Xiao Shuo couldn't see. She quickly said it's okay. She handed him her water glass and sat back in her seat. "Are you Ji Qingzhou's sister?" Ji Qingwan brushed her messy hair from her forehead and looked at Xiao Shuo's features, which seemed more familiar. But after so many years apart, she wasn't sure what she truly felt inside. Unfortunately, she was too young back then and naive, never even asking for his name. It wouldn't be polite to suddenly bring up those past things and risk misidentifying him. "Yes, I am. I'm 2 years older than her." Xiao Shuo took a sip of water, holding his glass, and nodded. "Are you two sisters very close?" "On the battlefield, I often hear Yanbei mention that you are a very good older sister." Ji Qingwan was a little surprised. "Did they also mention my name on the battlefield?" Xiao Shuo smiled. His lips were thin, and his features handsome. When he smiled, he had a youthful aura. "Of course. Life in the army can be quite boring, especially after going to the battlefield. Talking about home makes things a bit easier." As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to remember something. "Have you lived in the capital since you were young? Are your parents very kind to both of you sisters?" Although Ji Qingwan didn't understand why he suddenly asked this, she thought of her parents' love for her and nodded automatically.
Yes.
"My mother is an archaeologist. When I was little, she liked to take me and Qingzhou to buy matching pretty dresses. I was almost annoyed, feeling like I was her copy, but I couldn't resist those beautiful things." Hearing her somewhat helpless and reluctant words, Xiao Shuo laughed openly. "You must be a very interesting girl." His words made Ji Qingwan blush. Her heart suddenly beat very fast, as if it might jump out of her throat. That vague feeling from childhood flooded back, making her unsure of her own feelings. This person reminded her of the older brother she knew when she was young. "Actually, my sister is even more interesting than me." When she mentioned Ji Qingzhou, Ji Qingwan's eyes sparkled. They used to be rivals, but since the misunderstanding was cleared up, her world seemed to revolve only around her sister. Xiao Shuo was curious about what kind of person Ji Qingzhou really was. So far, everyone who met Ji Qingzhou spoke highly of her. "You sisters are very loving." He didn't know much about Ji Qingzhou, but when Xia Yanbei mentioned her, he often said she had a very good older sister. Ji Qingwan clasped her hands together, her eyes full of excitement. "When we were young, we often fought. As we grew older, we saw each other less often. She became more and more outstanding. You don't know how amazing she is." Everyone had little hope that Xia Yanbei's leg could be healed, but she stubbornly managed to cure him. Xiao Shuo was a bit surprised. He thought Xia Yanbei found a top expert in the countryside. He didn't expect the person who healed his leg to be Ji Qingzhou. "Really? That sounds very impressive." Ji Qingwan felt recognized and was very happy. Yes, not only that. She also makes frostbite ointment for the girls in Bayun village. You know, the usual frostbite ointments from the pharmacy smell bad and are greasy, but Qingzhou makes them with a floral scent that absorbs easily. As she spoke, it felt like she was back in the old days. Although life in Bayun village was tough, Ji Qingzhou seemed to have many ways to improve conditions. She always had incredible creativity, and she, a young girl, dared to go to the battlefield with you. That shows how brave she is. Ji Qingwan kept talking happily. If her writing skills were better, she would want to write a book about Ji Qingzhou. All the most beautiful words in the world are not enough to describe her. Xiao Shua was amused by her. So, I'm really curious. How did such an outstanding girl like Ji Qingzhou end up with Xia Yanbei, this slow-moving, unremarkable guy? Talking about Xia Yanbei, Ji Qingwan curled her lips. He's just a block of wood. You're not wrong. When Qingzhou was pregnant, he didn't notice right away. That was on the battlefield. If he's careless, well, I'll settle the score with him after the baby is born. Xiao Shua chuckled helplessly. Compared to Ji Qingwan's praise of Ji Qingzhou, he felt like she was jealous of her sister. I think you're right. He's stiff and dull. I'm surprised your sister likes him. You don't know, he's been secretly in love with her for years. Now that he finally married her, he must be very happy. Ji Qingwan proudly lifted her chin. Many people have a crush on Qingzhou. In the past, she had many suitors, but none were as good as Xia Yanbei. All of them had their eyes on the top of their heads. I can tell what they're thinking just by looking at them. They don't deserve Qingzhou at all. Xiao Shua and Ji Qingwan both complain about Xia Yanbei. Since they share the same topic, their conversation flows very smoothly. They open up and talk like friends who have known each other for many years. Their talk shifts from Xia Yanbei to Ji Qingzhou. Finally, they talk about Bayun village and their experiences on the battlefield. Xiao Shua's smile stays the same, but inside, he is already in a competition of thoughts. The girl in front of him is not the person he is looking for. The girl from back then was also an orphan just like him. No parents, living under someone else's roof. The girl in front of him is very talkative. When she talks about her sister and parents, she speaks proudly. She lives in a happy, loving family, which is very different from the life he wants. Even if they seem similar, she is definitely not the person in his heart. Ji Qingwan is very happy talking with Xiao Shua, not knowing what he is really thinking. In the corridor, Xia Yank and Ji Qingzhou come out of Xiao Shua's doctor's office. Their expressions are calm. Xiao Shua's condition is now stable. The military hospital can be contacted. Ji Qingzhou looks at Xiao Shua's medical report. All his indicators are returning to normal. Once his wounds heal completely, the most important thing will be rehabilitation training. Xia Yank has one arm around her waist. During this time, Ji Qingzhou has been busy with Xiao Shua's matters. In the study, she has gone through many medical books just to find better treatment options. Okay, rest well when you go back. I will contact the hospital. Yank, Qingzhou. They are talking when they are about to return to the ward. Old Peng and Old Zeng come from around the corner, loudly calling out to them. It doesn't seem like she's here for a medical checkup, nor does it seem like she's visiting a patient. Old Peng quickly took a few steps forward, moving as swiftly as a young person. We came today just to find you. Good news. Ji Qingzhou was confused and a bit stunned. Someone helped her by supporting her arm. Master, what's going on? Why are you so happy? Elder Zeng, with his round face, looked even more cheerful when he smiled. Because of your excellent performance on the battlefield, after careful consideration by the organization, you've been approved to become a military doctor, even though you were not originally accepted. Elder Zeng was like a lucky charm. He spoke quickly, with a clear and cheerful voice. He seemed eager for everyone in the corridor to hear him. Ji Qingzhou's mind went blank for a moment. She almost couldn't believe it. Old Peng patted her shoulder gently. I always said you were a good talent. I know you're not feeling well now. When you're in better shape, you can take the exam anytime. This time, the exam is quite friendly to you, mainly practical skills, with a written test as a supplement. Practical skills were Ji Qingzhou's strongest point. She already had some battlefield experience. This exam was mostly a formality. Suddenly, happiness hit her so hard, she felt like her feet were floating, and her mind was clouded. Really? Truly? But master, I don't have a college degree. The military always requires a high level of education. Does the organization know about this? Don't worry. We've already discussed it with the organization. For someone like you, who is a skilled professional, education isn't a must. For ordinary people, a degree is often an important step. But for talented individuals, strength is what truly matters. Ji Qingzhou was overwhelmed with joy. She couldn't hide her smile. In her previous life, she also wanted to become a military doctor but never got into the military academy. Old Peng spoke earnestly. Qingzhou, the organization really values your abilities. You must seize this opportunity. I know this has been your dream. Over the years, Qingzhou had always been close to him. As her master, he naturally understood her hopes. But before, she was trapped in Baiyun village, and he couldn't make better plans for her. Now, Ji Qingzhou finally has the ability to stand in a higher place. She trained her well and only feels proud. Ji Qingzhou nodded heavily, as if making a promise. I will do it. Xia Yanbei tightly held her hand. As Ji Qingzhou said, they seemed to be getting better and better. By the way, Master, Mr. Zeng, I haven't had a chance to tell you something. I thought about it and feel it's necessary to improve my education. So, I signed up for the college entrance exam in 3 months. If I become a military doctor, would applying to a military academy give me an advantage? Although Ji Qingzhou feels some pressure about the military medical exam, she is mostly motivated. So many people are thinking of her, and she feels very happy. Besides wanting to improve her skills so she can do more, she really can't think of any other way to thank everyone. Old Peng frowned and looked at Ji Qingzhou with concern. Qingzhou, getting into a military academy can help you, but it's not an ordinary school. It has high requirements for physical fitness and overall qualities. Your body is already weak, and you're pregnant now. I don't recommend you apply. Ji Qingzhou's health only recently improved this year. But she is tired from pregnancy, and the physical training at the military academy would be too much for her. Ji Qingzhou is proud, but if her health is affected because of this, Old Peng thinks it's not worth it. Well, Qingzhou, your current health really doesn't support going to a military academy. But you can apply to a traditional Chinese medicine university related to your major. Although the two schools are different in nature, for a military doctor, their majors are considered equivalent. Both of them carefully gave their advice, and Ji Qingzhou thought seriously. She originally thought she wouldn't have a chance to become a military doctor, so her first choice was the Chinese Medicine University. Thank you, Master and Mr. Zeng. That's what I think too. Old Peng nodded, worried that Ji Qingzhou might be under too much pressure, and comforted her. With your ability, passing this exam is no problem. Don't think too much. Just face it calmly and don't overwork yourself. In the end, the organization values her ability. On the day of the exam, as long as she performs normally, there shouldn't be any surprises. Ji Qingzhou smiled, feeling that this was the first good news she had received since returning from the battlefield. It's nothing serious. You should go back and rest well. If there are any updates, I will find a way to inform you. Peng Lao was kind and gentle, like a caring parent. Ji Qingzhou was proud of her progress. He was happier than when she regained her medical license. She politely said goodbye to the two men. Xia Yanbei put his arm around her shoulders and seemed to think that what just happened was a little unreal. I'm really happy. Once I become a military doctor, I can do more. We can see each other often, and maybe in the future, I can go on missions with you. Ji Qingzhou looked up at Xia Yanbei's face. Her eyes sparkled like shining gems. As a doctor, her main wish was to save more people. Especially after experiencing the battlefield firsthand, she realized her medical skills still had a long way to go. She just wanted to do more, to help more people in danger. Xia Yanbei gently touched her hair. Ji Qingzhou's hair always carried a faint scent of gardenia flowers. But I hope you stay safe. After becoming a military doctor, even though you're now a soldier, your workload will increase a lot. I'm happy to see you become a better version of yourself, but I also worry about the hardships you'll face. Because he was a soldier himself, he understood the weight of this work. He carried the responsibility for the people, just like Ji Qingzhou, though their professions were different. But if they really went to the battlefield, their sacrifices would be the same. Ji Qingzhou was not discouraged by future difficulties. As long as she could become better, she knew she had to pay a price. Feeling happiness without effort only made her anxious and uncertain. I don't think it's hard. Just like you, every time you go to the battlefield, you're defending our country. If I had the chance to start over, I would choose to go to the battlefield without hesitation and do what I should do. Because they were on the same path, they were drawn to each other and fell in love. The path of revolution is still long, but their journey must also move forward together. Xie Yanbei understands her personality very well. He simply smiles and says, "Just go ahead and do what you want. Whether you succeed or fail, I and the children will be proud of you." She can always become her shining self, free from the kitchen and her mother's role. She has a wonderful youth to become the person she wants to be. When she opened the door to Xiao Shua's hospital room, Ji Qingwan and Xiao Shua's conversation suddenly stopped. They both looked up at the same time and turned toward the door. Shun Yunqing and Shun Huizhi also arrived at that moment. "We've asked your main doctor, and your condition is stable. You can transfer to another hospital tomorrow." Xie Yanbei helped Xiao Shua straighten his blanket and closed the window to block the cold air outside. Xiao Shua's smile hadn't faded. Maybe because there were many people today, he felt quite cheerful. "Thank you for your care. Actually, there's no need to say more. Your main task now is to recover well." Xiao Shua was about to speak when Shun Huizhi interrupted. The doctor came in to change the medicine on his leg. They talked for a little while longer. Seeing that it was getting late, Xie Yanbei decided to leave. Ji Qingzhou packed her things and urged them several times. Ji Qingwan looked at them with a reluctant expression. "Take good care of yourself. When I have time, I'll come visit you again." Ji Qingwan and Xiao Shua said goodbye. Ji Qingzhou sensed something unusual. She looked at them with a curious gaze, carefully observing both of them. No matter how she looked, something seemed off. But because there were many people, she didn't ask directly. Compared to Ji Qingwan's warmth, Xiao Shua's attitude was much calmer after learning she wasn't the person he was looking for. However, Ji Qingwan, still immersed in their close connection, didn't notice. The group left the hospital. Shun Yunqing reluctantly said goodbye to Ji Qingzhou. "After some time, when my work isn't so busy, I'll come see you again. You must take good care of yourself now that you're pregnant." She then handed Ji Qingzhou a gift she bought, a baby onesie. "I spent a long time choosing this outfit. The shop assistant said it's made from the best material and won't harm the baby's skin. After the baby is born, you must tell her that her aunt bought it for her." Ji Qingzhou couldn't help but laugh and cry, but she still carefully accepted the gift. "I understand. When you have time, let's meet again." As Shun Yunqing's fondness for the place seemed to grow, it looked like she was about to perform another dramatic scene. Shun Huai quickly grabbed her by the collar. He nodded slightly to Xie Yanbei as a way of greeting, then pushed her into the car. "Shun Huai, I don't care about my reputation." Shun Yunqing's protest was soon silenced by the sound of the car door closing. On the way home, Ji Qingzhou kept glancing at Ji Qingwan through the rearview mirror. She sat alone in the back seat, lost in thought, not sure what she was thinking. She tried to speak several times but stopped herself. Ji Qingzhou and Xie Yanbei looked at each other, confused. It was just a few minutes of talking alone with Xiao Shua. Why did she seem so lost after leaving the hospital? When they arrived home, Yi Lanqing was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Ji Qingzhou finally couldn't hold back anymore. She sat on the sofa, staring intently at Ji Qingwan's face. "Tell me, what did you and Xiao Shua talk about in the hospital?" Ji Qingwan's cheeks slightly reddened. She placed her hands on her face to cool down. "It was just some small talk. I told him about White Cloud Village, and he talked about the battlefield." Ji Qingwan spoke simply, but Ji Qingzhou felt she was missing something important. "Is that all?" Ji Qingwan looked at her with a puzzled expression. "We just met for the first time. We're not very familiar with each other. What else could we talk about? Ji Qingzhou narrowed her eyes and picked up a pillow to hide her stomach. She looked sharply at Ji Qingwan. What else could you talk about? That depends on you too. I saw you having a good time. When you came back, Xiao Shua's eyes looked like they were glued to her. Based on her experience dating Xia Yank, Xiao Shua's eyes might be blind now, but Ji Qingwan's gaze at him was definitely not innocent. You'd better tell the truth. Be honest and admit everything, or face the consequences. Ji Qingzhou deliberately made a serious face, while Ji Qingwan shrugged her shoulders. I think you look exhausted and confused today. After coming back, you seem a bit crazy. Yi Lanqing watched the two sisters playfully tease each other and smiled while shaking her head. She specially cooked chicken soup for Ji Qingzhou. Qingzhou, you are pregnant now and need to eat well. Drink a bowl of chicken soup first. Ji Qingzhou quickly stood up and took the bowl with both hands. Mom, please sit down. I'm not a fragile doll. No need to be so careful. The baby in my belly is very obedient. They don't fuss much. I eat this and that every day, almost overdoing it with nutrition. Yi Lanqing only has one child, Xia Yank, and genuinely treats Ji Qingzhou as her own daughter. How did Xiao Shua's condition turn out after your visit to the hospital today? When mentioning Xiao Shua, Ji Qingwan perked up her ears. Although this was their first meeting, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. He's doing much better now. Ji Qingzhou finished speaking and glanced at her seemingly indifferent sister. She raised her voice, as if intentionally speaking loud enough for someone to hear. The doctor said he can be transferred to the internal hospital. We will move to the military district tomorrow. Only you, Mom, can go into that hospital. Some unrelated people won't be allowed in. After saying this, she cast a subtle glance at Ji Qingwan. Ji Qingwan's face immediately fell, as if she had been pinched on the tail. What do you mean by unrelated people? I'm your real sister. And I'm also a military family member. Of course I can go. Her tone was eager, wanting a quick response. Ji Qingzhou looked at her sparkling eyes and felt a mischievous sense of amusement. It seems not very likely because I am not a soldier myself. I can only be considered a family member of Ayan. Strictly speaking, I am just a military family member. Ji Qingwan looked disappointed. But aren't you about to become a military doctor? Military doctors are also part of the military. Yi Lanqing smiled broadly, not quite understanding why Ji Qingwan was so upset. She gently patted her hand. Qingwan, I can take care of Xiao Shua myself. You don't have to be so tired. You've been helping me cook these days. You should rest properly now. Ji Qingzhou couldn't hide his smile, while Ji Qingwan was so anxious, she almost jumped. Her face was twisted with worry, and Ji Qingzhou laughed loudly. Mom, you don't know what my sister is worried about. She's probably falling for someone at first sight. Lianqing quickly understood and patted her forehead. Look at my poor understanding. I shouldn't get involved with you two young girls. I'm going to check what's for dinner tonight. You two chat. Lianqing stood up and made space for the two young women. Ji Qingwan held onto Ji Qingzhou's arm. You must have a way to get me to the military hospital, right? Ji Qingzhou's eyes twinkled. I do have a way, but what's your situation? Tell me quickly. Ji Qingwan blushed, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. I don't really know. I just feel like we get along very well. When I talk to him, I feel relaxed, different from talking to other men. He's funny and charming. It was sudden, but I think I fell for him at first sight. Her face was so red it looked like it might bleed. It sounded like she was really falling for someone at first sight. But today's conversation was truly enjoyable. Sometimes, when your heart makes a decision, it's hard to put into words. If the feelings are right, liking someone can be easy. Ji Qingzhou nudged her arm, knowing exactly where Ji Qingwan was most ticklish. All right, but you just met him, and you're already sure about your feelings? Isn't it the same as when you said I was too hasty to decide? She tickled Ji Qingwan's waist, making her laugh uncontrollably. Worried about hurting her, she didn't push too hard and kept begging for mercy. I didn't expect this either. I used to think love at first sight was shallow, but I'm that kind of person. What can I do? Speaking of which, Ji Qingwan was also troubled. Her first impression of Xiao Shua was very good, but just from one meeting, she fell for him. That sounded a bit unreliable. Ji Qingzhou sat up straight, looking a little troubled. Currently, Xiao Shua's situation is uncertain. After his injury, his confidence was hurt, and now he is very sensitive. It might be hard for him to accept your feelings. Xiao Shua's leg is still healing, though he has managed to keep it. The recovery process is long, and there is no guarantee he will return to his original condition. Ji Qingwan's beautiful face looked sad as she sighed softly. I know that now. I don't have any other intentions. I just hope he can rest well and recover quickly. When he has free time, I want to get to know him better. Xiao Shua is very talented. She wants to catch up with him as soon as possible. Qingzhou, I've decided. I want to sign up for adult college entrance exams with you. I also want to go to university. She has a strong interest in archaeology. If her hobby becomes her career, it would be a wonderful thing. She is not as ambitious as Ji Qingzhou, who wants to serve the country, but she also wants to shine in her favorite field. Ji Qingzhou gently touched her sister's arm, marveling at the power of love. At a restaurant that Shen Huai often visits, the owner recognized an old acquaintance and warmly greeted him. Mr. Shen, it's been a while since you last came. The owner, dressed in a gray jacket, looked friendly. He looked at Shen Yunqing and asked with a smile, Is this your wife? You two are a perfect match. Shen Yunqing blushed and whispered, This is my brother. The owner looked a bit embarrassed, but quickly slapped his forehead. Sorry, I only saw how well you two go together. Turns out it's because of good family genes.
Sorry about that.
What would you like to eat today? Shen Huaiji moved to the usual table and invited Shen Yunqing to sit down, then said, just like before. But in one of the bowls, please don't put onions and add more vinegar. The owner responded with a nod and called someone outside to prepare the food. More customers arrived, and the owner went to collect payments. Shen Huaiji poured a cup of hot water for Shen Yunqing and handed it to her. I often come here for meals. Their noodles are very authentic and chewy. You will like them. Soon the noodles arrived, 2 bowls, one with cold dishes and one hot. Shen Yunqing ate quietly, still thinking about the mistake the owner made earlier. Shen Huai's face looked normal, as if he had no thoughts. Seeing his attitude, Shen Yunqing felt a bit upset and secretly sulked. When others misunderstood, he didn't explain. What does that mean? He is just her brother, not her partner. Why does he look so at ease? The organization has sent the notice. Yanbei and I can move to the big courtyard. I thought about it, and it's closer to your research institute. Only a 10-minute walk. You should move there tomorrow, so you won't have to stay in the dormitory and complain about no hot water in winter. This approval came quickly this time. Moving to the big courtyard means a change in position. It's not hard to guess. After all, on the battlefield, just from hearsay, Shen Yunqing could tell their contributions. But among them, Xiao Shua also had a share. Shen Yunqing finally looked up from her bowl. That was the house the organization gave Shen Huai. He is going to get married in the future. What does it mean for her to move in? Just as she was about to refuse, Shen Huai remained calm and continued. Coincidentally, the house is next to Yanbei's family, just separated by a wall. After Qingshou moves in, you two can look out for each other. When I don't go home, I can also rest assured if you're alone. Hearing Ji Qingzhou's name, Shen Yunqing became excited and immediately forgot her earlier worries. Next door to Qingshou's house, so, in a way, I'll be living with Qingshou? Oh my goodness, living with Qingshou. She would be cohabiting with Qingshou. That would be incredibly happy, wouldn't it? Shen Yunqing was originally worried about when she would see Ji Qingzhou again. But now the organization had directly brought the opportunity right in front of her. Shen Yunqing swore to dedicate her life to her country, to strive to be a useful person to society. Shen Huai. All right, he knew it would turn out like this. This girl didn't listen to a word about serious matters. If Xie Yanbei found out, his sister might never get a chance to see Ji Qingzhou again. After dinner, Shen Yunqing couldn't wait to go back to the Shen family to pack her things. Knowing that Ji Qingzhou would also move in tomorrow, her actions became even faster. Brother, do you think Qingshou will like this doll I have? Shen Yunqing looked at the doll in front of her window, feeling a bit conflicted. This was her gift to Ji Qingzhou for moving into a new home, but she also felt it was a bit childish. However, when she first saw it in the store, she thought the doll looked exactly like herself. Having this doll with Ji Qingzhou would be like she was there with her. Shun Huizhi. What could he say? Shun Huizhi turned his head away. He didn't bring much luggage. Besides a few clothes, there were 2 books left by Shun's parents years ago. You gave it to her, so she should like it, he said. He really didn't understand why girls like such dolls. They looked so blank. But since Shun Yunqing personally chose it, it probably wouldn't be a problem. After tidying up all the small things, Shun Yunqing was exhausted. She took her pajamas and went to the bathroom. Hot water poured over her, and all her tiredness disappeared. Shun Yunqing had asked Ji Qingzhou in the morning about her shampoo brand and bought the same one in the mall in the afternoon. The shampoo created a thick foam with a lovely gardenia scent. It smelled so good. No wonder she liked to smell Ji Qingzhou's scent so much. Her fair skin was soaked with hot water, and her shoulders were red. The shampoo on her hair hadn't been rinsed out yet. She reached for the tap, feeling her way. She tried both sides, but no water came out. Shun Yunqing felt a bit panicked. Could the water have stopped again at this moment? She wiped some foam from her face and opened her eyes. She looked up and then turned the tap back on. Still no water. Shun Yunqing's heart sank. Now only Shun Huizhi was at home. Calling him now would be a bit awkward. She turned off the main water valve and then turned it back on, but still no water. The foam on her head was almost gone. Without hot water to rinse her body, she soon felt a chill on her back. Ignoring everything else, Shun Yunqing hurriedly put on her pajamas. She opened the bathroom door and peeked out. Brother. At this moment, Shun Huizhi was doing push-ups in his room. When he heard Shun Yunqing's voice, he grabbed a towel, wiped the sweat from his forehead casually, and left. Seeing the soap bubbles on Shun Yunqing's head, Shun Hui's gaze paused, and he stopped outside the bathroom. What's wrong? It seems there's no water. Shun Yunqing's voice sounded a bit annoyed. On her first day home, she encountered this problem. She wanted to avoid trouble, but it happened in this awkward place. She stretched out an arm and opened the door a little wider. Seeing Shun Yunqing dressed, Shun Hui stepped inside. He turned on the water, looked around, tapped the pipes, and finally took down the shower head. The shower head has a problem. Wait a moment, Shun Hui said, and went to the living room, where there was a spare shower head in the cabinet. He replaced it quickly and carefully. But from the corner of his eye, he still saw water droplets falling from Shun Yunqing's hair. The girl was wearing a long dress as pajamas, which doesn't keep warm in winter. Her shoulders were mostly exposed, and her fair skin looked soft and smooth. A wet strand of hair fell down, and Shun Yunqing's eyes looked pitiful and clear. The bathroom door was slightly open, and she shivered a little. Her long legs were half exposed outside. Shun Hui felt a strange dryness in his throat. He scratched his head and aimed the pipe in the right direction. Now it should be fine. Shun Yunqing looked at Shun Hui, hearing the urgency in his voice. He had probably just finished physical training, and his shirt was soaked with sweat. The fabric clung tightly to his body, clearly showing his abs. Shun Hui's short hair had a wild look, especially his waist, which looked soft yet strong, with smooth lines that seemed to hide endless strength. His tall, slim figure made the already small bathroom feel even more cramped. Shun Yunqing couldn't help swallowing hard, suddenly realizing that living with him wasn't so bad. At least, she could get help quickly in an emergency. Brother, you're so kind. Shun Hui coughed lightly, somewhat awkwardly shifting his gaze away from the girl who was radiating a lovely scent. Keep washing. It's best to finish soon and be careful not to catch a cold. He then left the bathroom. But the moment the bathroom door closed, I could even hear my own heartbeat. Shun Yunqing was once again wrapped in hot water, and her body gradually warmed up. But thinking about Shun Huizhi's body, that clearly visible abdominal muscles, made her feel an urge to reach out and touch. Realizing these inappropriate thoughts in her mind, Shun Yunqing quickly blushed and shook her head, hitting her own forehead lightly. Shun Yunqing, even if we're not related by blood, he's still your brother. What are you thinking about? When she was doing research before, there were handsome guys in her team. But back then, she wasn't interested. Shun Yunqing used to think she was completely innocent, naturally suited to be a nun. But today, her thoughts almost slipped away. Shun Huizhi wasn't doing much better. He returned to his room, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, as if venting, doing push-ups non-stop. Sweat dripped onto the floor, and his damp hair was soaked with sweat. But his restless mind didn't calm down at all. It seemed that the more he trained, the more agitated he felt. She wasn't sure how long had passed, but his body's reactions seemed to grow stronger. Basic physical training no longer seemed enough for him. Shin Huizhi was a bit annoyed and got up from the ground. When he opened the door, he saw Shun Yunqing coming out of the bathroom. The girl was wearing that white long dress she had on earlier, her face flushed from the hot water, her trembling eyelashes like little deer in the woods. Shun Huizhi's throat moved, and sweat from his back trickled down his spine. He was a bit irritated and tousled his hair. "Time's late. You should go back and rest." Shun Yunqing looked into the man's eyes, noticing a complex emotion, as if he was holding something back. She still held a towel in her hand, gently flicking her long hair. Shun Yunqing nodded and looked at the man, who was covered in sweat. She walked past Shin Huizhi, carrying a girl's unique scent. He turned his head away, his deep gaze briefly shifting from her, showing some difficulty in looking at her. Shun Huizhi went to the bathroom, and Shun Yunqing had just finished using it. The steam hadn't fully dispersed. That pleasant smell once again filled her nose. Shun Hui turned on the tap and lowered the water temperature a bit. He took a deep breath, calming his restless feelings. Shun Yunqing was lying in bed, tossing and turning, but unable to fall asleep. Her mind kept replaying what had just happened. Shun Hui's clear abdominal muscles made her face flush instantly. She patted her head with one hand, shyly covering her face with the blanket. Shin Yunqing, I really think you're hopeless." There were marks all over the bed from her turning around, and her heart was pounding like a little deer. No one knew her secret feelings. She closed her eyes, feeling very troubled. The next noon, at the Ji family's dining table, Ji Qingzhou had a good appetite, drinking 2 bowls of bamboo fungus chicken soup in one go. She wanted more but was frightened by Chao Yunji. "Qingzhou, you usually don't eat this much. Since you often make chicken soup because it's tasty, and now you're pregnant, you need to be especially careful with your health. You can't overeat." Ji Qingzhou touched her belly with one hand. She was already quite full. But the soup was so tempting that she couldn't help wanting another bowl. "That's true. Recently, I don't know what's going on, but I keep feeling very hungry. Even after just finishing a meal, I feel my stomach is empty again." She didn't know if other pregnant women experienced this. Unlike others who often had morning sickness, she didn't. Lately, she only wanted to eat and sleep, and her weight had indeed increased a bit. But mostly, it was just her belly that grew. Her pregnancy wasn't very advanced yet, so her belly wasn't very obvious, just a slight bump. Wearing thick winter clothes, it was hard to see. But because she had been getting proper nutrition recently, Ji Qingzhou's face was rosy, and she looked healthier. Yi Lanqing had prepared some appetizing side dishes, including a sweet and sour yam cake. "This is normal. It means your baby is getting good nutrition. As long as you don't feel uncomfortable, eating a little more often is fine." Although Ji Qingzhou was a doctor, this was her first pregnancy. Yi Lanqing was worried she might not understand everything fully and become scared when facing certain situations. Ji Jingshan put down his chopsticks. Yi Lanqing's cooking skills are very good. Since she arrived, everyone in the family has had a bigger appetite. This little one knows how to care for mom. Maybe she's a little sweetheart. Now that it's cold outside, by next fall, all the fruits will be ripe, and our family will have another little member. It will be so lively then. Everyone in the family is looking forward to it, whether it's a boy or a girl. Ji Qingzhou smiled slightly. She is only 2 months pregnant now. If the timing is right, the 2 little ones might be born around National Day. After dinner, The family relaxed. Before going to bed, Ji Qingzhou changed all the drinking water in the house to spring water. Recently, Yi Lanqing's health has improved a lot. She rarely feels confused anymore. Sometimes it happens once every 2 weeks, sometimes once a month. Qingzhou, before you sleep tonight, soak your feet well. You'll sleep better. I see you've been busy lately. Since this is your first pregnancy, it's understandable that you're a bit tired. In the evening, Yi Lanqing came out of her room with a basin of hot water, ready to help Ji Qingzhou wash her feet. Ji Qingzhou was a little surprised. She quickly took the water from Yi Lanqing. Mom, you've been working so hard these days. Our whole family relies on you for food, clothing, and living. Yan can handle these chores. You should rest well. Just then, Xia Yanbei came in from outside. He was carrying some fruit he had just bought. Mom, it's so late. Why aren't you resting yet? They were about to go to bed, but Ji Qingzhou suddenly craved something sour and sweet. He walked 3 blocks around the neighborhood before finally buying some oranges. Fortunately, they are in Beijing. If they were in Baiyun village, it might be hard to find fruit at this time.
Yi Lanqing vavet herhand.
Time to sleep. She was about to get up, but Ji Qingzhou grabbed her arm. Mom, how have you been feeling lately? Did you keep taking the medicine I gave you? Ji Qingzhou didn't say anything, and Yi Lanqing almost forgot about this matter. These days, she has found her value in this family. Every day, her first task is to go to the market to bargain for vegetables. Then she enjoys cooking in the kitchen and receiving the family's praise. She was so busy that she had no time to get sick. I am in good health. You just focus on your work. I've been taking the medicine you gave me, and I see good results. I haven't had any episodes for a while. Since coming to the capital, nearly half a month has passed, but she remains clear-headed and remembers things well. As she spoke, her eyes brightened, and she excitedly held Ji Qingzhou's hand. Qingzhou, do you think I am already better? Actually, she wasn't completely unaware of her previous health issues. When she was in the village, Guohui often said openly or secretly that she was mentally ill or crazy. When she was completely confused, she didn't feel sad. But during the few moments she was clear, she felt guilty. She was afraid of becoming a burden to Xia Yanbei and worried that her confusion might cause trouble for him. Having a good daughter-in-law like Ji Qingzhou was something she never dared to imagine. Xia Yanbei had finally built a small family, and she didn't want to trouble him further. Throughout her life, she had been afraid of being a burden to others. As a child, she worried she wasn't good enough to make her parents proud. Later, as a wife, she worried she couldn't let him worry about her. Then she became a mother, and her worries grew even more. Now, as she was about to become a grandmother, she worried that Ji Qingzhou was working too hard and that she was doing too little. Ji Qingzhou chuckled softly and held her hand. Mom, based on your current condition, you have indeed recovered a lot. But your symptoms won't disappear overnight. She spoke, then asked Xia Yanbei to take her bag from the entrance and pulled out 2 boxes of medicine. Mom, there's no need to rush your recovery. Healing takes time and steady progress. This medicine was developed by my master and me specifically for your condition. It works better than what you're taking now and has fewer side effects. It's a full course, so please keep using it. Before heading to the battlefield, Ji Qingzhou gave Yi Lanqing a full course of medicine. It was a drug developed in the space to help with hippocampal atrophy, originally just a prototype. Ji Qingzhou specifically instructed her to take it with spiritual spring water, so it seemed to be working quite well. Today, she took medicine that had been strengthened through an upgraded space system. It is a second-generation special medicine for Alzheimer's disease. Compared to the first generation, it works better and has fewer conflicting drugs. The dosage is small, but the effects are very noticeable. Yi Lanqing felt touched, and her eyes welled up. Over the years, few people cared for her like this. Qingzhou, it's been you pregnant and thinking about Xiao Shua, and also worrying about my illness. Mom is a burden to you all. Ji Qingzhou felt a pang in her heart and gently patted her mother's back. Mom, we are family. There's no burden or not. Even if I get sick, you wouldn't just watch and do nothing. I just want to see things from your perspective. You treat me like your own daughter, so I can't help but see you as my mother. Under the warm, soft light, Xia Yanbei looked at the mother and daughter hugging each other, feeling like the happiest person at that moment. The late night was like a black curtain, but in his mind, fireworks were blooming. Having such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? Recording Yi Launching's condition, Ji Qingzhou had an idea. Tomorrow morning, she still needed to visit her master. Alzheimer's disease is not yet common, but its damage to the body is irreversible. Now that there is a special medicine for it, awareness must be raised decades in advance. Sometimes, when elderly people act confused, it's not intentional, but because they are truly ill. Only by raising awareness can people take precautions and prevent Alzheimer's early. This way, more seniors can enjoy their later years peacefully. Back in the bedroom, Xia Yanbei refilled the foot basin. Ji Qingzhou, already showing early pregnancy symptoms, was only 2 months along but felt extremely tired every day. Xia Yanbei put her feet in warm water, and Ji Qingzhou was drowsy. He helped her cover with a blanket and gently massaged her calves. Yan, I'm not very tired today.
You don't need to massage me.
We're moving tomorrow, so go to bed early. Ji Qingzhou turned over drowsily, then heard the sound of Xia Yanbei getting up to pour water. As she was about to fall asleep, the bed beside her suddenly sank a little. Xia Yanbei gently held her from behind. Qingzhou, thank you. Xia Yanbei's voice was soft. His unexpected thanks made Ji Qingzhou a bit confused. She turned around to face him. Yan, what's wrong with you today? Why are you suddenly saying such things to me? Xia Yanbei held her hand. In winter, Ji Qingzhou's hands and feet often feel cold. My mother's illness and mine. You've been the one taking care of us. You always say you're not tired, but I know how hard you work. Qingzhou, you've shown me hope in life. There was a lump in Xia Yanbei's throat when he spoke. Sometimes, saying thank you felt too distant for a married couple. But everything Ji Qingzhou did for him, he saw clearly. Besides gratitude, he didn't know what else he could do. He could only try his best to be kind to her, within his ability. Ji Qingzhou chuckled softly and hugged his neck. I thought something was wrong. You're my husband, the father of my child, and your mother raised you. For both emotional and moral reasons, I can't ignore your hardships. She was simply doing what she could. Fortunately, she had a chance to start over in this life. No matter what kind of world she lived in, even if she was just a mindless paper person, she wanted to make her life bloom with meaning from this moment of awakening. Before you said you would marry me, I always thought my life was just SOSO. I thought I'd spend my days working hard in the fields, facing the dirt. But you're like the sun, shining light on my path. Xia Yanbei always thought he was not good with words. He rarely spoke much, usually just doing things directly when something needed to be done. Don't speak yet, let me finish. Just as Ji Qingzhou was about to reply, Xia Yanbei gently held her. He had so much to say. When he saw Ji Qingzhou and Yi Launching hugging each other today, he felt that was probably the most precious moment of his life. I've liked you for a long time, but to me, you're like the bright moon in the sky. I can only look at you from afar, never daring to dream. I always felt that even glancing at you too much was like blasphemy. At that time, he was still disabled and walking with a limp. He knew that the children in Baiyun village had no bad intentions. But when ignorant children imitated him, that one thorn still pierced his heart. He never thought he would have a future with Ji Qingzhou. Today is a day I never dared to imagine before, but now we have a child. Qingzhou, thank you for giving me a home, and thank you for loving me. When experiencing deep love, besides saying thank you, there are no other ways to express it. Xia Yanbei rarely felt so emotional. His words made Ji Qingzhou's nose feel a little sore. He had a very hard first 20 years of life. Thinking about her past life, they were just background characters supporting the protagonist, ending up in such a careless way. She felt both sad and helpless. She wiped away her tears with one hand. I also thank you. Thank you for silently protecting me. Thank you for respecting my feelings before I understood my own heart. Xia Yanbei's love for Ji Qingzhou was always one-sided. He never expected to get anything from her. As long as he could see her happy, he was satisfied. Tears slid down Ji Qingzhou's face, and Xia Yanbei felt a little heartache. He softly comforted her. It's all in the past, it's all behind us. These words seemed to be spoken both to Ji Qingzhou and to himself.
Yikvingsho nodded, quietly sobbing.
Her eyes were red, but the delicious food these days finally added some flesh to her face. Xia Yanbei, with a lingering look, placed a kiss on her cheek. Don't cry anymore. Ji Qingzhou, with a nasal voice, gave a soft, This crying, delicate girl was adorable and touching at this moment. Xia Yanbei kissed her lips, initially intending just a gentle kiss. But as he kissed, the feeling changed. Ji Qingzhou's soft lips were irresistible. Her low moan in her throat stirred Xia Yanbei's heart. Her coquettish voice seemed like an invitation. Xia Yanbei couldn't hold back the string in his mind any longer. His body started to heat up, and a certain part of him became uncontrollable. His blood seemed to boil, rushing straight to his brain. He clenched his teeth, beads of sweat on his forehead. Ji Qingzhou was breathing heavily. In the room, the sounds of their breathing were intimate and tempting. Ji Qingzhou's hands pressed against the man's chest, the scent of gardenia growing stronger on her. Her delicate, soft hands seemed to resist, and yet want more at the same time. On the pillow, she slightly lifted her head, her mouth slightly open, seeking air. Xia Yanbei's kisses moved from her forehead to her cheek, then to her nose. Ji Qingzhou was also stirred, her body tense. She bit her lower lip tightly, ignoring the tears on her face. Ayen, I feel so uncomfortable, she said, her voice full of suppressed emotion. Her back was also covered in sweat. They held each other tightly, and Ji Qingzhou's upper clothing almost slipped off. Her white shoulders were exposed, catching Xia Yanbei's attention. Xia Yanbei's lips kissed her neck, then her shoulder. Ji Qingzhou stretched her neck, clutching the man's clothes tightly, leaving nail marks. They were both exhausted from the intense moment. At a critical point, Xia Yanbei leaned over her, turning his head to catch his breath. Ji Qingzhou understood his state well. Her head almost curled into his embrace, her voice so soft it was like a whisper. Ayen, I heard that men shouldn't hold it in. Maybe I can help you, she finished, her face turning red as if blood might drip from it. Xia Yanbei was trying to suppress his inner heat. Hearing Ji Qingzhou's soft, sweet voice was very shocking to him. The vivid scene kept eating away at his reason. He struggled to get up from her. Don't overthink. Rest well. I'm going to take a shower. I'll be back soon. Xia Yanbei quickly got up and went to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water came from inside. Ji Qingzhou gently placed her hand on her belly, her eyes forming a crescent shape. Little ones, you must be born safely and peacefully. Mom and Dad are really looking forward to meeting you. She knew the baby inside her was still very small, just an undeveloped embryo. But thinking of the two little ones in her dreams, she couldn't help but want to see them soon. Although she couldn't yet go to the hospital to confirm if she was carrying twins, she rarely dreams. But when the two little ones called her mom, it felt so real. She was sure there were two babies inside her. Xia Yanbei finished a shower, turned off the tap, and casually wrapped a towel around himself. He still felt damp, and when he came out of the bathroom, Ji Qingzhou was already asleep. The man gently covered her with a blanket, turned off the light, and then held her to sleep. Her steady breathing made him feel very peaceful. Noticing someone beside him, Ji Qingzhou found a comfortable spot in his arms and quickly fell asleep. I've told you many times you can't pull my little pigtails, she said. In front of her was a familiar scene. It's the Ji family now. A chubby girl in a onesie, with soft, white skin, protected her two little pigtails with her tiny hands. She looked angrily at the boy pointing his finger nearby. The boy looked a bit guilty, raised his head, and pouted. I just think your pigtails are pretty, he said. Ji Qingzhou squinted her eyes. You two are usually very close and loving. Why are you arguing today? She watched them like an outsider, listening to their back and forth. Mom, you're here? My brother was just touching my little pigtail. I finally tied it up, and he's about to mess it up, the girl said. Ji Qingzhou patted her head. Her big eyes were round and bright. People say girls look like their dads, and she did resemble Xia Yanbei in her features. But she was softer, adding a gentle touch to Ji Qingzhou's delicate beauty. The little boy with short hair looked down, his chubby face full of grievance, and his long eyelashes trembled.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to see how pretty your pigtails are, he said. The girl, a bit proud, lifted her chin, huffed, and shook her head. She looked at her shadow on the ground. Of course they're pretty. Grandma helped me braid them. But Mom and Grandma only like obedient children. Brother, we all have to be good. Ji Qingzhou was amused by their serious expressions. She pinched their chubby cheeks, which felt soft and bouncy, like jelly. She couldn't bear to let go. You two are siblings. You should love and care for each other. No matter what happens, never blame each other. The young girl nodded, her cheeks trembling slightly. She held the boy's hand and said, "We understand." Then she touched his hand and looked at her small braid. "Big brother, I want to show you something. You can touch it." Children are innocent and pure. Ji Qingzhou didn't need any guidance. They never hold grudges. Feelings come quickly and go just as fast. The two who were upset earlier soon made up and became friends again. Ji Qingzhou wanted to say more, but suddenly the scene changed. She found herself in an unfamiliar place. This place wasn't the Ji family home, and it didn't look like a big courtyard either. She was confused when a middle-aged couple approached. They looked like high-level professionals. The two children excitedly ran over. Ji Qingzhou couldn't hear exactly what they were shouting. She opened her eyes wide, trying to see their faces clearly. But their features were blurry. She couldn't remember anyone nearby who looked like them. The children quickly ran toward the couple, who lifted them high into the air. They seemed to get along very well. The next morning, Ji Qingzhou woke up and couldn't remember much about the dream from the night before. She touched her small belly with one hand. She only remembered dreaming about two little ones. Everything else was a blur. "You're awake. What should you wear today?" Mom said today is a good day for moving because it's an auspicious day. They had planned to move today. Chao Yunji and Yi Lanqing had already packed their things a day earlier. Ji Qingzhou chose a red dress. "Let's wear this. The spring festival is coming soon. It looks festive and matches the occasion." After changing clothes and washing up, she came downstairs. "Your dad and I took the day off today. Moving is a big event. We should have informed friends and family, but we didn't want to burden you too. After thinking it over, we decided it's best for our family to visit your new home, light a fire, and have a meal together." Chao Yunji peeled eggs for Ji Qingzhou and Ji Qingwan, then slowly sipped her soy milk. Moving to a new house is a big event. Ji Qingzhou and Xia Yanbei got married and now have their own home, which means they truly have a place to call their own. As parents, they do their best to help out whenever they can. Ji Qingzhou was thinking about the dreams she had last night. She nodded and said, "Mom and Dad, there's no need to trouble yourselves too much. The big courtyard isn't far from here, and if I need anything missing or needed, I can always come back home." Chao Yunji smiled and said, "You ungrateful little girl. I raised you so well, and now that you're married, you're still thinking of taking things from home." Ji Qingzhou shook her head and took her mom's arm. "Even if I get married, I'm still your daughter. If there's something I can't handle, I will come back to see you and Dad." Ji Jingshan smiled and shook his head, pointing at her. "All right, come back to Dad if you need help. I promise I will handle it." The elders at home also dressed up specially. Yi Lanqing got up early. The family became lively again. Ji Qingwan bought a new orange tree. "I heard that when you first move in, the air might not be very good. Since you're pregnant, you should especially pay attention to green plants, as they can purify the air. I picked this out carefully at the flower market yesterday. The orange tree was thriving, with green leaves even in winter, full of life. At the top, small white flowers had already bloomed, with a faint fragrance. Nearby, small oranges were starting to grow. The orange-yellow peels made Ji Qingzhou feel like her mouth was watering. I also wanted to buy some plants, but I've been too busy lately. I haven't even had a chance to see the house in the big courtyard. But this tree in the living room should be just right. Ji Qingzhou was beginning to look forward to it. After breakfast, the family went to the market and bought many things. It was almost noon when they finally agreed to go to the big courtyard. The kids are still young, so they probably don't need all these things. Over time, they'll buy more as they need. Just let them buy things at their own pace. Ji Jingshan turned to look at the car, feeling a bit helpless seeing the trunk full of stuff. They almost disagreed while shopping. Finally, to keep the family harmony, Ji Jingshan chose to stay silent. Chao Yunji and Yi Lanqing were so excited that they bought pots, pans, and dishes along with other things. Chao Yunji took down the fish and the flour she bought, while Yi Lanqing carried a few sugar canes and 2 bottles of wine that Ji Qingwan had bought. You don't understand. Doing things properly means following rules. This was all started by our elders. On such a happy day, don't make me hit you. Yi Yingshun. Silence is golden. His wife is the most important. He decided not to speak anymore. Xia Yanbei and Ji Qingzhou were already waiting at the gate of the military compound. After shopping, the family headed straight there. Mom and Dad, you're here. The guards need to register you. At the gate of the military compound, Ji Qingzhou and Xia Yanbei also got out of the car. As Ji Qingzhou stepped out, Shen Yunqing and Shen Huaizhi, who were late, also stopped their car. Unexpectedly, both families arrived at the same time. You came so early. I thought you'd wait until the afternoon. I was planning to come early to surprise you. Shen Yunqing happily skipped over and linked her arm with Ji Qingzhou. She politely greeted Chao Yunji and Yi Lanqing.
On Gao, on Ie, hello un so zi.
Chao Yunji gently patted her hand. You and your brother are still young. You probably don't know the customs when moving. We've prepared everything for you. When we get to the gate, we'll split up. Shen Yunqing was a bit surprised, but then felt warmth. Thank you, Aunt Chao and Aunt Yi. Although Yi Lanqing and Shen Yunqing didn't spend much time together, Shen Yunqing looked friendly, and they had already heard about her background. They considered her a hero's child, which made her feel even more loved. From now on, come over often if you need anything. Don't worry about trouble. Since you live next door, it's better than distant relatives. Shen Yunqing nodded eagerly. After registration, the guards quickly let them through. The two families' houses were in the middle building. The living area was a bit away from the main gate, about a 10-minute walk. Xia Yanbei was thinking about preparing a girl's bicycle for Ji Qingzhou so she could go out more easily in the future. When they reached the door, it was exactly 11 o'clock. Ji Qingzhou led the way and unlocked the door. The house allocated by the army was quite spacious, with 3 bedrooms and fully furnished. The kitchen was a little small, but 2 or 3 people could still cook together comfortably. Ji Qingzhou and Xia Yanbei went inside first. Chao Yunji was holding a fish. The fish had a red ribbon tied around it, with a bow. Carp brings good luck and abundance every year. Next came Yi Lanqing, who carefully placed a sugar cane on the ground and stepped over it. Sweetness on the ground, money in your pocket, rising higher and higher. Then came Ji Qingwan, who brought a pot of orange trees and some white wine. May my sister and brother-in-law have a long life and a prosperous future. Everyone's eyes turned to Ji Jingshan outside the door. Ji Jingshan took out 2 red envelopes from his pocket with meaningful expressions. I wish you wealth and many children. Besides Ji Qingzhou, the elders also prepared gifts for Shen Huaizhi, but with different meanings. At noon, the 2 families started cooking, and the dishes were set on Ji Qingzhou's side. Watching the busy elders in the kitchen and the mother-in-law helping Shen Huaizhi's family make soup, Ji Qingwan leaned happily on Ji Qingzhou's shoulder. Find a good partner first, establish your career first, and one day you'll have your own little family. If you get bullied, just come home. I will support you. Although she said this, Ji Qingwan was mostly happy for Ji Qingzhou. Back in the countryside, the young people at the youth station thought Ji Qingzhou was reckless, blinded by love. But she always stuck to her beliefs and knew what she wanted. Fortunately, Xia Yanbei was capable and didn't let her down. They all believed that while Ji Qingzhou was living in Baiyun village, Xia Yanbei did his best to give her the best life she had now. Ji Qingzhou seemed never to worry about love or the future. Xia Yanbei's support was enough to help her through all storms. She truly had good judgment and chose a good husband. Ji Qingzhou patted her shoulder and said, "Life is like this. I hope you will be even happier than I am." Ji Qingzhou rarely said such sweet words. Although she and her sister are not connected by family ties, they share a deep childhood friendship. Ji Qingwan has a somewhat awkward personality and finds it hard to express her feelings. Unfortunately, the person she likes is not likely to enter a relationship soon. Ji Qingzhou also feels sorry for Ji Qingwan. After she spoke, Ji Qingwan sighed helplessly. "I don't know when that day will come. This is a military area with strict security, and ordinary people cannot enter. Tomorrow, Xiao Shuo will be transferred to the hospital inside this area. It might not be easy for her to see him again. Are you ever going to start cooking? This is a new house. Can you cook normally on your first try? Go stand aside. I'll handle it here." In the kitchen, Chao Yunji's voice sounded annoyed. Ji Jingshan raised both hands, standing at the door of the kitchen, looking at the sisters for help. Yi Lanqing just happened to come over with some dishes. "Oh, it's been almost half an hour and the fire still isn't ready. Why don't you go over to Huaiji's place and make some soup? I can handle this." Yi Lanqing quickly started the fire. Since it was the first time using the new pot, she first added a spoon of water, then heated it with some cooking oil. Once the oil was hot, she poured it out, scrubbed the bottom of the pot with sandpaper, and cleaned it again. The pot was now ready, but she needed to boil water again. Chao Yunji's eyes sparkled as she watched. "Lanqing, you know so much. I still have a lot to learn." "Yingxhan." She clearly didn't say that just now. Yi Lanqing smiled kindly. "It's a matter of expertise. You don't need to learn everything. This is just some rural knowledge, nothing special." Shan Yunqing happily came over, and everyone gathered around to help in the kitchen. In the end, only Xia Yank and Shun Huaiji stayed behind in the kitchen. Ji Qingzhou and Ji Qingwan sat on the sofa, Shen Yunqing peeling a pomegranate. "I heard that the security in our big yard is very good. We don't need to lock the doors when we go out. I won't have to worry about data being stolen anymore." Shen Yunqing's research institute was right across the courtyard, with only a small breakfast shop in between. She had already come by last night, too excited to wait. Ji Qingwan was cracking sunflower seeds happily. "Of course. Look at this place. What kind of thief would dare to steal here?" She tossed the seed shells into the trash can. On the wall hung a red banner that read "Congratulations on the new home. Now I can come visit you often." A few people gathered in the kitchen, and soon the smell of food filled the air. Chao Yunji helped carry the dishes that Yi Lanqing had prepared, while Ji Qingzhou and the others set out the bowls and chopsticks. In less than 2 hours, 12 dishes, both hot and cold, were ready on the table. At the dining table, Ji Jingshan raised his glass first. "Spring is coming soon. Now that you've moved here, this is your home. From now on, you two must always talk things over and be understanding with each other." Xia Yanbei quickly stood up. "Dad, don't worry. I'll always care for Qingzhou, remember her kindness, and thank you for trusting me with her." Even now, Xia Yanbei still felt a bit of regret. Their marriage registration had been rushed, and not long after, he had to leave for work on the front lines. It had been 3 months since they got their marriage certificate, yet he still hadn't held a wedding for Ji Qingzhou. He had planned to arrange it soon, but since Xiao Shuo was injured, it didn't feel right to hold a big celebration, and a small one seemed unfair to Qingzhou. Ji Jingshan sighed. Though reluctant, he turned his feelings into blessings. "I know you're a good man, someone we can trust. The two sisters were spoiled by their mother and me since childhood. We never even scolded them. Yanbei, I'm entrusting Qingzhou to you. Please take good care of her." Every time her parents said things like this, Ji Qingzhou's eyes would sting with emotion. Now that she was about to become a mother herself, she understood this kind of farewell even more deeply. "Dad, our families live so close. I can visit you and Mom anytime. I'm not really leaving home." Seeing the mood grow heavy, Ji Qingwan swallowed the piece of chicken in her mouth. Dad, if you really can't bear to part with them, how about letting Qingzhou and Yanbei go back with you, and I'll stay here instead? Anyway, I really like this house. In the future, I want to find someone who can give me a big house to live in. Ji Jingshan chuckled and nodded at her. You girl, having your own is better than relying on others. Girls should depend on themselves. If you can build such a big house, that's impressive. As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up. Ji Jingshan can be proud for a lifetime. Ji Qingwan turned her head away and continued eating her chicken leg. When I get into university, I want to become an archaeologist. I don't want to be a business person dealing with all kinds of people every day. It's better to be like those silent artifacts. Ji Qingwan dislikes people who flatter others, so besides Ji Qingzhou and Xin Yunqing, she rarely makes friends. People's social interactions are too complicated. She prefers to spend her days studying those quiet objects, figuring out where they come from, where they're going, and what stories they hold. Ji Jingshan laughed loudly, like sunshine spreading everywhere. It's good. Whatever you do, your parents support you. Every mountain has a peak. Every lake has a shore. As long as you love what you do, you can shine in any field. Usually not many people eat with her, but today the table was lively. Shen Yunqing was happy and even ate 2 more bowls of rice. Shen Huaiji was surprised. You don't usually have such a good appetite at home. Is the food at other people's houses really so delicious? He bluntly pointed out her weakness, making Shen Yunqing a little embarrassed. She blushed slightly and retorted, That's because your cooking isn't good. Yi Lanqing smiled happily, with fine lines gathering at the corners of her eyes. If you find your brother's cooking bad in the future, just come over to eat. It's just adding a few more pairs of chopsticks, not a big deal. Everyone played around, and the meal was especially joyful. In the afternoon, after helping to clear the dishes, Ji's parents went back to work. They've been busy lately, so having half a day off is a luxury. Everyone dispersed, and Ji Qingzhou sat on the sofa, beginning to look around carefully. It was her first time here. Although it felt unfamiliar, she also felt very safe. The house has 2 floors. Yi Lanqing's room is on the first floor, next to the bathroom. It's convenient for nighttime visits, with good ventilation and lighting. On this side of the living room, there's a large window letting sunlight pour in. In the afternoon, sunlight just reached the sofa. During winter, people sit here to enjoy the sun, feeling warm all over. The second floor has 2 bedrooms and a study. The master bedroom includes a bathroom. Ji Qingzhou looked at the study and felt very satisfied. The house is just right for her to prepare for the college entrance exam. The organization provided all the basic furniture, and several large appliances are also included. All she needs to do is change the curtains and bed sheets, add a few more items, and the house will be lively and full of energy. Xie Yan'e finished cleaning the kitchen and warmed some water for Ji Qingzhou, then brought it to the table. I have half a day off this afternoon. You can see if there's anything missing at home. I'll go shopping with you later. Although the elders have already bought all the pots, pans, and utensils, there are still many daily items they need to consider. Ji Qingzhou nodded and carefully looked around. There aren't many big items needed. I'll make a list of what we need, and when we go this afternoon, we can tell the shop assistants directly. By the way, do you have the shopping money ready? Besides toothbrushes and toothpaste, they also need to buy more towels and basins. Ji Qingzhou also wants to buy 2 pieces of fabric to make sofa covers for the sofa at home. Okay, I'll prepare these. I'll get some paper and a pen for you. She carefully wrote down everything needed, from toilet paper and soap to bath towels and some seasonings. In the afternoon, they arrived almost exactly at store opening time. However, the popular counters already had long lines. According to the current system, the supermarket probably won't have self-service shopping until next year. Now, they still follow the old marketing method. You need a ticket to buy anything. With the ticket and money, the salespeople will give you the items. Even in her previous life, Ji Qingzhou hadn't seen this for a long time. Returning to the old system felt interesting. It was a bit troublesome, but everyone was orderly. Every time they bought something, Ji Qingzhou would mark it off in her notebook with a pen. The mall was crowded. Xia Yanbei was worried Ji Qingzhou might get pushed around, so he carefully kept her close and protected her in his arms. The lady in line buying cloth joked, "Young people these days are so sweet. The young couple is so affectionate. Our old man at home isn't as understanding or caring." Ji Qingzhou blushed slightly beside her. She wanted to move away from Xia Yanbei's embrace, but was held even tighter. "My wife is pregnant and not feeling well. If I caused any trouble, I apologize in advance." Xia Yanbei spoke sincerely. Although he was a man, his words were gentle and friendly, not making others feel uncomfortable or embarrassed about showing affection in public. For a moment, unmarried young women felt even more envious. After shopping with big and small bags, Xia Yanbei's hands were full. "Maybe I should help carry some. These daily items aren't too heavy." Ji Qingzhou's hands were empty. Every passerby looked at her with curiosity. Xia Yanbei refused without hesitation. "You're already weak, and you've walked a long way. These things aren't light, but I can carry them. Why should your wife carry everything when we go out shopping?" Ji Qingzhou couldn't help but laugh and cry. Since she found out she was pregnant, her whole family treated her like a fragile doll, almost ready to burn incense and worship her. When they got home, Yi Lanqing just came back with meat she bought from the market. "You're back. I saw fresh meat today at the market. You two have been working hard lately. Take this time to rest and nourish yourselves. Is there anything you want for dinner tonight?" Ji Qingzhou glanced at the kitchen, where many dishes were still left from lunch. It wasn't even dinner time yet, but Yi Lanqing had already started busying herself. "Mom, you don't have to work so hard every day. We're young, and we can manage. You should buy more of what you like and take care of yourself." Ji Qingzhou was always worried that Yi Lanqing would feel uncomfortable after coming to Beijing. Although the expected problems hadn't happened, seeing Yi Lanqing busy all day like a mother wasn't her original intention. Yi Lanqing didn't mind, and was actually happy. She sat on the sofa, showing Ji Qingzhou the little clothes she bought for the baby. "You don't need to worry about me. When I was young, I worked in the fields, did house chores, took care of the children, and looked after my in-laws. I've already gone through all that. Now I just cook, do laundry, and I'm not tired at all." Talking about her current life, she looked happy and full of energy, as if she had been given new life. "I'm old now, and afraid of being a burden to you. But now I can help, even if it's just cooking or cleaning. It makes me feel useful. When people are idle, they often feel useless." As she spoke, she took out some clothes she bought. "Let's not talk about that now. Look, I don't know if you're having a boy or a girl, so I bought one blue and one pink outfit. They look cute, and the seller said the fabric is good." Ji Qingzhou couldn't help but smile. Since learning she was pregnant, many people had already given clothes for the baby. But this time, Yi Lanqing's gift really touched her heart. She bought one blue and one pink outfit, perfect because she's expecting 2 babies. "Thank you, Mom. When the babies are born, I will make sure they respect and love you." Thinking about the happy family life ahead, Yi Lanqing laughed happily. Good. I'll be waiting for my grandchildren to come out. Mom, it's still early. You should go inside and rest for a while. Qingzhou and I will arrange the things we bought." Yi Lanqing looked outside. The yard was clean and tidy, perfect for planting some vegetables. "Then you two start tidying up. I'll go see the yard." "Qingzhou, do you think we should plant flowers or vegetables?" Ji Qingzhou looked in the direction she was pointing. If the yard was full of flowers, it would be very beautiful when they bloomed in summer. But older people usually find vegetables more practical. "Mom, we have a backyard too. I think planting flowers in the front yard looks nice and attracts visitors. In the backyard, Qingyan and I will clear some land and plant vegetables. Then we can eat fresh vegetables." Yi Lanqing's face lit up with joy. "You're right. We have a backyard. I've been thinking the same. Make the front yard beautiful and grow some vegetables in the backyard so we can eat fresh and healthy." After saying that, she was about to get up. Yi Lanqing was impatient and liked to do things immediately when she thought of them. "Then you two can go ahead and get busy. I will check the backyard." Ji Qingzhou was a bit confused and helplessly stopped her. "Mom, even though the weather is warming up now, we just finished planting in spring. Once we clear the land, It will be left unused for a while. There's no rush. When the weather gets warmer, we can do these things later. Xia Yanbei knew very well what kind of personality Yi Lanqing had. He carefully arranged the purchased vase and flowers, placing them on the table. He waited for Ji Qingzhou to find a suitable spot for them. Just let Mom do it. If she waits another 2 days, she might get too anxious and get sick. Yi Lanqing was happy and gently patted Ji Qingzhou, showing her love. Now that we've cleared the land, after the first rain of spring, we can start planting. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the market to buy some seeds. You all do your own things. You don't need to worry about me. Seeing Yi Lanqing rush to the backyard, Xia Yanbei shrugged. My mom is like that, always in a hurry no matter what she does. You'll understand after some time. Since marrying Xia Yanbei, she hadn't spent much time living with Yi Lanqing. The old lady had her own hobbies, and Ji Qingzhou didn't insist on correcting her. Look, how about I place this vase here? It's the first thing you see when you enter. Ji Qingzhou bought a bunch of lilies, and the room instantly filled with their fragrance. Xia Yanbei turned his head. It was a very noticeable spot. As soon as you entered, a vase of flowers caught your eye. The lilies were blooming perfectly, looking vibrant and lively. That's great. I think this spot is perfect. Ji Qingzhou placed the vase there, filling it with water. She carefully inserted the lilies, and the display stand suddenly looked full of life. Near the lilies, Ji Qingzhou also arranged 2 small flower pots. At the bottom was an orange tree sent by Ji Qingwan. After finishing with the living room, Ji Qingzhou picked some beautiful sunflowers to put in the bedroom. The bedroom curtains were changed to a light yellow, with a layer of white gauze inside. When entering, she left the window open for ventilation, making the room feel a bit cool. Xia Yanbei closed the window earlier, and sunlight shone through the glass. Ji Qingzhou held a flower vase and placed it on the bedside table. How about we also put some flowers on the bedside? When the flowers in our yard bloom, we won't need to buy flowers every day. Ji Qingzhou loved flowers, beauty, and all things lovely. She stood by the window holding the flowers, with yellow curtains fluttering around her, like a dress made by the wind. Golden sunlight bathed her, highlighting her elegant beauty. For a moment, Xia Yanbei couldn't take his eyes off her. His gaze through his eyes seemed to see a treasure in the world. Ji Qingzhou noticed he was silent for a long time and gently waved her hand in front of him. Ayen, Ayen? Xia Yanbei suddenly snapped out of his thoughts, smiled a little apologetically. Ji Qingzhou still held the flower vase in her arms. What were you just thinking about? Xia Yanbei strode over and pulled Ji Qingzhou into his arms. It was as if he wanted to merge her completely into himself. I was thinking how beautiful my wife is. I got lost in her. She stood quietly there, as beautiful as a painting. Xia Yanbei believed he didn't understand art appreciation, but if it was Ji Qingzhou, she was his most perfect artwork in his heart. No, she was a lively person. She couldn't be treated as an object. Xia Yanbei pressed her against the window, and Ji Qingzhou shyly looked up. He gently kissed her lips. The man only wanted to express his love, but when his lips touched Ji Qingzhou's soft lips, the kiss became more uncontrollable. Xia Yanbei struggled to keep his composure. He gasped and looked up, with Ji Qingzhou's charming eyes and slightly reddened cheeks. She took small breaths, her delicate lips slightly parted, igniting the demon in Xia Yanbei's heart. Ji Qingzhou clenched his collar with one hand, making the neat collar wrinkled. It was already afternoon, and the sun was not as fierce as at noon, with gentle light shining on them. Xia Yanbei gently rubbed Ji Qingzhou's waist, worried she might bump into the glass. Just 8 more months, hold on a little longer, he spoke softly, and Ji Qingzhou couldn't hear him clearly. Her misty eyes looked at him, reflecting his image in her pupils. What did you say? Xia Yanbei chuckled softly in her ear. It tickled, and she instinctively wanted to hide. Xia Yanbei held her tighter, carefully helping her sit on the bed, and casually placed the flower vase on the bedside table. I said, we still have 8 months. Just hold on a little longer. Ji Qingzhou's face turned red. She clenched her fists and gently tapped his chest. What are you talking about? She quickly looked down, like a shy young wife being teased. Xia Yanbei laughed softly, and hugged her in his arms. He knew Ji Qingzhou had been working hard lately and didn't want to make her upset. He held one of her hands. Their bedroom had a view of the yard. Xia Yanbei pointed at the empty space near the door in the yard. Tomorrow I'll buy some rose seeds. In spring, I'll plant them, and after a few years, when the flowers bloom, the whole yard will be filled with roses. Ji Qingzhou loved vibrant flowers. She always felt that being surrounded by flowers made everything more lively. They planned their future together, imagining how they would decorate the yard. Thinking about having children someday, they wondered what happiness that would bring. Having hope made the days pass faster. Next door, Shen Yunqing and Shen Huaizhi had just returned from the market. Seeing the trunk filled with goods, Shen Yunqing was surprised at her shopping ability. She was about to get up to help carry things, but was stopped by Shen Huaizhi with a hand. "Go open the door." "You can't carry this." Shen Yunqing pouted reluctantly. Who did he think he was? The items in the lab weren't necessarily lighter than these. Grains, oil, vegetables, meat, and eggs. Everything was complete. She opened the door and watched Shen Huaizhi carry the items into the house one trip after another. By the last load, he was sweating profusely. Shen Yunqing sat on the sofa and picked up an apple. It was rare for her to peel such a perfect apple. Seeing that the peel was intact in the middle, she felt a sense of achievement. Shen Huaizhi wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand and looked up. Shen Yunqing handed over the apple she was holding. "I'll take care of the rest. You rest for a while, eat an apple, then go take a shower and wash off the sweat." Shen Huai looked up with a smile at her. The apple in her hand was just near his mouth, and his eyes were full of her image. Shen Huai responded quickly. When he entered the room, he took off his coat and was only wearing a thin shirt. Sweat soaked his clothes, clearly outlining his muscles. Shen Yunqing swallowed hard, coughed softly to ease her embarrassment. She casually grabbed a towel and threw the new clothes she bought today to Shen Huai. "You're all sweaty. Hurry and take a shower. I'll go cook." Shen Huai still held half an apple and walked cooperatively toward the bathroom. After closing the bathroom door, Shen Yunqing realized something was a bit off. She listened to the running water inside and suddenly blushed. Realizing that their relationship was more like that of a married couple, she covered her face with her hands, feeling hot all over. Her heart was pounding like a little deer inside her chest. Especially with Shen Huai's figure visible through the misty bathroom door, adding a sense of mystery. It made her more prone to fanciful thoughts. She covered her mouth with one hand, feeling annoyed at herself for having such thoughts. Quickly leaving the bathroom, Shen Yunqing shifted her attention to the ingredients she bought. They had spent most of the day shopping, walking a lot in the supermarket, both hungry and tired. Looking at the pile of fresh ingredients, she was ready to show her cooking skills tonight. Shen Huai had just finished a shower and hadn't dried off yet when he heard sounds coming from downstairs. Clattering noises, like someone with a demolition machine coming to tear down the building. Realizing the noise might be coming from their house, he quickly put on his clothes. His hair was still damp, and he hurried downstairs. The kitchen door was half open. Through the gap, he saw Shen Yunqing struggling with a knife, trying to cut a corn cob with determination. Shen Huai sighed and quickly went over to help. Shen Yunqing was so anxious, she was sweating all over, not noticing someone approaching from behind. She was focused, raising her knife to cut the corn again, when suddenly someone grabbed her wrist. It was Shen Huaizhi, still dripping with water from a recent shower. Worried she might hurt herself, he held her hand gently. He lightly cut into the corn with the knife, then turned the blade over and tapped it softly on the cutting board, causing the corn to fall apart naturally. Shen Yunqing blushed and didn't have time to speak. Shen Huaizhi said, "Your way of cutting corn can make the kernels fly everywhere and might hurt your hand. It can also damage the cutting board. This way is easier and safer.
Try it."
Water droplets on his hair fell onto Shen Yunqing's white shirt. They were standing very close together. Shen Huaizhi still held her hand without letting go. Their closeness made the atmosphere feel a bit intimate. Shen Yunqing looked down. She looked at her knife, which felt hot in her hand. The warmth on her face returned, making her feel a little flustered. She looked worried and said, "I can do it myself. You just finished showering. Don't get oil or smoke on yourself." Shun Huiji sighed helplessly, but stayed beside her in the kitchen. They weren't far apart at all.
"Try it yourself first," he said.
Shun Yunqing was a bit nervous. She knew boys and girls had different strength. What was easy for him might not be easy for her. But Shun Huiji kept watching her and nodded from time to time. She took another piece of corn and followed his instructions. Sure enough, on the second tap with the back of the knife, the corn broke apart easily. She couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. "Brother, you're amazing. Even kitchen work isn't a problem for you." She looked up at him, full of admiration. He knew how to cook and was very wealthy. Shun Yunqing felt confident that Shun Huiji would be successful in the future. Shun Huiji just lowered his head, smiling as if he was proud of the little girl's admiration. From the living room, their shadows looked like they were kissing. Their tall, graceful figures stretched out in the sunlight, blending into their shadows. Shun Yunqing suddenly remembered the scene from her dream, where two people were hugging tightly. It seemed some feelings were spreading uncontrollably. She stiffened her body, afraid but also hopeful. Shun Huai's eyes went blank for a moment. The young girl's beautiful lips trembled slightly. He couldn't help but lower his head, just as their lips were about to touch. Shun Huai suddenly woke up. He released Shun Yunqing's hand. A hint of regret flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. He looked at the kitchen knife on the cutting board and nodded toward the outside. "Go outside and wait. I'll handle the kitchen. The house just got divided, and I can't explain to the leaders if it's ruined on the first day." Shun Yunqing. For a moment, she felt a little embarrassed. After coming out of the kitchen, Shun Yunqing looked suspiciously at the kitchen again, thinking about the dangerous closeness just now. She touched her lips with her hand. The way Shun Huai lowered his head made her feel like he also wanted to kiss her. Shun Yunqing turned her head, hesitant to speak. She wanted to ask clearly, but was afraid it was just her wishful thinking. She didn't want to make things awkward between them. Just as Shun Yunqing sat on the sofa, the phone beside her suddenly rang. She answered, and the other person explained her work unit. She covered the microphone with her hand and leaned slightly toward the kitchen. "Brother, I need to see you." Shun Huai finished cooking and came out of the kitchen. He took the call, looking very serious. "Okay, I understand. I'll wait for the organization's instructions." Shun Yunqing watched his stern face, feeling calm inside and relieved that she hadn't asked the wrong questions. She wasn't Shin family's daughter, and she and Shun Huai had no blood relation. But she still wanted to stay in the Shin family. The only suitable identity for her was to continue being his sister. Otherwise, if they crossed that line, Shin Huai had no such intention. They would lose even the last bit of connection. Shun Yunqing felt a little sad. She looked deeply at Shin Huai, as if trying to remember his face forever. Taking this step, it didn't mean they would definitely have a future together. But if she kept this secret in her heart, at least in this lifetime, they would still have some connection. Since she first understood what it felt like to like someone, she had liked Shun Huaiji. She didn't know if she could like someone else again. But her thoughts about Shun Huaiji that shouldn't exist, she knew she should stop them. She thought she would become the most suitable sister, helping to take care of his future children, respecting her future sister-in-law, maintaining harmony in the brother-sister family. When Ji Qingwan returned home from Ji Qingzhou, Ji Jingshan and Chao Yunji hadn't come back yet. Suddenly, from a lively scene to quietness, she felt a bit uncomfortable. She looked up and felt that Ji Qingzhou's shadow seemed to be everywhere in the house. Just one person left, and everything became so quiet. Ji Qingwan felt a little sour inside. But Ji Qingwan soon felt happy for Ji Qingzhou finding his own happiness. She sighed and went to the study to get her recent exam review books. Ji Qingzhou is much smarter than her. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. She had to read more books to ensure she wouldn't fall too far behind Ji Qingzhou. The sun slowly set in the west. Ji Qingwan didn't pay much attention to the time. Until the room's light became dim, She had been sitting for a long time, her legs numb and her back sore. She finally got up from her seat, gently massaged her waist, and leaned on the sofa to relax her spine. She still hadn't put down the book in her hand, but after changing her position, she lost her motivation to study. Her attention shifted. She kept thinking about what Xiao Shuo looked like. What kind of beautiful eyes would match such an outstanding person? It's a pity that he might face permanent blindness in the future. She wondered if he could accept such a. Heaven was unfair to him. He was a hero for the people, yet he ended up like this. With such proud self-esteem, what would he do in the future? Ji Qingwan suddenly had the idea of wanting to be his eyes. If someone stayed by Xiao Shuo's side, maybe he would face life more positively in the future. Even if he couldn't see anything later, she could be his eyes. But soon, Ji Qingwan was startled by her own silly thought. She hasn't known Xiao Shuo for very long. They only met once, so why does she have such feelings? Ji Qingwan, I think you've been reading too many messy novels lately, which makes you dream about uncertain feelings. What kind of trouble is Xiao Shuo in now? How could he be in a relationship? She is clearly just worrying herself. She quickly sat up from the sofa, held her homework in her hands, and went back to the study. It seems she needs to do some problems seriously to get rid of this love-struck mind. As it got darker, Yi Lanqing prepared dinner early. Now, Xia Yang and Ji Qingzhou go every day to deliver food to Xiao Shuo. Today, Xiao Shuo just transferred to the military hospital, and Yi Lanqing was not very familiar with the way, so the task of delivering food naturally fell to the two of them. It was time to buy vegetables from the market and cook dinner. On the way out of the courtyard, she saw only elderly women or a few stern-looking old men. Among them, Ji Qingzhou recognized two. She remembered that on the day the martyr's body was returned, these two elders came to greet him. But since they only met once, Ji Qingzhou couldn't remember their names or titles anymore. She gently touched Xia Yang's arm and asked, "Should we say hello?" Although she didn't recognize them, these old men might be Xia Yang's superiors. Even if they were just walking on the street without work-related matters, it wouldn't be polite to ignore them. Xia Yang held Ji Qingzhou's hand and walked over straightly. "Commander Wang, Commander Li, hello." After saying that, he pointed to Ji Qingzhou and introduced her voluntarily. "This is my wife." Ji Qingzhou's smile was a bit stiff, as if she, an ordinary person, had fallen into a group of important figures. She slightly smiled and said, "Hello, two commanders." Everyone knew about Ji Qingzhou and Xia Yang, and their leaders had already heard about it. Seeing each other again today, they all smiled warmly. "Are you here to see Xiao Shuo?" Seeing the lunchbox in Xia Yang's hand, they already understood what was going on. Xia Yanbei nodded. He was transferred from a hospital outside today. Some things might still be incomplete. "Let's go and check on him." Chief Li nodded. "His mood has been a bit unstable lately. You often visit and talk to him, which is good. As long as he's alive, there's nothing he can't get through." Xia Yanbei saluted. "Yes." Chief Wang sighed. "Then go ahead. Keep us updated if anything happens. The organization will do its best to support you." Only after the two leaders left did Xia Yanbei and Ji Qingzhou continue walking forward. They walked and talked happily. The two senior leaders walking behind couldn't stop smiling. "I think Yabe is a lucky kid. When he was hurt, everyone was worried about him. Now he's recovered well, earned more military achievements, and found such a good wife. His career and family are both doing great. Among young men, you won't find another like him." Old Master Li had been wanting to meet Ji Qingzhou again. He didn't expect this chance to come so soon. Although he didn't get to say much to her, seeing his junior succeed made him feel like his own grandson had found a wife. Both young people are straightforward and easy to get along with. As long as they work together with one heart, their life will be prosperous. He could see at a glance that Ji Qingzhou was diligent, ambitious, and hardworking. Chief Wang smiled. "This wife isn't your grandson's choice, so why are you so happy?" Chief Li responded bluntly. "What do you know? It's called love for the house and its surroundings. So, what if she's not your grandson's? It's not like your grandson found someone either. Your grandson is 3 years older than mine. Chief Wang was speechless. This old man was really getting into it. I've been arguing with you all my life, and now you're making a fuss over this small matter? Aren't you tired? Chief Li wasn't bothered. He lifted his head, straightened his back, and strode forward confidently. What's wrong with arguing with you? Look at the weapons department. Every piece of advanced equipment was calculated and planned by me. Chief Wang was speechless and muttered as he followed behind. Two people were joking with each other, like young friends who dislike each other but work well together. Xia Yanbei and Ji Qingzhou knocked on the hospital room door. Xiao Shuo was no longer receiving 4 fluids. He only needed to stay in the hospital for observation during this time. If nothing unusual happened, he would have a surgery to treat his eyes as a first step. The hospital arranged a caregiver for him. He sat alone by the window, facing the building below, lost in thought. Probably hearing footsteps from inside the room, his hearing had become very sharp recently. He could tell who was coming just by the sound of their footsteps. Yanbei, Qingzhou, you're here. After saying this, he didn't seem to intend to stand up to greet them. Usually, even if he couldn't see, he would turn his head when someone arrived. Today, Xiao Shuo still slightly tilted his head, listening carefully. After about 2 minutes, when he confirmed no one else was coming, his expression became a little complicated. Ji Qingzhou and Xia Yanbei looked at each other and noticed this too. Xia Yanbei looked behind the door. No one else was there. Could it be that someone else had visited him these days? What's wrong? It seems we're not the person you're waiting for. Are you expecting someone else? Xiao Shuo turned his head toward the sound and adjusted his position. No, I just remembered Aunt Ji hasn't come for a while. How has she been recently? I've been eating the meals she carefully prepared. I haven't even had a chance to thank her properly. He used his mother-in-law as an excuse, and Ji Qingzhou understood, but didn't call him out. However, it seemed that Ji Qingwan might not be completely out of the question. Although they only met once, they had a pleasant conversation last time. Especially now, Xiao Shuo looked lost and distracted, clearly still thinking about their last talk. Today's meal was also made by my mom. She said you need to recover your strength, so she specifically told me to tell you to only drink soup and not eat the meat inside. In the past, Yi Lanqing wouldn't have wasted ingredients like this. But after coming to the capital, although she has always been frugal, she also knows how to make the most of ingredients. Especially when cooking for the injured, she always leaves the best food for the patients. The lunchbox was placed on the bedside table, and Xiao Shuo already smelled the delicious aroma. Yi Lanqing hadn't made chicken soup for 3 days, and just smelling it made people crave it. I've been missing this taste for several days. I even dreamed about it at noon today. It seems Auntie Yi knows me best. Xia Yanbei took out the bowl Xiao Shuo usually used and poured the soup from the insulated box. The caregiver was a very kind-hearted aunt named Lu. In the 2 days since Xiao Shuo arrived at this hospital, she has taken care of him very carefully, like a mother. Now that we're close by, I come over a couple of times whenever I can. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, just tell me. His body is recovering, and his leg is doing quite well now. Aunt Lu helped him stand up and walk around for exercise. However, his eye recovery still needs some time, and even the chief doctor isn't willing to give a clear deadline. Don't worry, I'm not a kid. Ji Qingzhou had already replaced the water in Xiao Shuo's thermos with spiritual spring water. She added nutrients beneficial to his eyes into the water. This was something she had just developed in her space over the past 2 days, after dozens of experiments to find the right ratio. She wasn't sure if it would help Xiao Shuo's eyes much, but it would definitely provide some support. Seeing that the two of them hadn't left, Xiao Shuo smiled lightly, his face calm and relaxed. You two don't need to stay here with me all the time. I can eat alone. You can't stay with me forever, so let me try to get some exercise. Xia Yanbei glanced at Ji Qingzhou, and she nodded. If the subsequent treatment goes smoothly, he could be discharged in a little while. But his eyes still couldn't receive better treatment, so for a long time in the future, he would live as a blind person. Letting him get used to it early is also a good thing. Okay, if you have any difficulties, just find Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu is a typical northerner, with a loud voice, but very warm-hearted. I'm right here, not going anywhere. Rest assured and eat well. Her round body seemed full of energy. Xia Yanbei and Ji Qingzhou left, and Xiao Shuo groped his way toward the bedside table. In 2 days, he had learned enough about this place. He knew that the new environment was different, but he could roughly measure the distance between the old hospital and the current one. The current ward was probably on the east side. In the morning, the sunlight was bright. Aunt Lu was very kind, cheerful, hardworking, and capable. The ward became quiet again. Aunt Lu watched Xiao Shuo quietly rubbing the spoon on the table, sighed softly, and felt a little sad. Child, in my opinion, you should find someone to be with. Having someone to care for you might make you feel better, and maybe you'll recover faster. This child was still young. He couldn't be depressed forever. He should have a bright future, but unfortunately, no matter what, he couldn't hide the fact that he was a hero. When it came to finding someone, Xiao Shuo's first thought was of the little girl from his childhood. Over the years, he hadn't heard anything about her. He didn't know how she was now. But after a while, her voice sounded just like Ji Qingwan's from a few days ago. Although their experiences were completely different, the sunshine in their spirits was exactly the same. But soon, his eyes, which had already lost focus, dimmed again. I can't walk well now, and I'm blind. Who would want to marry me? Besides, a delicate girl's parents spoil her. How could she be with me and take care of me? When he said this, Aunt Lu, who had prepared many words, was left speechless. Honestly, she also had a daughter. If her daughter was willing, and considering that the other person was working for the country and the people, she wouldn't stop her. But deep down, she hoped her daughter could marry well. At least, she wanted her to be cared for, not to serve others all her life. Forget it. I'm already a trouble myself. Why should I delay a girl's life? Xiao Shuo said this as if he had made a firm decision. Aunt Lu shook her head helplessly, sighing repeatedly, not knowing what to say next. On the second day, the sky was just beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn, and Xia Yanbei was already dressed and ready to go out. As he pushed open the door, a chilling breeze swept in. Even Xia Yanbei, who usually wasn't afraid of the cold, couldn't help but shiver. Just as he was about to step outside, he heard Ji Qingzhou's voice behind him. Wait a moment. She looked like she had just woken up, with sleepy eyes and messy long hair. Holding a grayish-white scarf, she quickly walked a few steps to stand in front of Xia Yanbei. It's cold today. Don't you think you should wear a scarf? What if you catch a cold? Ji Qingzhou said with a slightly annoyed tone, then tiptoed and tried to put the scarf on his head. Xia Yanbei looked at her caring expression and smiled faintly. He naturally bent down a little to make it easier for her. Ji Qingzhou smiled as she stood firm, quickly tying the scarf around his neck. She took a step back, looked at his face, then stepped forward again to hold his cheeks and gently kissed his forehead. Come back early. I'll be waiting at home with the kids. Xia Yanbei nodded softly. Just as she was about to leave, he reached out and gently held the back of her head. A cool kiss was exchanged. His kiss was gentle and careful, as if he was handling a precious treasure. Ji Qingzhou did not resist, but responded shyly. Just as they were lost in their kiss, the sound of a door opening reached their ears. Shen Huaizhi was also preparing to leave. Old Xia, I didn't see anything. Shen Huaizhi looked a bit embarrassed, covering his eyes, silently reaching out to open the door, then turning to step back. Keep going, keep going. Ji Qingzhou blushed deeply, feeling shy, and buried her face in Xia Yanbei's chest. Xia Yanbei was unfazed, gently comforting her, his gaze casually falling on his friend. Being newlyweds, it's normal for a single man not to understand. Shen Huaizhi frowned, feeling as if a bullet had shot through his chest for no reason. Brother, let's have breakfast before you leave. At the same time, Shen Yunqing came out holding 2 buns and handed them to Shen Huaizhi. She finished and then noticed that both Xia Yanbei and Ji Qingzhou were standing outside the door. Her eyes flickered with a subtle change, and her cheeks slightly reddened. All right, it's getting late. I should go now. Until she watched the 2 people leave, Ji Qingzhou's face, which was almost bleeding from blushing, gradually returned to normal. Yunqing, are you going out? Seeing Shen Yunqing dressed neatly and warmly, Ji Qingzhou was curious. Yes, I need to go back and get some materials. Even when I return, I can't slack off. There are many things to do at the Research Institute. Shun Yunqing nodded. Watching her walk away, Ji Qingzhou took a deep breath and decided to work hard. Before her rebirth, she had already taken the college entrance exam and did quite well. Although a long time had passed, she believed it wouldn't be too hard to catch up. The room was empty without Xia Yanbei, making it feel a bit lonely. Ji Qingzhou thought that Ji Qingwan also needed to study, and the two of them could motivate each other more. She packed up her review materials and went home. When Ji Qingwan saw her return, she was so happy she couldn't wait to run over and hug her arm, pouting her lips. Now that I have a husband, you don't love me anymore. Hearing her jealous words, Ji Qingzhou felt a bit helpless and comforted her like a child. How could that be? I came specifically to see you and plan to study with you. Want me to teach you if there's anything you don't understand? Before she returned, Ji Qingwan was worried about her math problems. Hearing this, she puffed up her chest proudly and huffed. You're somewhat considerate. Of course. With such a good sister. How could I not be considerate? Ji Qingzhou dragged her proud self back to the room, first reviewing the questions she didn't understand, thinking through the ideas in her mind. She chose the simplest solution and patiently explained it to her. Even so, Ji Qingwan still found her head spinning. Looking at the dense numbers, she tilted her head back and couldn't help but let out a long cry to the sky.
Ah.
Why, if I am guilty, let the organization punish me. Why do they have to torment me like this? She felt as if her left brain was water and her right brain was flour, shaking them made a paste. Seeing Ji Qingwan about to give up and slack off, Ji Qingzhou just found it amusing. Actually, math can be quite interesting, especially when you solve a difficult problem. That feeling of pride that comes naturally, it's so wonderful. She kept encouraging Ji Qingwan nearby, saying, keep going. I believe sister is the best. Our goal is to be in the top 10 in the capital. For this goal, work hard. Strive. Seeing her sister so excited, almost like she had been energized, Ji Qingwan felt tears welling up but couldn't cry. How could she possibly achieve this? Ji Qingzhou decided to give her some easy questions first. Once she found the feeling, she would surely fall in love with math. All morning, Ji Qingwan was struggling with math problems. Her head felt like it was about to explode. Finally, it was lunchtime, and she just wanted to eat a lot to restore her energy. Let's eat. Ji Qingwan gently tugged at Ji Qingzhou, looking into her eyes, blinking her cute and pitiful eyes, sounding a little aggrieved. Ji Qingzhou looked at the clock. It was almost time. Okay, let's eat something simple and finish quickly so we can continue studying. Hearing her agree, Ji Qingwan was so happy she almost cried. She hurried out to serve the hot dishes, only to find that her parents had already prepared the meal. Now that your sister is pregnant, she needs to eat more nutritious food. Hurry and call her to eat. The delicious aroma wafted into her nose, making Ji Qingwan feel her stomach rumbling with hunger. Without hesitation, she went to call Ji Qingzhou to come eat. A big table full of dishes, with all kinds of flavors, looked perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Ji Qingwan couldn't wait. She served everyone rice and sat down immediately. She eagerly picked up a piece of pork rib and put it in her mouth. The tender, oily texture was so delicious she wished she could chew the bones and swallow them. She scooped a full spoonful of rice, and her hungry stomach finally felt satisfied.
Wow.
This is just too delicious. Her mouth was full, but she still raised her thumb to praise Chao Yunji. Mom, ever since you learned from Aunt Yi, your cooking skills have improved so much. She was so happy, she almost cried. Seeing her eldest daughter's exaggerated expression, Ji Jingshan and Chao Yunji exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly, a loving smile on their faces. Turning to look at Ji Qingzhou, who was eating little by little, worried she might not like it. Does it taste bad? Just tell Mom and Dad what you want to eat. Chao Yunji looked at her worriedly and served her a bowl of carp soup. Now you need to watch your diet and eat a balanced meal. Ji Qingzhou smiled upon hearing this and showed them her empty bowl, reassuring them, Mom and Dad, I just eat slowly. Then she got up to serve herself another bowl. Seeing this, Chao Yunji's worry turned to happiness. She pressed her daughter back into her seat and went to serve her food. Looking at her caring family, Ji Qingzhou felt very happy. After lunch, Ji Qingwan rubbed her full stomach and, out of habit, thought of Xiao Shua. Thinking of his cold, firm face, her mood became strangely complicated. Qingzhou, do you think Xiao Shua's eyes and leg can still recover? If such a good person became disabled, it would be such a pity. Ji Qingzhou also felt a bit overwhelmed. She casually flipped through a book, trying to stay calm. His leg isn't a big problem, it's almost healed. But his eyes. They haven't been stitched up yet. When she mentioned Xiao Shua's eyes, she fell silent. Why bring him up all of a sudden? Ji Qingzhou seemed to recall something suddenly, and her sharp gaze fell on Ji Qingwan. Are you still trying to care about him? You've never shown such concern for anyone before. Are you? Before Ji Qingzhou finished speaking, Ji Qingwan's face turned slightly red with suspicion. She shyly and nervously covered Ji Qingzhou's mouth. Why you? Don't say nonsense. I just feel sorry for him. No other meaning. Hearing her obvious attempt to deny, Ji Qingzhou nodded thoughtfully, her tone teasing and playful. Yes, you just care about him sincerely. I know. I won't talk to you anymore. Ji Qingwan shyly turned her head away, but she couldn't help but think of Xiao Shua. She wanted to visit him, but unfortunately, not everyone could enter the military compound. Sighing inwardly, she quickly snapped out of her thoughts. What was she thinking? Her top priority now was studying. The college entrance exam. She didn't want to hold her sister back. Ji Qingwan bit her lip and silently made a firm decision. She must not be tempted by beauty. She resolved to study hard.
Got it, she said.
After about half an hour, Ji Qingzhou regained his energy and made a study plan for himself and Ji Qingwan for the day. Seeing her become more enthusiastic instead of losing focus, Ji Qingwan felt helpless and almost wanted to cry. It was too late now, her nap was gone. She truly regretted her wandering thoughts earlier and not sleeping well during her rest. Xiao Shua felt his leg gradually recovering and excitedly started exercising. Although he was resting, he didn't want to fall behind his good friends. He did push-ups one after another, sweat beads the size of soybeans dripping down, but he showed no sign of stopping. It was as if a military horn was sounding in his ears. In his mind, he saw scenes of working out with his friends. His tired body, as if given a shot of adrenaline, reignited with energy. He had to push on. He absolutely couldn't lose. Only when his hospital gown was soaked through with sweat did he lie on the ground to rest briefly. Suddenly, a sound came from downstairs. He listened quietly, and for a moment, he seemed to be transported back to the past. Back then, little girls would secretly peek in through the window, sometimes daring to call his name. A slight movement appeared between his brows. Instinctively, he got up from the ground, groping and cautiously moving forward. The unknown feeling of the road ahead filled Xiao Shua with excitement and nervousness, along with a hint of fear. When he successfully took the first step, he suddenly felt like he understood something. If he could only live in darkness in the future, it was better to get used to it sooner. He looked like a child who had just learned to walk, stretching his arms and carefully shuffling forward. Unconsciously, he became accustomed to this way of walking, avoiding many obstacles along the way through exploration. Being blind didn't seem as terrifying as he had imagined. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Shua's mouth, the happiest smile he had shown in days. Maybe with gradual training, he could regain his previous condition and perhaps even return to the army. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he slowly stepped out the door. Feeling the damp air and cold wind outside, his heart, which was about to become still water, surged with waves again. Just as he was dreaming about the future, an unexpected event happened in the next second. A sudden figure rushed into Xiao Shua's arms, catching him off guard and causing him to fall to the ground. He heard the child's crying nearby.
Ugh.
I don't want the shot. I won't take the shot. Hearing the child's fuss, Xiao Shua instinctively frowned. He clumsily reached out his hand, trying to stand up, but after losing sight of his surroundings, he realized his balance was very different from before. He staggered a few steps before struggling to get up from the ground. The child's crying continued, and he reached out to comfort him, but he found himself already lost and unsure of his direction. In an instant, it felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing his throat tightly. He felt suffocated. At the same time, the child's parent hurried over and picked up the child. The parent raised their hand and gave him 2 firm pats on the back, then noticed Xiao Shua covered in dirt and quickly understood what had happened. "I'm really sorry. I was here to give the child a shot, but he's too naughty. He ran out while I wasn't paying attention and accidentally bumped into you." His voice was full of apology. The little boy, still struggling and pulling at his collar, argued repeatedly. "It's not my fault." He was blocking the way and not watching where he was going. Xiao Shua, already panicked from losing his sense of direction, felt as if he had fallen into the bottom of a deep canyon, filled with despair. He felt completely helpless in this situation. A strong sense of powerlessness overwhelmed him, leaving him deeply shaken. At this moment, he was lost in his own world until he heard the voices again. "Child, what nonsense are you talking? Uncle is blind. How did your parents teach you? But he doesn't look blind at all." The parent quickly responded but couldn't stop the child's words. The word, blind, felt like a sharp knife stabbing into Xiao Shua's heart. Seeing his face change, the parent hurriedly apologized. But Xiao Shua's mind was spinning, unable to hear his words, completely immersed in endless darkness. When Dr. Su, his primary doctor, arrived and noticed something was wrong, he quickly came over and helped pull Xiao Shua out of his negative emotions. He then escorted him back to his hospital room. It was already quite late, and no matter how he tried to talk to Xiao Shua, he received no response. At this moment, Xiao Shua looked like a lifeless doll, only a shell remaining. Dr. Su frowned, and suddenly Xiao Shua showed a reaction. He clenched his teeth tightly, forehead sweating coldly, his face as pale as paper. Details of his injury and coma gradually appeared in his mind. It felt as if he was reliving the experience all over again. His muscles started to twitch uncontrollably. He painfully covered his eyes and let out a low, strained cry. "Dr. Su, what's happening to him?" The nurse frowned, never having seen this before, and felt a bit panicked. She moved closer and reached out to try to control Xiao Shua. But he was completely immersed in pain and unaware of his surroundings. Having served in the army for many years, his strength was not something a young girl could control. The nurse almost fell to the ground when he nearly toppled her. Luckily, Dr. Su was behind her and steadied her. "Get the sedative." After administering the injection, Xiao Shua's emotions gradually calmed down. Dr. Su sensed that something was off about his condition. He immediately made a call to inform Old Zeng and Old Peng, asking them to discuss Xiao Shua's ongoing treatment together. When Old Zeng received the call and learned about Xiao Shua's condition, his brows furrowed. "What's wrong?" Old Peng finished his work quickly and came to see him. Seeing his old friend's worried face, he couldn't help but feel tense. After hanging up, Old Zeng briefly summarized what Dr. Su had told him. Both of them sighed at the same time. Logically, his body should be gradually recovering. Although his eyes can't be restored except through transplantation, he shouldn't be like this now. In the end, it's still a mental block. For now, we can try acupuncture to see if it can stabilize his emotions. Whether he can recover or how much he can recover is still uncertain. Thinking about how he shouldn't be like this. If he hadn't gone blind, his future would have been limitless. It's such a pity. They looked at each other and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Xiao Shua's condition was complicated, and no delay was allowed. After finishing their tasks, the two of them hurriedly headed over. Meanwhile, Ji Qingzhou returned to the courtyard. As soon as he entered, he saw Yi Lanqing hanging up the phone. Seeing her face full of worry, he couldn't help but ask with concern, "Mom, is something wrong?" Yi Lanqing turned her head when she heard his voice. Her tightly knit brows relaxed slightly, but her eyes and expression still showed some unspoken sadness. "It's Xiao Shua." Hearing the name, Xiao Shua, Ji Qingzhou's heart tightened. His injury has improved. Could there be a problem? Yi Lanqing nodded and explained everything to Ji Qingzhou. Hearing this, Ji Qingzhou also frowned. She put down the book in her hand and said, "Mom, stay at home and rest. I'll go see him." "All right, go ahead." Yi Lanqing watched her hurriedly leave, then sighed heavily. That child, Xiao Shua, is really unfortunate. Ji Qingzhou moved quickly and arrived at the hospital just in time to see his master giving Xiao Shua acupuncture. Xiao Shua was sweating from the pain, with veins bulging on his forehead and the back of his hands. Even so, he clenched his teeth and said nothing. Seeing him like this, Ji Qingzhou felt a strange sense of relief that he hadn't let Ji Qingwan bring him back. If she had seen him, she might have felt even more distressed. "You're here." Old Xing noticed Ji Qingzhou and immediately made space for her. Without hesitation, Ji Qingzhou stepped in and helped with the acupuncture alongside Old Peng. The thin, sharp needles slowly pierced into Xiao Shua's head, making him look like a hedgehog. Lying on the bed, Xiao Shua was unaware of his surroundings, feeling helpless and lost. He felt powerless, as if he were a fish on a cutting board. Especially after the needles entered his body, a soft, weak feeling washed over him. He closed his eyes and furrowed his brows.
So,
Do my eyes still have a chance to be saved? Recently, he sensed that everyone was deliberately avoiding talking about his condition. He suddenly had a premonition that there might be no hope of regaining his sight. If that were true, he would rather be instantly killed. He didn't want to become someone who needs help walking or constant care, a disabled person. He pressed his lips tightly, waiting for their answer. That feeling was like waiting for fate to judge him. Everyone held their breath and looked silently at each other. No one answered. Given Xiao Shua's condition, telling him that his eyes couldn't be cured would only make things worse. Ji Qingzhou's hand, which was about to move, paused involuntarily. She bit her lip, unsure how to answer his question. Their silence felt like a dull knife slowly cutting into Xiao Shua's heart. Just when he was about to lose all hope, Ji Qingzhou remembered the space upgrade. Her dim eyes suddenly shone with a glimmer of hope. She took a deep breath and carefully inserted the needle into his head, then spoke. "There is hope. Trust me." Her confident words reached everyone's ears. Xiao Shua's brow twitched. At first, he was surprised, like standing on the edge of a cliff about to fall, but then someone grabbed him and pulled him back. The feeling of surviving against the odds left him feeling confused and overwhelmed. Everyone else knew Xiao Shua's situation well and understood how difficult it was for his eyes to recover. They all looked at her in shock. Old Zeng was worried. She was just trying to comfort Xiao Shua, afraid that giving him hope without being able to deliver would only make him more hopeless later. He slightly parted his lips, wanting to say something, but hesitated, afraid it might upset Xiao Shua. In the end, he stayed silent. Ji Qingzhou understood what they were thinking. Without hesitation or doubt, she repeated herself. "Don't worry. With me here, I will definitely cure your eyes." Ji Qingzhou seemed to have a special magic. Her words always made people believe without question. Xiao Shua responded softly. His voice was small but full of hope. Seeing his mood improve, everyone quickly took the chance to start the second round of injections. Everyone was tense, not daring to relax for a moment. Even Xiao Shua cooperated well, though the second injection seemed more painful than the first. A sharp, wave-like pain flooded through him, hitting him forcefully again and again. No matter how much he tried to endure, Xiao Shua couldn't help but grunt softly. His whole body felt like it was soaked in water. His clothes were completely wet. Despite this, his spirit remained strong. Ji Qingzhou checked the time and carefully put away the silver needle. "Don't overthink things. Your main task these days is to rest and regain your energy. There's no need to rush your recovery now. Follow Dr. Su's advice and avoid running around or overexerting yourself." After saying this, she turned to look at Dr. Su and reminded him, "Be sure to observe carefully. If any complicated situations arise, let me handle them." Old Peng watched his more professional apprentice with a happy smile on his face. Before leaving, He patted Jiqing Zhou on the shoulder. Since you got married, you've become more mature and steady. You're more capable of handling things on your own now. But you're pregnant, so you need to be careful and not overwork yourself. In response to her master's concern, Jiqing Zhou nodded repeatedly. Back home, she sat at her wooden desk and carefully examined the medical records she had received from Dr.
So,
The more she looked, the more worried she became. Her brows furrowed tightly. Xiao Shua's condition was almost exactly as she had expected, even worse in some ways. Besides the transplant surgery, there seemed to be no other options. However, the current conditions were very difficult, making it hard to ensure the success of the surgery. Although she had spiritual spring, it was not a magic solution. She wasn't sure if it could help restore eye function, or if someone would be willing to donate corneas. A series of challenges lay ahead, and Jiqing Zhou sighed with worry, missing the advanced medical environment of her past life. In her previous life, such matters were simple. But in just a moment, Jiqing Zhou quickly gathered her spirits. Perhaps this was the meaning of her gaining the space. She needed to work hard to upgrade, bringing more advanced medical equipment to everyone earlier. The sooner she gained access, the faster development could happen. In the future, this would be good for both the country and the people. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. For several days, besides studying during the day, she would go into her space at night to research how to upgrade faster and test whether the spiritual spring could be used for sterilization. When she was immersed in her research, she felt like she had entered another world. She even forgot the time, wishing she had more hours to learn. Jiqing Zhou kept her eyes fixed on her work, her eyes starting to sting. She gently rubbed them twice with her hand, but it didn't affect her focus or efficiency. When she finished her time in the space, she looked at the wall clock and realized it was almost 10 o'clock. Unconsciously, she remembered the words Xia Yanbei told her before leaving. Jiqing Zhou bit her lip and decided to listen carefully. After all, this issue couldn't be solved quickly. It needed to be handled step by step. She hurried to brush her teeth and wash up. Just as the second hand was about to point to 12, she finally slipped into bed. She curled up completely, and the soft blanket made her feel like she was walking on clouds, floating gently. Jiqing Zhou could almost smell Xia Yanbei's scent on her nose, light but strangely comforting. Thinking about how he held her when he was home, she unknowingly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Jiqing Wan, who had already fallen asleep earlier, suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up sharply on the bed, reached out to wipe the sweat on her forehead. She gasped for air, and the vivid scene from her dream appeared before her eyes. It felt so real. That feeling of a pounding heart still lingered in her mind. Jiqing Wan raised her hand and pressed it heavily over her chest. In her dream, she was on a battlefield, watching bullets fly straight toward Xiao Shua. No matter how loudly she shouted, Xiao Shua couldn't hear her. She was frantic, trying to block the bullets with her body, but it was useless. The bullets pierced her body and continued toward Xiao Shua, with explosions covering him. A sharp, stabbing pain struck her heart, and before she could see what happened next, she woke up from the nightmare. So, was this scene something he had experienced himself? Jiqing Wan didn't dare to think about it. Tears welled up in her eyes and rolled down, hot as burning coal. It wasn't even dawn yet. Jiqing Wan sat on the edge of the bed, hugging her knees, but she couldn't fall asleep. Her mind was full of thoughts about Xiao Shua, and she felt like a big fool. Xia Yanbei and Shen Huai were preparing for today's training. Commander Liu hurried over quickly, looking anxious. Xiao Xia, Xiao Shen, there's a very important task. We must leave immediately. Jiqing Bei and Shen Huai exchanged a quick look, then stood straight and spoke in unison. Awaiting your instructions, Commander. Commander Liu looked at them seriously. Our two very important people have been detained by the country of Zhou. Our country has repeatedly tried to negotiate with the enemy, but all efforts have failed. The other side remains stubborn and keeps the captives under strict guard. The last secret rescue attempt also failed. These two individuals have suffered cruel treatment and are in great danger. We cannot just wait and do nothing. We must bring them back safely as soon as possible. While speaking, Commander Lu looked at Shun Huaiji with a hint of helplessness. The enemy is cunning and tricky. This mission is very difficult. After much discussion, the organization decided only you two can be trusted to handle it. Shun Huaiji's face darkened slightly. He remembered the letter his parents, from the Ji family, gave him. They have been tortured and held captive in the enemy country. The last rescue attempt failed. This time, the people he wants to save are his parents. No one wants to bring them back more than he does. But based on past experience with the enemy, he knows well. This mission is extremely dangerous. The chance of bringing everyone back safely is small. Still, he must try his best. Even if it ends badly, his parents would want their spirits to return home. Shun Huaiji clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes showed more determination. Rest assured, we will complete the mission. Xia Yanbei turned his head and saw Shun Huaiji's serious look. He understood how he felt. His own mood also sank. Once the order was given, the soldiers quickly prepared. 5 minutes later, military trucks arrived at the company gate. The soldiers, carrying bags and weapons, boarded one after another. Xia Yanbei stood by the truck. Shun Huaiji beside him looked even more serious than usual before a mission. Xia Yanbei patted his shoulder. I understand. You're under a lot of pressure. This was his own parents. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes this time. His mental stress was probably worse than anyone else's here. Because it was about his parents' lives, Xia Yanbei knew words of comfort wouldn't help. He only gave him a firm look and extended a fist. Let's go. Together, we'll bring them home. Shun Huaiji looked at him. At this moment, the two brave friends, who had faced life and death many times, shared a deep understanding. Just like every time they went into battle side by side before, Shun Huaiji exhaled and bumped fists with him. The two of them immediately set out, the car carrying them straight to the military airport. Ji Qingzhou had just finished breakfast when she hurried to the hospital. Old Peng quickly formed a special team to discuss Xiao Shua's current condition and the next treatment plan. The old man looked worried. Things are not looking good now. If his condition doesn't improve soon, it could delay treatment and also be a big psychological to him. Ji Qingzhou strongly agreed with this. During this time, she could tell that although Xiao Shua always appeared cheerful when talking, it was just a brave face to hide their worries. His mental state was like a tree slowly losing water and green leaves, becoming yellow and wilted. If this continued, his spirit might collapse. Old Peng frowned and continued analyzing. Currently, acupuncture can relieve eye tissue death, but it's not a long-term solution. Surgery is urgently needed. The other doctors looked at each other in silence. Old Peng, we understand that, but eye cornea surgery is really not easy. Ji Qingzhou also felt a bit helpless. In her previous life, she had learned some knowledge about eye cornea surgery, but she knew her limits and wasn't completely confident. If we go ahead with surgery, we must discuss all the steps beforehand to make sure everything goes perfectly. However, eye specialists were very rare. They spent the whole morning discussing, but couldn't come up with a perfect plan. By afternoon, Old Peng, feeling tired, pressed his eyes and looked at Ji Qingzhou, who was still pregnant, then waved his hand. Everyone is tired. Let's end the meeting and rest a bit, have something to eat. Everyone sighed and got up to leave. Old Peng hurried over to Ji Qingzhou, looking at her with concern and worry, his face full of regret. It's my fault. I forgot the time during the meeting. Qingzhou, are you feeling okay? Are you too tired? Ji Qingzhou didn't feel much and smiled at her master. You don't need to worry about me. I'm still early in my pregnancy. I've been on the battlefield before, so I'm not that delicate. Although the words were spoken, Old Peng still couldn't relax. No. Extend your wrist, and I will check your pulse. You always like to share good news and hide worries, afraid I might be concerned. I don't trust your words. Ji Qingzhou wanted to refuse, but when he looked up, he saw his master frowning tightly, with an unshakable look, as if ready to argue against Ji Qingzhou's refusal. It was almost written on his face. If you don't let me check your pulse, I will cause trouble. Ji Qingzhou couldn't help but laugh and cry, so he had to compromise, extending his wrist for his master to check. After checking several times and confirming that Ji Qingzhou was fine, Old Peng finally relaxed. But he still couldn't fully let go. Just as Ji Qingzhou was about to visit the patient, Old Peng pulled him to have a carefully prepared lunch with a good mix of meat and vegetables, constantly helping Ji Qingzhou serve food.
Eat.
Eat more. After making sure Ji Qingzhou was full, Old Peng felt relieved and followed her to the ward. Xiao Shua, as usual, leaned on the window frame, standing by the window. The cool breeze carried the lively noise from downstairs, blowing the hospital gown behind Xiao Shua's waist. His figure was noticeably thinner than when he was injured, standing alone and looking very lonely. Ji Qingzhou felt a little heavy-hearted, took a deep breath, smiled, and stepped inside. Almost at the same time, Xiao Shua turned his head. His face was slightly pale, and his smile looked a bit forced. "Is it Qingzhou and Old Peng? You're here." Old Peng teased on purpose. "Not bad. Now your hearing is so good that you can tell it's us without us speaking." Xiao Shua was slightly stunned, lowered his head to hide it, and his smile dimmed a little. "Yes, after all, I might have to rely on my ears to live in the future." "How can my ears not be sharp?" Ji Qingzhou and Old Peng instinctively looked at each other and sighed silently. But soon, Ji Qingzhou adjusted his mood, stepped forward again, and joked with a smile. "So, are you planning to walk around with your eyes closed every day after your eyes are healed, relying on your ears to live? Did you ask your ears for their opinion?" Xiao Shua was slightly stunned, slowly raised his head toward Ji Qingzhou, with a look of cautious anticipation. Ji Qingzhou checked him while comforting him. "We are already discussing the specific plan for corneal transplant surgery. After the operation, you'll be able to see again. Trust us, don't worry, okay? No matter how many difficulties she must overcome, she is determined to complete this surgery. She cannot let a brave soldier, who should be on the battlefield and front lines, be trapped in an invisible prison." Ji Qingzhou spoke confidently, which made Xiao Shua feel unexpectedly calm inside. After spending time together these days, Xiao Shua could tell that Ji Qingzhou was not someone who made false promises. Maybe there really is hope? Xiao Shua slowly nodded. Old Peng silently relaxed and let out a breath. After the afternoon meeting, Ji Qingzhou was about to say goodbye to her master and go home, but suddenly she couldn't find him. Just as she was about to look for him, Old Peng put down his phone and walked over with a bright smile. "Qingzhou, the leaders from the military hospital just called. They said you can report there today." Ji Qingzhou blinked. Although she already knew her acceptance as a military doctor was in progress, when the day finally arrived, it still felt a bit unreal. In this life, had she really achieved her dreams so early? Old Peng saw her daze and smiled even more. This girl, is she happily stunned or regretting already? The old man teased her on purpose. "If you regret it, I can go tell the leaders to cancel your spot right now." He made a move as if to make a call. Ji Qingzhou snapped out of her thoughts and quickly stopped him, speaking honestly. "Master, I'm really happy, but it still feels a bit unreal." The old man chuckled. "What's so unreal about it? The country and the organization are keeping track of your contributions. The country is intentionally nurturing you, wanting you to do better. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and go register downstairs. Are you going to give this opportunity to someone else?" Ji Qingzhou was both happy and touched. She grinned at her master and quickly made her promise. "I will not let the country's trust in me go to waste. I will do my best to save lives and help those in need. I will go report now." She immediately turned around and headed to the hospital's human resources department. Watching her back, Old Peng showed a satisfied smile. The hospital had already prepared all the materials, and Ji Qingzhou's onboarding process went smoothly and quickly. On the way back, the air seemed especially fresh, and the sunset was fiery and bright, as if celebrating Ji Qingzhou. The burden on her shoulders has become heavier, and she needs to work even harder. Ji Qingzhou's steps are more firm. The first thing she does when she gets home is to enter her space and carefully look for information and methods about corneal transplant surgery. Just as she is about to dive into the laboratory, Ji Qingzhou suddenly notices the button at the door. Usually, she presses the red button, but now it emits a bright, eye-catching red glow that keeps flickering, as if eagerly waiting for someone to press it. The last time this button lit up was during the first space upgrade. Could it be that my merit points from the battlefield are enough to upgrade again? Ji Qingzhou feels excited and presses the button eagerly. The scene in front of her begins to change, starting from the main door nearby. The original single door has become a wider double door, and the walls of the laboratory extend outward, tripling the space, now painted more neatly and precisely. When she pushes the door open, the interior furnishings have changed dramatically. The medicine cabinets have increased from 1 to 4, filled with a variety of medicinal herbs, more complete than before. Even beside each row of medicines, there are now options for one-click processing. Curious, Ji Qingzhou walks closer and casually presses the button next to bamboo tar liquid, choosing a quantity of 1. In the next second, herbs like bamboo, forsythia, fish mint, and platycodon are visibly consumed rapidly. Then, with a ding sound, a simple package of bamboo tar liquid appears in the rightmost compartment. She looks up again, and the raw materials for the previously used medicines are quickly replenished. Besides bamboo tar, options for one-click processing of medicines like small chai hu granules, banlangen granules, and lianhua qingwen capsules are also available. Ji Qingzhou looks at these with delight. Great! With this function, I can now take these common medicines whenever I need them, without the hassle of making them myself. Before she can fully enjoy the surprise, she turns her head and notices 2 additional doors beside her. Curious and puzzled, she walks forward and pushes open the first door on the left. This room is especially large, and inside, various categories of hygiene and surgical equipment are neatly arranged. From small stainless steel surgical tools to various sizes of optical surgical microscopes and even different examination instruments, everything is there. Inside the second door is a small sterile operating room. There are 3 transparent doors inside, each with different sterilization standards and equipment. On the last door, there is a small display screen. According to the data on the screen, the temperature, humidity, and even the lighting are almost constant, making the surgical environment nearly perfect. She thought this was already amazing, but when she opened the third door, she was stunned. Is this? In the dimly lit room, floating in the center, are large 3-dimensional words. Welcome to the Holographic Medical Surgery Simulator. Holographic? This technology was just a concept in her previous life before rebirth. Could such advanced technology really exist here? Ji Qingzhou eagerly stepped forward, full of excitement and anticipation. She instinctively held her breath, reached out cautiously, and touched the floating words. At that moment, the words turned into countless light points that scattered, then quickly gathered into smaller lines of text. This machine can help you learn various medical knowledge faster and improve practical skills. Input patient data to simulate surgical procedures. Follow the instructions and start using it now. Following the instructions, Ji Qingzhou carefully read the detailed operation steps. She then tapped her finger again, selecting the ophthalmology option. In the next second, 2 modes appeared before her eyes: learning mode and simulation mode. In learning mode, basic theoretical knowledge about ophthalmology was very detailed and systematic. The most urgent and troubling issue for her now was Xiao Shua's corneal transplant surgery. She wasn't a specialist in ophthalmology, and she was considering whether to find an expert in the field to review the knowledge. With this holographic learning device, she could learn independently. A surge of joy filled her heart. Just as she was about to feel happy, she suddenly realized a problem. Xiao Shua's surgery was not only a technical challenge, but also a matter of timing. Medical knowledge is complex and extensive. Even focusing on ophthalmology, mastering it thoroughly would take a lot of time.
Could she wait?
Could Xiao Shua's condition wait? Ji Qingzhou looked at the holographic projection in front of her and couldn't help but sigh. If only I had upgraded the space earlier, I wouldn't be running out of time now. Just as she finished her sigh, the projector seemed to understand and displayed a small message at the top of the options. Tip: when you enter learning mode, external space and time stop moving. Mom won't have to worry about your study time anymore. Ji Qingzhou's worries were completely eased, and she felt even more excited. This feature is so user-friendly. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? School starts. Ji Qingzhou immediately clicked to start studying. As the knowledge and theories unfolded before her eyes, a holographic figure appeared on the right side, greeting her. Hello, I am your holographic teacher. Let's start learning together. With each page turned, matching the key points, a 3D model of an eye structure with different labels appeared on her left side, allowing her to dissect and study it from all angles. This learning environment is simply perfect. Ji Qingzhou quickly immersed herself in studying, like a sponge, efficiently absorbing knowledge with the help of the holographic tips and turning it into practical skills. She lost track of how long she had been studying, only knowing that the space reminded her 4 or 5 times to eat, 7 or 8 times to take nutritional supplements, and countless times to drink water and massage. When she had learned about 1/3 of the basic knowledge, she finally felt satisfied and withdrew from the learning state. Ji Qingzhou stretched lazily and left the holographic classroom. She walked to the window in the backyard and looked out. The ground outside had unexpectedly grown lush with flowers and plants, vibrant and full of life. Not far from the chicken coop, the hens still strolled leisurely on the green grass. But unlike before, today behind the hens, there was a line of small yellow chicks. Ji Qingzhou was a bit surprised. How long have I been studying? And you've already hatched chicks. She reached out and cupped one of the chicks in her palm. Probably because it drank the spiritual spring water. The chick was larger than usual, looking very healthy and sturdy, fluffy and round like a cotton ball, extremely adorable. Ji Qingzhou smiled happily and gently stroked the chick's head. You all need to grow up quickly so we can have more eggs to eat in the future. By then, there will be plenty of eggs, and I can share some with neighbors and colleagues. The chick, who was just happily enjoying itself with half-closed eyes, seemed to understand. It flapped its little wings and hurriedly flew down from Ji Qingzhou's palm. Its tiny legs were moving so fast they looked like sparks, and it quickly flew away from Ji Qingzhou. Ji Qingzhou laughed so hard, she nearly doubled over. When she left the space and returned home, the clucking of the mother hen and the sound of the spring water were gone, making the surroundings feel very quiet. Her mother-in-law was not home either, so she was alone, and the house felt empty. Just then, Ji Qingwan called. Qingzhou, I told you Mom and Dad are not home. I'm alone, and the house is so quiet I can't concentrate on studying. Her tone revealed feelings of loneliness, sadness, and helplessness. Ji Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. Isn't that just perfect? Yanbei hasn't been here lately either. I also need a companion. Ji Qingzhou immediately suggested that her sister come to live with her at the military compound for a while. Ji Qingwan happily agreed. The two quickly made plans, and Ji Qingzhou immediately went to register her sister for temporary residence. As soon as the registration was done, Ji Qingzhou set out to pick up Ji Qingwan. On the way, they were happily discussing what to eat that evening. But after passing the security check and stepping into the military compound, Ji Qingwan suddenly seemed distracted, her eyes constantly drifting elsewhere. Ji Qingzhou snorted softly, mimicking Ji Qingwan's old, innocent, and slightly pitiful expression, pouting her lips. All right, now that I'm talking, you're not paying attention. You don't want to listen anymore, right? You really don't love me anymore. After saying this, Ji Qingwan slowly turned her gaze back, smiling a little awkwardly. That's not true, then, intentionally or not. She glanced in a certain direction and silently walked forward. Ji Qingzhou. If this had happened before, Ji Qingwan would have used her best green tea skills to argue with her for hours. This was abnormal, way too abnormal. Ji Qingzhou narrowed her eyes and looked in the direction Ji Qingwan was gazing. Instantly, she understood. That direction was the internal hospital of the military compound. Ji Qingwan was clearly thinking about someone. Thinking about Xiao Shua's current situation and her attitude toward her sister, Ji Qingzhou felt a bit helpless. She sighed. Don't worry. Xiao Shua's condition has stabilized now, and he's about to have a corneal transplant surgery. There's a good chance he will see again. Ji Qingwan didn't expect Ji Qingzhou to be so direct and reveal her thoughts. She looked down nervously for a moment, then sighed again. That's good. Seeing no further words, Ji Qingzhou couldn't help but remind her. If you're worried, you can go see him. Ji Qingwan's eyes brightened for a moment, then dimmed again. But I don't know medical skills, so I can't do much. I'm afraid I might cause trouble. Ji Qingzhou felt even more helpless. Ji Qingwan and Xiao Shua are both cautious, one careful, the other afraid of being a burden, so neither dares to get too close. But in fact, they both have feelings for each other. They just need a little chance. Coincidentally, as they talked, they reached the door of the house. The kitchen window was open, and Yi Lanqing was smiling and waving at them. You're back. I've prepared food for Xiao Shua, and there's some still in the pot.
Come eat quickly.
I'm going to the hospital to deliver food. Ji Qingzhou's eyes lit up, and she nudged Ji Qingwan with her elbow, giving her a look. Who said you can't help? Ji Qingwan immediately understood, gathered her courage, and stepped forward to take the lunchbox. Auntie, let me help deliver the food. She hurried toward the hospital with the lunchbox. But halfway there, she turned back, losing most of her courage, and looked worried with a frown. Qingzhou, I'm a bit nervous alone. Ji Qingzhou smiled and shook her head, thinking it was best for her to go with her sister. With Ji Qingzhou there, Ji Qingwan felt much braver and didn't hesitate to push open the door to the ward. However, when she looked back, she realized the person beside her hadn't come in. Seeing her sister's hopeful look, Ji Qingzhou stood outside the door, smiling and giving a supportive fist pump. You can do it.
Keep going.
I'll wait outside. After saying that, she even kindly closed the door for her sister. Ji Qingwan stood at the door, unsure whether to go in or not, and closed her eyes in frustration. But Xiao Shua had already heard her voice. Is this Ji girl? Ji Qingwan? Worried she might feel awkward, she quickly walked over, set down the lunchbox, and smiled to smooth things over. I've been staying at my sister's place these days, so I thought I'd help out by taking turns with Annie Yi to bring you food. Xiao Shua nodded. Thank you for your effort. Ji Qingwan said it was no trouble, but then she didn't know what else to say. She hurriedly brought the food to his front, trying to hide her embarrassment with her actions. After arranging the food for a while, Xiao Shua still didn't move. Ji Qingwan tentatively asked, Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste? Xiao Shua reached out, scooped up some rice, turned toward Ji Qingwan, and pretended to be surprised as he asked with a smile, Are we eating with our hands today? While speaking, he also made a grabbing motion with his hand. Ji Qingwan was stunned for a second before she realized what he meant. She quickly took out the utensils from her bag and handed them to him. She couldn't help but laugh at her own silliness. Sorry, I forgot about this. The awkward atmosphere was instantly broken. Xiao Shua also smiled kindly and shook his head, indicating it was okay. Although I was joking, eating with your hands on the battlefield was quite common. If you really want to, it's no problem. Ji Qingwan looked at him in surprise. Do you often eat with your hands on the battlefield? Xiao Shua nodded. Yes, in the army camp, with so many soldiers, there aren't always enough utensils. Back then, eating was just about staying alive. It didn't matter how you ate, as long as you could eat. Ji Qingwan had never heard anyone talk about these things before. She was very curious and asked many questions. Xiao Shua was happy to have someone to talk to and patiently answered each one. They ate and talked, gradually becoming more familiar. But Ji Qingwan's enthusiasm was too high, and her questions were too cute. Xiao Shua chuckled and instinctively patted her head. Why do you have so many strange questions in that little head of yours? As soon as he said that, both of them froze. Ji Qingwan felt a jolt through her whole body, as if she had returned to her childhood in an instant. When she was young, she was always full of curiosity about the world. Her neighbor, the older brother, patiently answered her questions and would often pat her head like this, smiling and saying she had many wild ideas. That feeling was so familiar. Ji Qingwan looked at the pair of eyes covered with gauze, a question she had never dared to believe in suddenly flooding her mind with urgency. Could he be the person from her childhood? But how should she ask? Talking about childhood would surely remind him of his late parents. and that would be like opening old wounds. Before Jing Qingwan could figure out how to ask, she saw Xiao Shua, who had been slightly stunned just now, suddenly snap out of it and quickly withdraw his hand. Xiao Shua felt a bit annoyed with himself. Why did he suddenly reach out and pat the girl's head just now? But that feeling of being questioned about something was so familiar. Jing Qingwan quickly shook her head. It's okay. Actually, his action just now made me think of. Gathering her courage, she was about to ask her question, but her gaze unintentionally drifted downward, and she immediately frowned. Oh no! Why does your hand look swollen? Xiao Shua reached out and touched it, casually saying it's nothing. When you get injections on the back of your hand often, it tends to swell. Jing Qingwan immediately stood up nervously, trying to help him remove the swelling, but she was worried her technique might hurt him if she was not careful.
You.
Wait for me, I'll call the doctor. Before Xiao Shua could stop her, the girl had already run out the door in a flash. A moment later, Jing Qingzhou efficiently removed the 4-needle. Jing Qingwan stared at him anxiously, eyes fixed. How is it? Is it serious? Does the swelling on your hand need some ointment? Tell me the name, I'll go downstairs to get the medicine right now. Jing Qingwan asked with her words, but her body was already eagerly turning toward the door, as if once Jing Qingzhou said the name of the medicine, she would sprint down immediately to fetch it. Jing Qingzhou chuckled and patted her shoulder. This is common. It's not that serious. Just apply a warm towel, and it will get better. No need to worry so much. The word worry was spoken with a deliberate, meaningful tone. Jing Qingwan shot her a reproachful look. Got it. I'm not worried at all. Though she said that, her body was being honest. Jing Qingwan immediately stood up, grabbed a towel and basin, and rushed toward the hot water room. A moment later, she carefully took the towel out of the hot water, wrung it dry, and gently placed it on Xiao Shua's swollen hand. While tending to her actions, Ji Qingwan carefully asked, How is it? Is it too hot? Xiao Shua smiled and shook his head. Worried about the water temperature, Ji Qingwan then began to worry about the effect. She couldn't help but lift the towel to take a look. But as she did, she immediately saw on the back of his hand a reddened wound caused by the heat. The wound stretched from his little finger to his wrist bone. Although it had healed, a wide, long scar remained. Just looking at it, Ji Qingwan could imagine how bloody and raw it must have been when injured. Her heart trembled, and she couldn't help but reach out her finger to gently touch the scar. How did this happen? It must have hurt a lot at the time, right? Usually, she felt pain from even small cuts on her hand, so she wondered how much it must have hurt him. As she spoke, her breathing also trembled slightly. Xiao Shua keenly noticed her slight trembling. He was momentarily stunned and suddenly realized something. He wanted to explain but swallowed his words. After a moment of thought, he withdrew his hand. Miss Ji, I am used to rough work. I am not that delicate. Ji Qingwan also came back to herself, realizing she had been too close just now. She took one last look at the wound, then quickly reached for the towel on his hand. I'll change the towel for you, but Xiao Shua was faster, pressing the towel with his other hand. For hot compresses, I can do it myself. No need to trouble you. Ji Qingwan then noticed his tone had suddenly become colder and more distant. She looked at him in confusion. Did my actions or questions just now offend you? I was just... She wanted to explain, but Xiao Shua interrupted her. No, I just prefer to handle my own matters. Whether Ji Qingwan liked him or not, he didn't want to delay or affect her. Especially since the nurse had said before that Ji Qingwan and Ji Qingzhou were both very beautiful. He couldn't see, but just from what he heard, he could imagine what kind of slender, graceful, and elegant girl she was. Not to mention she was so kind and thoughtful. Such a good girl. If she didn't like him, she often came to the hospital, and if people found out, it might cause misunderstandings. He couldn't be so selfish. Jai Qingwan still stood by the bed, her mind a tangled mess. She understood why he suddenly acted this way toward her. Does this mean he dislikes me? Xiao Shua hesitated, then said, Miss Ji, if there's nothing else, I won't take up your time. This was a clear sign for her to leave. For a moment, Ji Qingwan felt unsure of what to say. She could only step forward and pick up the empty lunchbox. Then you should rest well. I'll come back tomorrow to bring you food. After saying that, she turned to leave, but heard him say coldly behind her, no need. She was surprised and looked back. It seemed he noticed her gaze, so he turned his face to the other side, expression blank. There's a cafeteria in the hospital. I can go there myself, so you don't need to bring me food anymore. And also, please tell Aunt Yi that she doesn't need to worry about me anymore. Hearing this, Ji Qingwan's worry grew more than her sadness, and she couldn't help but speak up. But your eyes. How will you go to the cafeteria alone every day? Her tone was full of genuine concern, which made Xiao Shua's brow twitch slightly. He suppressed the emotion in his heart and kept his face expressionless. Miss Ji, you might not know, but I was already engaged long ago. Ji Qingwan was stunned, staring at his side profile. She couldn't tell if his words were true or if he was just making an excuse to avoid trouble. Her voice trembled as she asked cautiously,
Really? Then,
what kind of person is she? Why hasn't she come to see you? Xiao Shua forced a light smile. We grew up together, childhood friends. But her work is far away, so she hasn't come yet. But a few days ago, she sent me a letter saying she's finished her work and will arrive in the capital soon. Xiao Shua took a deep breath quietly. Having her take care of me is more convenient than others. Even if Ji Qingwan was slow to understand, she could tell that the others he mentioned referred to her. He was indirectly rejecting her. Ji Qingwan clenched her lips tightly, tears falling down her cheeks. She stared hard at Xiao Shua's face, trying to find any sign of lying in his expression. But he looked the same as always, even more distant and cold. She was not a girl without shame. Since the other person had already refused, she had no reason to keep pushing. Ji Qingwan held back her tears, nodded, and tried to smile with understanding. Okay, that's fine. My sister is very good at medicine and will surely cure you. Maybe soon. You won't need anyone to take care of you. Actually, I need to review my studies during this time, so I won't come to bother you. She spoke while gently tucking him in the bed. Suddenly, tears couldn't be held back and fell onto the blanket with a splat. Then I wish you a speedy recovery. Goodbye. Xiao Shua gave a careless smile. Thank you. Goodbye. Ji Qingwan immediately turned around, not noticing Xiao Shua's clenched fists or the brief moment when his lips trembled and then relaxed. As she turned away, her tears finally spilled uncontrollably down her cheeks. When she opened the door handle, she left in a rush, tears streaming down her face. Hearing no more sounds from inside, Xiao Shua slowly turned his head. His fingers reached toward the blanket, as if feeling where tears had just fallen. At that moment, Xiao Shua felt a strange dull pain in his chest. But what kept appearing in his mind was still the image of his childhood friend from his memories. He didn't understand at that moment whether he was sad because he refused Ji Qingwan. They really looked alike. But Xiao Shua also knew that such thoughts were unfair to Ji Qingwan. She shouldn't be anyone's substitute. I'm such a terrible person. If I had just said it earlier. Xiao Shua pressed his hand to his chest, lay down to relax, and let out a long sigh that echoed in the empty room. Earlier, when Ji Qingzhou was waiting outside the door, he happened to meet Xiao Shua's main doctor, and they went to the office to talk for a while. But when Ji Qingzhou looked through the window of the hospital room, he saw that only Xiao Shua was inside. He frowned and was about to push the door to ask, but suddenly someone called him from the other end of the corridor. Ji Qingwan, wiping the water from her face with her hand, hurried over to him. Ji Qingzhou looked at her with some confusion. What are you doing? Ji Qingwan quickened her steps, and as she passed the door of the hospital room, she hurriedly withdrew her gaze, feeling a bit awkward. She slightly lowered her head and quickly wrapped her arm around Ji Qingzhou to take him away. It's nothing, just too hot today. I just washed my face. It's getting late. Let's go back quickly. Ji Qingwan tried to act normal as usual. But her obvious signs of distress made Ji Qingzhou sense something was wrong. He walked while frowning and looked carefully. Jia, did you cry just now? Even after washing her face with cold water, her eyes were still red and looked bad. But with Ji Qingwan's personality, she couldn't just ask directly. She wanted to know what really happened and had to find a way. Ji Qingwan shook her head, about to say she was fine, but Ji Qingzhou had already rolled up his sleeves. All right, I went to great lengths to help him get better, and he dares to bully my sister. I want to ask him if he has a heart or not. After saying that, she headed straight for Xiao Shua's hospital room. Ji Qingwan was startled and quickly ran after her to stop her. Qingzhou, don't be impulsive. He didn't bully me. Ji Qingzhou looked unconvinced. You say he didn't, but you're crying so much. I have to ask clearly today. He was about to rush into the room again.
Je kwingwan tijdli hel die kwingshoues west.
She had no choice but to tell the truth. It's really not his fault. It's mine. I was hurt because he rejected me and I was a little sad, so... In the end, I was just too fragile. Then, Ji Qingwan roughly described what had happened to Ji Qingzhou. Ji Qingzhou was stunned. So, it was because of this. But after thinking for a moment, he seemed to understand. Ji Qingzhou sighed, put his arm around his sister's shoulder, and patted her. Jia, his situation is special now. His mind is naturally affected. Ji Qingwan nodded. I understand. It's not the right time now. I don't blame him. Actually, I don't have any other thoughts right now. I just feel he looks like an old friend, and since he was injured for the country, I want to take good care of him. But since he already has someone and they want to avoid suspicion, then forget it. After saying this, Ji Qingwan felt much more relaxed. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. It's okay. My life isn't just about this one thing. Studying hard is the most important. The more Ji Qingwan pretended to be strong, the more Ji Qingzhou felt worried. It's not easy to let go of such feelings. I'm afraid she still feels sad inside for a while longer. Ji Qingzhou sighed again. On the way back, Ji Qingwan stayed silent the whole time. Worried she was overthinking, Ji Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, but finally shared his guess. Actually, the marriage arrangement Xiao Shua mentioned might be a lie. I heard from Yanbei that Xiao Shua has been alone in the military for years, focused only on training and combat. He rarely takes leave. His parents are gone, and he has no close relatives at home, so it's unlikely they arranged a marriage for him. Moreover, Xiao Shua is very close to Xia Yanbei and the others. If he had a marriage arranged, he wouldn't hide it. This was meant to comfort her, but after hearing it, Ji Qingwan lowered her eyes and gave a bitter smile. Even if he used deception to refuse me, it shows he really doesn't like me. Since that's the case, I have no reason to keep thinking about him. After saying this, she seemed to have made a decision and took Ji Qingzhou's hand voluntarily. Qingzhou, help me make a study plan. Starting tonight, I want to study hard. Ji Qingwan was determined to do it. That night, she didn't even eat dinner and threw herself into studying. Every day after that, she woke up before dawn to review, filling thick stacks of scrap paper with calculations, and her books were worn at the edges from being flipped through so often. Sometimes, her casual conversations over a few days could be counted on one hand. Day after day, she studied tirelessly, which made Ji Qingzhou worried and distressed. Sigh, is she working so hard for studying itself, or just to numb herself? Ji Qingzhou was really worried her body couldn't handle it, so he often brought her a cup of spiritual spring water. Whenever Ji Qingwan felt tired and sleepy from studying, she drank the water and immediately became energetic, studying even more intensely. Seeing her so motivated, Ji Qingzhou felt inexplicably more inspired. Days passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had gone by. Ji Qingzhou calculated that, according to his study plan, Ji Qingwan should have finished a round of learning. He then took out a practice test to assess her progress. After finishing their work together, they exchanged and corrected each other's papers. When Ji Qingzhou finished grading her paper, she was almost stunned. Big sister, you almost made no mistakes on this test. Before Ji Qingwan went into a frenzy of studying, her scores on perfect tests usually hovered around 80 points, and she sometimes scored in the 60s or 70s. Her rapid improvement is incredible. Could this be what they call having a clear mind and natural talent? Ji Qingwan wasn't surprised at all. She seemed very calm, as if she had expected this. She smiled and pointed to Ji Qingzhou's paper. I even made a typo, so yours is truly a perfect score. Ji Qingzhou playfully smiled and reached out her hand. Hello, future college sister. Ji Qingwan was amused and also shook her hand. Hello, future college younger sister. Seeing that Ji Qingwan's mood had really improved and that her studying had also gotten better, Ji Qingzhou couldn't help but step forward and give her a hug. Sister, I truly am happy for you. Ji Qingwan understood her meaning and accepted the hug. After a moment, she regained her energy, smiled, and patted her. Why are you so happy? This test was easy, but college entrance exams are still not so certain. The road is long and difficult. Hurry up, don't waste time. Keep studying. She then pushed Ji Qingzhou playfully and went back to her desk, picking up her book to memorize. Ji Qingzhou deliberately made a sound of disapproval nearby. You're so obsessed, really obsessed. After saying that, she quickly ran back to her room and started studying intensely. The sisters motivated each other, studying together, and their progress was astonishingly fast. That day, after returning from the hospital, Ji Qingwan took the things she no longer needed to care for to Yi Lanqing. But no matter how Ji Qingzhou thought about it, she believed Xiao Shua's claim that he had a partner was a lie. After discussing with Yi Lanqing, she suggested that she continue to take care of him. Xiao Shua refused twice, but couldn't resist Yi Lanqing's insistence, so he accepted. However, every time Yi Lanqing came, Xiao Shua would hear footsteps and immediately quiet down, intentionally or unintentionally listening carefully. When he heard only Yi Lanqing's footsteps, his expression would often show a hint of disappointment. She really isn't coming anymore. Yi Lanqing couldn't help but sigh. Xiao, are you waiting for Qingwan? Did you have a fight? After Qingwan brought you your dinner that day, she started studying like crazy, almost never leaving the house. Oh, seeing her like that, I worry she might overwork herself. Shua Xiao felt uneasy inside, lowering his head slightly, with an expression that seemed either guilty or sad. It's my fault. I caused all this. Is she sick? Seeing his expression, Yi Lanqing didn't say much, just shook her head.
She's fine.
With Qingzhou watching over her, I heard her grades have improved a lot recently. Shua Xiao slightly smiled. That's good. He tried hard to convince himself that her staying away from him and walking her own path was the right thing. But why did his heart feel so sour and uncomfortable? Meanwhile, across the ocean, Xia Yanbei and Shun Huizhi had already explored all the terrain near the target location. Xia Yanbei spread out the map, carefully eliminating places one by one, repeatedly confirming, before finally circling one spot with a red pen. The uncle and aunt should be held here. He turned to look at Shun Huizhi. Shun Huizhi stared at the spot circled in red on the map, his brow furrowed tightly, his breathing noticeably heavy and chaotic. Xia Yanbei patted his shoulder. Shunji, the more urgent it is, the more we need to stay calm. I know you're anxious, but we can't rush forward now. We need to make a detailed plan to ensure everything goes smoothly. Shun Huizhi nodded. He understood this, but when it came to his parents, he couldn't fully control his emotions. He lowered his head in frustration, trying to calm down, when he saw the peace talisman Shen Yinqing had given him hanging on his chest. Shun Huizhi raised his hand, holding the peace talisman in his palm, gently rubbing it as he had before every battle. His sister's voice seemed to echo in his ears. Brother, come back safely. I'll be waiting for you at home. Yes, Yinqing was still waiting at home for their reunion. He must bring his parents back safely too. Almost instantly, Shun Huizhi became surprisingly calm. His mind cleared, and he looked up again, returning to his usual composed self. Yanbei, tell me about your plan. The two discussed for a while and finally decided to each lead a team to work separately. Next, they assigned specific routes for the mission. According to our plan, there are two main routes. Xia Yanbei pointed to two lines marked on the map. One route, based on previous surveys, has many enemy troops stationed nearby. The other route, besides military presence, also has many hidden mercenaries. The terrain makes it very dangerous and difficult. Before Xia Yanbei could continue, Shun Huizhi made a quick decision. This more dangerous route should be mine. Your wife is pregnant, so you can't take risks, but Xia Yanbei disagreed. Everyone has family. Your sister is waiting at home for you. Besides your parents, you're the only close family she has. Shen Yunqing relies on him so much. If his parents or he were in danger, she might break down emotionally. Shen Huaizhi pinched his forehead, feeling stuck. It was truly a tough choice. Xia Yanbei thought for a moment and said, "Let's draw lots. Whoever goes, it's fate." Shen Huaizhi nodded. "That's all we can do." They drew lots 3 times. Twice, the result matched what Xia Yanbei expected. The person assigned to the more dangerous route was him. Shen Huaizhi frowned at Xia Yanbei, worried. Xia Yanbei patted his shoulder. "It's all the same. If the mission goes well, we'll meet at the rendezvous point. If not..." Xia Yanbei looked at Shen Huaizhi with a heavy gaze. "Take good care of Qingzhou for me." After saying that, Xia Yanbei immediately turned around and called his team, who were already ready. His back looked firm and resolute. Shen Huaizhi looked at his close friend one last time, his expression darkening, and waved his hand. At the same time, at the target location. This was a tall tower used to hold prisoners. It was remote and heavily guarded. Only 2 types of people were kept here: serious criminals and stubborn individuals with skills who refused to reveal information. Shun Yanxian and his wife were imprisoned here. The tower's top and bottom floors had different structures. The bottom was dark and damp, without sunlight. The top was somewhat better, but it wasn't much better. This is the only study room inside the tall tower. The room is dark, with walls on all sides. There is only one small window, located where the wall meets the ceiling. It is only palm-sized, and only a faint light seeps through. At this moment, the narrow study room is crowded with people. The leader, a man with a face full of rough flesh, is glaring fiercely at Shen Yinxian and Meng Lanting sitting behind the desk. He suddenly slams his hand on the table. "Writing down all the research you haven't published yet. How hard can that be?" His voice is almost a shout. He speaks loudly, and his voice echoes in the room, hurting the ears. Even the soldiers behind him frown at his shouting. But Shen Yinxian and Meng Lanting seem unaffected. They sit quietly, eyes closed, as if meditating. Their clothes are torn, and their bodies are covered with crisscrossed, dark, scabbed wounds. Their hair is messy and dirty. They look miserable, but their strong will and unwavering attitude give them unique dignity. The leader, full of anger, slams the table in front of him. "You're like stones in a cesspit, stinky and hard. I don't understand what kind of pride you're pretending to have. You choose to protect your research results for your country or your life. You're fools." Hearing this, Shen Yinxian slowly opens his eyes, his gaze full of mockery. "People like you, short-sighted and only caring about immediate benefits, will never understand what it means to love your country." The man's face turns red with anger. He suddenly slaps Shen Yinxian. "Fine, I want to see how long you can keep your mouth shut." After saying that, he immediately gives orders. "Keep injecting them. When they write what we want, give them food. I don't believe they can really be so afraid of death," the soldier quickly responds. After the officer leaves, he brings over a large wooden box. He opens the lid, revealing bottles filled with injections. Both men see this and grit their teeth in unison. They have seen these medicines before. Since they were captured, this group of people from the ugly country has used every method possible, soft and hard, to force them to write down their research results. No matter how much they threatened or bribed, they had tried almost every common method of interrogation. Both men remained stubborn and refused to give in. These people had no way to break them, so they chose more extreme methods. They kept torturing them mentally and injecting drugs. These drugs caused hallucinations, making them see their deepest fears and most painful memories over and over. For example, the death of their parents, the tragic loss of children, or the fall of their country. At the same time, they experienced intense pain, with muscles twitching uncontrollably. After the injections, they were weak and bedridden for at least 3 days. Each injection caused damage that was almost impossible to repair. Even with strong willpower, they couldn't withstand such prolonged and heavy drug abuse. Recently, they felt their health worsening day by day. They knew very well that if this continued, they wouldn't last much longer. A soldier bringing the drugs looked at them and smiled sinisterly. The officer told me to increase the dosage. This is the amount you're going to be injected with today. Are you scared? Be smart and write down what we want. Maybe we'll give you a quick end. You bunch of cowards, if you have the guts, try to kill me. Meanwhile, screams and insults came from the next room, never stopping. Mr. and Mrs. Shin Yinxian exchanged a heavy look. They felt very sad. They only learned during their captivity that, besides them, several innocent people had also been imprisoned here. These fellow prisoners were tortured just like them at first. The cruel people from the other country deliberately kept these prisoners in the next room, both to torment them and to add to Shin Yinxian's and her husband's mental suffering. The screams of their fellow prisoners only made their spirits feel more broken. The soldier listening to the screams smiled, even more happily. Listen to that, they're really crying out in pain. It's all because of you too. Seeing that they didn't respond, he smirked. It seems the screams aren't loud enough yet. He casually pointed to someone and said, "Go tell the people next door to hit harder." His subordinates also smiled wickedly and went to the next room. After a while, the screams from next door became even more terrible. I will never give in. Even if you torment us to death, don't expect us to say a single word we want. Hearing their fellow's voice, Shin Yinxian and her husband forced themselves to grit their teeth and calm their minds. They kept telling themselves that these people were deliberately provoking them. Even if they were angry, they had to endure it. Otherwise, they would fall for their tricks. They needed to send the latest research results back to their country. Shin Yinxian struggled to lift her hand, firmly holding her husband's hand, and spoke in Mandarin. Just a little longer, it will be over soon. Half a month ago, they seized the opportunity and did their best to send the message home. They believed that their country knew their situation and would come to rescue them. Now, all they had to do was hold on tight and wait for the right moment. Shin Yinxing was so immersed in her research that she didn't notice the time. When she finished her work and looked up again, she realized she had been working overnight in the lab. She rubbed her tired, slightly dry eyes, yawned, and left the lab under the faint morning light. As soon as she stepped outside, she was hit by a sudden gust of wind, making her shiver. Wow, why did it suddenly get colder? Shin Yinxing didn't pay much attention and quickly wrapped her thin coat tighter before rushing home. After sleeping for a few hours, she woke up feeling groggy, cold all over, and sneezing nonstop. She hesitated for a moment, thinking about the unfinished research from last night, and decided to go to the research institute. Shin Yinxing rummaged through her wardrobe, put on warm clothes, and headed out. Today the weather was unusually nice, sunny and bright. Ji Qingzhou forcibly pulled Ji Qingwan out of her room. As they were walking out, they saw Shin Yinxing, wrapped up very warmly, huddled with her neck pulled in. They looked at her curiously and couldn't help teasing. "Yinxing, such nice weather. Are you going to the snowy mountains for a trip? Why are you dressed so warmly?" Shin Yinxing looked a bit dazed, turned her head slowly, and smiled at them. "Good morning. I'm going to the lab."
Yikwing's smell faded.
"What's wrong? Are you sick?" She said this while reaching out to feel Shin Yinxing's forehead, suddenly surprised. "That's so hot. You're running a fever and you didn't notice? Yet you still want to go to the lab." Ji Qingwan also stepped forward to touch her, startled. Shin Yinxing was confused and only realized what was happening later. "Are you running a fever? I don't know why you seem off. Maybe because it was very cold this morning. As she spoke, her vision blurred, and she suddenly staggered. Ji Qingzhou and the other person quickly stepped in to support her and immediately headed to the hospital. Shin Yinxing was dazed, struggling to open her eyes and look around. "Where are we going?" Ji Qingzhou looked at her with a worried expression. "You're so sick, of course. We're taking you to the hospital." Shin Yinxing immediately wanted to refuse. "No need, I have cold medicine at home. Just 2 pills will do, and I have some research to do." Ji Qingzhou interrupted her right away. "Research what? I'm a doctor. If your condition could be fixed with medicine, would I still take you to the hospital?" The two of them held her tightly from both sides, not giving her a chance to refuse. Shun Yunqing tried to struggle again, but before she could speak, she couldn't help but cough repeatedly. Ji Qingzhou looked at her weak appearance with some helplessness. You're usually quite independent, yet you still dared to go alone to Baiyun village. How come Shen Huaiji just left on a mission and you got sick? You really don't take good care of yourself. Ji Qingwan immediately raised her hand, acting like a schoolchild tattling. I want to report her. She's never very good at taking care of herself. Back when we were in Baiyun village, she also got sick once, with a very high fever. I was the one taking care of her, but during that time, you were with the army on the battlefield, so you didn't know about this. Ji Qingzhou's brow furrowed sharply, and she looked at Shen Yunqing with a serious expression. So, after the last time, you completely ignored your health and now you've made yourself sick again. Are you still stubborn about not going to the hospital? Shen Yunqing, do you want to wear yourself out and die? Do you want us to go to a banquet with you? Faced with this look, Shen Yunqing felt strangely guilty. She shyly shrank her neck and quickly compromised. All right, I'll go to the hospital. Isn't that okay? She carefully looked at Ji Qingzhou supporting her arm. Qingzhou, I won't run anymore. Please don't hold me up. You are still pregnant. If I catch a cold and pass it to you, I would feel very guilty. After speaking, she gently leaned on Ji Qingwan like Lin Daiyu, pretending to be weak, and gave her a playful look even while feeling unwell. Baby Wanwan, thank you so much. Ji Qingwan took a breath with a slight gasp and looked at her with a mock expression of dislike. I owe you from last life. Ji Qingwan helped the drowsy Shen Yunqing as they crossed the hall, walking toward the clinic while softly comforting her. All right. We're at the hospital now. Soon, Qingzhou will give you an injection and you'll be fine. Ji Qingwan sighed worriedly, then suddenly looked up and unexpectedly saw a familiar face with bandages wrapped around both eyes. Coincidentally, Xiao Shua tilted his head slightly and looked in her direction. Even though she knew he couldn't see her, Ji Qingwan couldn't help but stop in her tracks, her breathing and heartbeat quickening. She heard her heartbeat start to race, becoming more and more chaotic. She also heard some young girls around whispering about him. That tall man is so handsome. He looks like a soldier. Yeah, but why is he blindfolded with bandages? Is he hurt? Such a pity. If his eyes were fine, he'd look even better. Hearing this, Xiao Shua paused and subtly moved a few steps aside. Ji Qingwan felt a twinge of jealousy from the compliment and was about to step forward to argue with them. But she only thought about it. What right did she have to defend him now? Everyone had already rejected her. Ji Qingwan slightly retracted her toes, lowered her gaze, and hurriedly walked forward, trying to pass quietly. She didn't want him to feel awkward. Ji Qingzhou silently sighed behind her and said nothing. Shen Yunqing, still confused, stumbled slightly, holding her heavy head in confusion. Qingwan, why are you walking so suddenly? Halfway through speaking, she suddenly noticed someone nearby and blurted out, Brother Xiao Shua, what a coincidence. Are you out for a walk? The moment she spoke, Ji Qingwan stopped abruptly and closed her eyes helplessly. Exactly what you feared has happened. Ji Qingzhou also felt helpless and muttered softly, You are so sick, but your eyes are still sharp. Shen Yunqing? Xiao Shua recognized their voices as Shen Yunqing and Ji Qingzhou. He leaned against the wall, stopped, and turned his face toward the sound. Qingzhou and Yunqing, what are you doing here at the hospital? Are you sick? Xiao Shua's tone carried some worry. Yes, Ji Qingzhou explained. But it's not a big deal, so don't worry. Shen Yunqing also responded with a nasal sound. Brother Xiao Shua, I'm fine. Qingzhou is here with me. Ji Qingzhou stood silently nearby, hanging her head and nervously fidgeting with her hands. She tried to stay unnoticed, even afraid to breathe too loudly, worried Xiao Shua might hear her. Suddenly, Shen Yunqing turned her head with a puzzled look and looked at her. Qingwan, why aren't you talking? Weren't you quite talkative before? After saying that, she weakly nudged her. Thinking about something? Just say a word or two. That's polite. Maybe I caught your cold and I don't feel well either, so I can't speak, Ji Qingwan. God knows how much she wanted to cover this girl's mouth right now. Such a terrible teammate. Ji Qingwan gritted her teeth and whispered, You can't take care of your own health. but you're meddling a lot in others' matters, Shen Yunqing. Xiao Shua's expression visibly became a bit unnatural. He tried to control his emotions, pretending to be calm, and slightly turned his face toward Ji Qingwan, giving a polite and distant smile. Miss Ji is also here. He looked as if he was forced to greet her out of politeness. Ji Qingwan's eyes flickered a few times, unsure how to face him, and she lowered her head, saying, An awkward atmosphere spread. Shen Yunqing squinted her sleepy eyes and looked at them strangely. What's going on? I heard that Sister Qingwan came to bring you a meal before, Xiao Shua. Why are you still not very familiar? Did you have an argument? Ji Qingwan lowered her head even more after hearing this. Ji Qingzhou couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped forward, grabbed Shen Qingwan's arm, and pulled her aside. Stop talking, save your energy. Xiao Shua seemed troubled and hesitated to speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, Ji Qingwan suddenly stepped away from him a few steps. The sound of fabric rubbing suggested she was also involved with Shen Yunqing. Qingzhou, Yunqing is so confused. I'll take her to see a doctor first. You two can talk slowly. After saying that, she quickened her pace, half supporting and half dragging Shen Yunqing away. Xiao Shua's lips trembled, then slowly pressed into a straight line. This might be for the best. Ji Qingwan's distance from him meant he should be happy. He covered his chest, trying to ignore the empty feeling there. Ji Qingzhou looked at Ji Qingwan's back and then at Xiao Shua, sighing softly. Ji Qingwan supported Shen Yunqing, her mind a mess, so distracted she didn't notice where she was going. It wasn't until she heard Shen Yunqing cry out, "Oh," that she suddenly snapped out of it. Looking up, she saw they had walked all the way to the end of the corridor, facing a wall. Shen Yunqing, dazed, almost bumped into it. I'm sorry, I took the wrong way. Shen Yunqing's face seemed even redder than before, like cooked shrimp, her head feeling heavier. She didn't even have the strength to speak, waving her hand to turn around. As she stepped forward, she suddenly felt weak and almost knelt on the spot. Ji Qingwan was startled and realized she was burning hot all over. She forgot her worries and immediately looked up to call a doctor. Ji Qingzhou happened to catch up, and together they helped Shen Yunqing to sit up, arranged a temporary bed, and gave her a fever shot. Shen Yunqing was completely confused from the fever, with no strength left to open her eyes. Ji Qingzhou couldn't help but sigh again. She's so sick, yet she was just now trying to talk to others. Such a silly girl. Mentioning this, Ji Qingwan seemed to remember her worries, her eyes darkening. After the shot, she wrapped herself in a coat and curled up on the bed, like a small dog without a sense of security, whimpering and calling for someone. Brother. Peace charm. Ji Qingzhou leaned in and listened carefully, finally recognizing she was calling Shen Huizhi. You're so unwell, yet still worried about others. Ji Qingzhou said this, but he couldn't help thinking of Xie Yank. They were far abroad and didn't know how the mission was going or if they had encountered any danger. Suddenly, her face felt a chill. Ji Qingzhou looked up and saw that Ji Qingwan had bought a mask and was hanging it over her ear. The masks from this era were still made of multiple layers of gauze stacked together. Although not as effective as the medical masks used in later times, they could still block some germs and dust. Ji Qingwan advised, wear your mask properly. You're pregnant now, so you must be very careful. After saying that, she moved closer to the hospital bed and carefully covered Shen Yunqing with her clothes. Then she hurriedly took the prescription from Ji Qingzhou and went straight to the pharmacy to get the medicine. Ji Qingzhou reached out to stop her. Big sister, these medicines aren't urgent. Yunqing can wait until later to take them. You should rest first. Ji Qingwan shook her head. It's okay, I'm not tired. The busier she was, the less she thought about him. With that, she stepped out of the ward. Shen Yunqing's ward was on the same floor as Xiao Shua's. When Ji Qingwan passed by that familiar door, she took a deep breath, forced herself not to think about anything, and quickened her pace to avoid running into anyone. Finally, at the corner at the end of the corridor, she let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't bump into anyone again or else. She thought to herself as she turned the corner. Unexpectedly, She suddenly saw a tall figure looming directly in front of her, and she almost bumped into his chest. Ji Qingwan quickly stopped her steps, sidestepped to the side, and only brushed against his arm. She covered her chest with her hand, took a deep breath, and was about to apologize when she looked up. To her surprise, it was Xiao Shua. Ji Qingwan silently frowned in frustration. She had bumped into someone and couldn't just ignore it, so she lowered her voice, spoke roughly, and mumbled something. Just as she was about to leave, the other person suddenly spoke. Ji Qingwan. Ji Qingwan froze in place, stunned. This was the first time since last time that he didn't call her Miss Ji. Xiao Shua didn't know why he suddenly called out to her in a rush. He frowned silently, turned around awkwardly, and could only find something to say. Are you all right? Ji Qingwan didn't know how to look at him, her gaze always fixed elsewhere, and she simply responded with a soft, sorry, it's my fault. I'm glad you weren't hurt. Jing Qingwan heard the regret in his voice and instinctively looked up, wanting to say it wasn't his responsibility. But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back and said nothing. Xiao Shua's throat moved slightly. He knew he shouldn't get closer to her or say anything more. Yet, at this moment, his mouth seemed out of control, just wanting to say a few more words to her, even if only one or two. I heard you're doing well in your exams. Congratulations, and I wish you good luck. Jing Qingwan responded with a simple, looking at him and recalling what he just said. Suddenly, she found herself unable to understand him. He had been cold and distant before, politely refusing her. Now, why did he suddenly stop her and say these things? Could he be regretting? The thought popped up, but Jing Qingwan quickly dismissed it.
How could that be?
Someone who doesn't like her could suddenly change in just a few days and start liking her? Maybe he was just thinking about the kindness she showed him before and was being polite by saying a few more words. It seemed only she was stuck in this awkward situation, as she was the only one with unrequited love. No, she couldn't keep being troubled like this. Jing Qingwan gathered her courage and looked up. Xiao Shua, thank you for your good wishes. Honestly, I've heard a lot about you and admired you. Maybe I even had some unrealistic illusions. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble. Here, I want to apologize to you first.
I'm sorry.
Jing Qingwan spoke carefully, making Xiao Shua slightly stunned. What do you mean? She continued, I've thought it through. I won't bother you anymore. Everyone chooses their own path. I never meant to impose my feelings on you. Jing Qingwan lowered her head, hiding her sadness with a smile. Don't worry. From now on, I will recognize my place and keep a proper distance from you. She paused for a moment. Even if we don't have a close relationship, you and my brother-in-law are always comrades. Aunt Yi is always worried about you and wants to bring you food every day. But she's getting old, and we are also worried about her. So from now on, I will occasionally bring you food. Please don't mind. Yi Lanqing visits the hospital every day. She and Ji Qingzhou have been worried that she might be too tired. But before, she was stubborn and hesitant to come to the hospital. Now that she has opened up, she's willing to just deliver food quietly, without saying much, as if she's just running errands. After saying this all at once, Ji Qingwan felt much better. However, Xiao Shua was completely stunned. Seeing him silent for a while, Ji Qingwan thought he agreed. All right, I won't bother you anymore.
Goodbye.
She was about to leave quickly, afraid that staying longer might annoy him. Realizing Ji Qingwan was slowly walking away, Xiao Shua didn't think much and suddenly turned around, rushing to catch up. Wait a moment, The next second, he tripped over something suddenly, losing his balance and falling forward. When Ji Qingwan looked back at the sound, Xiao Shua had tripped over the leg of a bench by the wall and fallen. He was kneeling on the cold, hard ground, with his hand scraped and bleeding. Ji Qingwan didn't hesitate and quickly stepped forward to help him. Are you okay? Your hand is also scraped. I'll call the nurse to help you clean and bandage it. She was so nervous that she forgot to hide her concern in her tone. Ji Qingwan turned to leave, but Xiao Shua grabbed her wrist. She was stunned, slowly lowering her head. Xiao Shua's hand was holding her wrist tightly. His anxious face was right in front of her.
Was this
Also something she was overthinking? But it didn't quite seem like that. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. An inexplicable warmth spread quickly from where their skin touched. Ji Qingwan's heart, which had almost frozen, unexpectedly thawed and started pounding faster. She heard herself swallow hard, her voice trembling with nervousness. "What do you want to say?" At this moment, regret reached its peak, and Xiao Shua decided to apologize. "Qingwan, about that day, Is something wrong? Did you fall?" Before Xiao Shua finished speaking, he felt a bit anxious. "Dr. Zhang, could you please wait a moment?" Dr. Zhang looked smart and waved his hand. Helping patients is what doctors do. No need to be polite. This wound needs to be treated soon to prevent infection. While speaking, he helped him up and kindly pointed the way. "My office is over there." Ji Qingwan was about to help him walk over, but Dr. Zhang turned and immediately saw the medical list in her hand. "You're going to get medicine, right? Go ahead, don't delay. I can handle things here. I'll finish applying the medicine and then take him back to his ward." "Don't worry." He spoke cheerfully and decisively, leaving no room for Ji Qingwan to refuse. He also didn't give Xiao Shua a chance to finish his words. "Thanks for your kindness, but next time, you don't have to be so helpful." Xiao Shua was helped by Dr. Zhang and walked a short distance, but he couldn't help but turn sharply toward Ji Qingwan's previous position. "Qingwan, after you get the medicine, can you come find me? I still have something to say." But there was no response. A feeling of helplessness suddenly hit him. If he could see, he would definitely chase after her, no matter what, to finish what he wanted to say. But he couldn't see. Dr. Zhang patted his shoulder. "Save your words for later. Your hand is pretty badly cut. Come on, let's get it bandaged." Xiao Shua's mood sank even more as he was led into the office like a puppet by Dr. Zhang. Ji Qingwan thought Xiao Shua's hesitation was just because he wanted her to help him with the ointment. Contrary to Xiao Shua, Ji Qingwan felt much lighter now that she had spoken openly. She quickly went downstairs to get the medicine, then returned to Shen Yunqing's hospital room. Sitting there, her face relaxed and her eyes brightened. Ji Qingzhou raised an eyebrow. "Big sister, you looked serious when you went downstairs, but now you seem so relaxed. What happened?" Ji Qingwan glanced at Shen Yunqing, who was sleeping peacefully, and smiled softly, lowering her voice. "I just met Xiao Shua downstairs and explained everything to him." Ji Qingwan recounted everything that had happened earlier, in detail. Ji Qingzhou listened, surprised but finally relieved. She deliberately teased her sister with a smile. "Oh, little Ji Qingwan has grown up so much. You can handle matters of the heart so confidently now." Ji Qingwan, feeling both speechless and amused, gently pats her. "Are you trying to comfort a child?" But she deliberately tousles her hair and gives a playful smile. "Your sister has always been so easy to let go and move on. You should learn from her." Ji Qingzhou deliberately pouts. "I won't learn from you. I'm doing well with Yanbei, and there's no emotional trouble to deal with. Plus, we're about to have a baby." The two sisters quietly argue and laugh nonstop. But despite the teasing, Ji Qingzhou secretly thinks her sister's way of handling things is actually quite clever. As an outsider, she can see that these two actually have feelings for each other, but some unclear reasons keep them apart. Constantly being tied to each other makes both uncomfortable. If one pulls away, the other will feel hurt. Ji Qingzhou looks thoughtfully toward Xiao Shua's hospital room. "Now, some people are going to have a tough time." Ji Qingwan blinked innocently, leaning in with curiosity. "What tough time?" Ji Qingzhou chuckled and tilted her sister's chin. "Of course, the tough time of not being able to have you." Ji Qingwan, skeptical, pulls her head back and pouts, thinking Ji Qingzhou is just joking. "You're teasing me again." "I'm not that self-absorbed." Ji Qingzhou smiles at her sister, feeling more at ease. The two sisters chat while watching Shen Yunqing. After the 4 treatment finished and her fever dropped mostly, Shen Yunqing finally woke up. No one knew what she had dreamed, but when she opened her eyes, she asked in a hoarse voice, "Brother, what time is it?" Ji Qingzhou happily steps forward and pours her a glass of water. "Brother? What brother? You're the ungrateful one." It was us who brought you to the hospital. Why do you only think of Shenhui? Call me sister. Shen Yunqing finally wakes up fully, remembering what happened earlier and smiles shyly. It's Qingzhou. I was so feverish I was confused. I thought my brother was back. Talking about Shenhui, who is still fighting across the ocean, Ji Qingzhou can't help but think of Xia Yanbei. Both fall silent for a moment. No one knows when they will return. Jikingzu pulled his thoughts back and said, Enough, stop always talking about brother. Our ears are going to get calloused. Jikingwan also came over and said, Since we're taking care of you, why not call me big sister and see how it sounds? The three girls teased each other for a while. Seeing that Shen Yunqing was almost back to normal, Jikingzu and Jikingwan felt relieved. The 4-drip is finished. Now you just need to go home, take your medicine and rest. It was getting late. Jikingzu and Jikingwan helped Shen Yunqing walk back home along the same path they came. Near her house, Shen Yunqing said goodbye to the two. Just as she was about to turn, Jikingwan suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Shen Yunqing? Jikingzu smirked insincerely. Don't think I don't know. If I let you go back, you'll sneak off early tomorrow to the research institute. Shen Yunqing looked pitiful, as if her plans had been exposed. It's not really like that. My brother can't come back, so I just want to go back and look at things that remind me of him, praying for his safe return. Jikingzu snorted. Do you think I believe that? If I let you keep messing around, you might end up in real danger. After saying that, she gave her sister a meaningful look. The two of them held Shen Yunqing from each side and dragged her back to their house. Tonight, you're staying with us. No arguments. Shen Yunqing instinctively tried to resist, but suddenly she snapped out of it. Wait, I'm staying with you tonight? Living with good friends has always been her dream. Her dull little eyes lit up instantly. I can do it again. This time, she didn't need Jikingzu and Jikingwan to force her. She rushed into Jikingzu's house on her own. Jikingzu chuckled a little. Aren't you going back to look at things that remind you of him? Shen Yunqing said, My brother is so amazing. Whether he's thinking about it or not, he'll definitely come back safe. It's okay. Meanwhile, far abroad, Shen Huai's ears suddenly felt cold, and he sneezed unexpectedly. He rubbed his nose, looking puzzled. Li Yi and the others glanced at him worriedly, frowning and whispering. Shenge, can your body handle this?
If not, you should go back and rest.
We'll watch over things here. You two haven't rested much these days. If this continues, your health will suffer. It's no wonder they are anxious. Over the past few days, Xia Yanbei and Shen Huaiji have been working tirelessly, watching over everything personally. They only rest briefly when they are extremely tired. This overwork worries everyone. Shen Huaiji shook his head at them. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Everyone stay alert. As soon as Captain Xia gives the signal, we act immediately. Since Shen Huaiji said this, they could only agree. Just then, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the distance. In the deep forest, the sound made the birds scatter and fly away. Shen Huaiji's face changed instantly, his pupils shrank, and his nerves tightened. He made a hand gesture, and everyone immediately moved forward with him. Perhaps sensing something, Ji Qingzhou suddenly felt chest tightness. Jia Yunqing had taken medicine and gone to sleep early. After taking care of her, Ji Qingzhou and Ji Qingwan were about to return to their rooms. Ji Qingzhou suddenly leaned against the wall, clutching her chest and breathing heavily, which startled Ji Qingwan, who was yawning nearby. Qingzhou, are you feeling unwell? She hurried over, asking while helping her sister lean on her for support. Ji Qingzhou also felt strange. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel chest tightness. Ji Qingwan frowned. Is this a normal pregnancy reaction? Should we go to the hospital? Ji Qingzhou was worried she would worry, so she shook her head. It's nothing serious. I'm feeling better now, although she didn't understand why her chest suddenly felt tight. Ji Qingwan checked again to make sure Ji Qingzhou was okay, then helped her back to her room. Only after that did she leave cautiously. As soon as Ji Qingwan left, Ji Qingzhou took out a cup of spiritual spring water. After drinking it, she lay down and felt better. She turned her head to look at the night sky outside the window, especially the moonlight, which inexplicably reminded her of that night in the border tent. The chest tightness had eased, but Ji Qingzhou felt more uneasy than ever. She closed her eyes, trying to calm her restless mind, and gently touched her slightly swollen belly. "Baby, your father will come back safely, right?" The only response was silence. The dim moonlight filtered through the small window in the study, faintly illuminating the two exhausted figures on the floor. Shen Yinxian and his wife had been tortured with large doses of medicine and had gone 5 days without water. They survived on rotten fruit thrown by the rude soldiers and a few compressed biscuits. The strong side effects from the injections, long hunger, and constant physical torment left them weak and almost unable to move. The soldiers from the other country continued to torment them mentally. They had been tortured for 5 days, and the screams from the next room had lasted just as long. Suddenly, one soldier impatiently kicked them. "I ask you, where do you get such strong willpower? Is it worth suffering so much just for your so-called beliefs?" The two remained silent. The soldier, annoyed, grabbed his hair and suddenly struck them with a chain, raising his voice with a threat. "Last time I ask, are you going to talk or not?" Shen Yinxian clenched his teeth but shook his head. The soldier, furious, cursed loudly. "Fine, if you won't talk. You Chinese are supposed to value unity and love, right? Aren't you afraid of death? Guess what? Your friends next door aren't afraid either." Shen Yinxian and his wife suddenly opened their eyes wide. The soldier showed a bloodthirsty, sinister smile, dragging his chain as he turned to go to the next room. They didn't have time to stop him. They could hear the angry, defiant voices from the next room, from loud and clear to completely hoarse. Shen Yinxian could imagine how desperate and painful they must have been, hearing that hoarse voice. But the continuous torment suddenly stopped after a curse word. Time passed slowly. Almost half an hour went by, and everything around was silent as death. Meng Lanting clenched her heart and tightly held Shen Yinxian's hand.
They.
Shen Yinxian knew what his wife wanted to say. She was afraid that their fellow countrymen had been killed by the torture. His eyelashes fluttered twice, and tears welled up in his eyes. His voice trembled slightly as he tried to comfort her. "It's not true, it's not." But even as he said that, deep down, they couldn't help but think of the worst possible outcome. Are those fellow countrymen really dead in this foreign land? They feel guilty and blame themselves for their deaths. Both are overwhelmed with sadness and self-blame. Their emotions become too intense, and their hearts race quickly. Their hearts beat so fast it feels like they might burst out of their chests. They can't tell if it's a side effect of the medicine or because they haven't rested in a long time. All they know is their eyelids are growing heavier, and exhaustion is overwhelming them. Shen Yinxian desperately holds his wife's hand.
Lan.
Lanting, "I am so thirsty and so tired. I just want to sleep." Meng Lanting feels hopeless. She knows they are completely exhausted, and this sleep might be their last. When she regains a little clarity, she turns her head and keeps talking to her husband. "Nianxian, don't sleep. We haven't brought our research results back yet." Seeing her husband's eyelids grow heavier, Meng Lanting struggles to stay alert. She grits her teeth and forces herself to lift her weak, aching hand, bringing it close to her mouth. With a sudden decision, she bites her finger, letting a drop of blood fall into her mouth. At least this way, she can hold on a little longer. After a few, she slowly moves her finger towards Shen Nianxian's lips. "Nianxian, drink this. Keep going." Shen Nianxian's eyes slowly turn as he relies on his faith and last bit of clarity, opening his cracked lips. "We must go back." The blood drips into his mouth, soaking his throat, and the smell of blood helps them regain a little strength. But it's only a little. Long periods without water have dried out their throats and nasal passages completely. Even each breath causes a stabbing pain as air passes through their noses and throats. They are alive, but every second is a torment. The little strength they managed to gather is slowly fading away. Shen Nianxian looks at the ceiling as if watching his remaining life slip away. "At least we held on to our research until the end." In the end, they didn't let their unwavering belief become a joke. "It's a pity though, they didn't let the people from the ugly country get the research, but they also failed to send it back to their homeland. As if he already knew the outcome of fate, Meng Lanting relaxed and slightly smiled. They used to believe that wishes made before death could come true in the next life. In the past, they didn't believe in ghosts or reincarnation. But now, they desperately hoped that spirits and gods really existed. I wish I could be reborn in China in my next life and finish those unfinished research projects, she said. Hearing his wife's wish, Shen Yinxian slightly smiled. I hope I can be a soldier next time, to fight against those who envy our achievements and do evil, he said. Then, fewer of our people will suffer. Time passed second by second, and their eyelids grew heavier. This sleep might be forever. Shen Yinxian held his wife's hand tighter, waiting for the last moment to say goodbye. Suddenly, 3 gunshots rang out through the tall tower. It was as if a mute button had been pressed. Even the noisy sounds downstairs stopped almost immediately. Outside the door, soldiers and prisoners in other cells looked on in fear, not knowing what was happening. Shen Yinxian and his wife's spirits also tensed up. What's going on? Before he finished speaking, more gunfire sounded nonstop. This time, the gunfire was coming and going, getting closer to their study. Meng Lanting looked desperate. Earlier, some soldiers from a foreign country had mentioned that other nations were also watching their research. Could it be that they came to steal people? The couple looked at each other, seeing the hatred in each other's eyes. To these countries, they are just resources to be taken. But fundamentally, these countries are all the same. They are robbers who take what they want. The only difference is their methods of interrogation. After another loud noise, the entire building trembled, with walls falling and dust flying everywhere. It seemed someone had broken down the door to their floor. They were coming. Shen Yinxian instinctively hugged his wife tightly, gritting his teeth and staring at the door. Despair, hatred, and helplessness filled him. In an instant, Shen Yinxian made his choice. Lan Ting, we can no longer be taken away by other countries, becoming their bargaining chips to threaten our homeland. Instead of dying on the torture table, let's fight hard and kill more enemies. Even if we die, at least we will have done our duty to our country and organization. It's a pity, though, that they can't see their children one last time. Meng Lanting cried uncontrollably, but still nodded. The footsteps outside grew closer, and the couple released their hands. Shen Yinxian made a brave decision, with a determined look, and quickly stood up. He grabbed a pen from the desk, holding it with the tip facing outward, tightly in his hand. This was the only thing here that could be used as a weapon. Lan Ting, follow me closely. If I fall, pick up my pen and keep fighting. If you can break out, that's great. If not, try to kill as many of the enemy as you can. He looked at his wife with deep sadness and gave a bitter smile. Don't be afraid. Our homeland will come to take us back someday. Meng Lanting wiped her tears and nodded firmly. Bang! The last iron door outside was broken open, and a series of quick, orderly footsteps approached. Shen Yinxian's palms were sweaty as he held the pen tightly.
It was clear this was a well-trained team.
Shen Yinxian clenched his teeth, raised his pen high, and was very tense. When the door to the study was broken open, Shen Yinxian suddenly rushed forward, aiming to stab the person who just slipped inside at the neck's main artery. You bunch of fools, don't think you can threaten China with us anymore. But the person reacted quickly. As soon as the pen tip touched his neck, he suddenly reached out and pressed it away. Shen Yinxian gritted his teeth, using all his strength, muscles trembling intensely, eyes bloodshot, but he was just a hair's breadth away. Without thinking, Meng Lanting rushed forward to help Shen Yinxian. Seeing the situation was dangerous, the person on the other side quickly stepped back. Shen Yinxian stumbled but somehow found the strength, quickly adjusted, and raised his pen again, rushing forward. At a critical moment, Xie Yanbei recognized them. Uncle Shen, Aunt Meng, don't be impulsive. Since the surroundings were too dark and he had been confined for too long, he could only vaguely tell that the other person was a soldier, but he couldn't see clearly. He protected his wife with one hand behind him and still held a pen in the other, staying very alert. Do you think just learning a few words of Chinese can fool me? At this moment, there was a report from outside the door. Commander Xia, we have control of the entire floor. Xia Yanbei finally took out a flashlight. It was still night, and to avoid revealing their position, they hadn't used the flashlight earlier. Now they could. Xia Yanbei turned on the flashlight, and the familiar camouflage uniform and national emblem on his chest immediately appeared in Shen Yinxian's eyes. He frowned and looked at him, still unable to believe it. You foreigners are usually sneaky and cunning. What if, seeing their suspicion, Xia Yanbei took out his ID card directly? Uncle and Auntie, Huaiji is my comrade. You've seen his ID before. Take a look and see if it's the same as this one. Shen Yinxian and his wife tremblingly took the ID cards, looked at them under the light, and for a moment, it felt like they were dreaming. Is this really the People's Liberation Army? Our country really sent people to rescue us. Xia Yanbei finally relaxed and looked at the wounds on the elderly couple. He opened his mouth, about to ask if they could walk, when suddenly both of them swayed violently and almost collapsed. Their strength had been drained from the earlier fight. As they relaxed suddenly, it was like a kite suddenly losing its string, body completely losing control. Before the elders fainted, Xia Yanbei immediately took out the spiritual spring water and nutritional supplements that Ji Qingzhou had given him before leaving, supported them, and fed them each. Uncle, Auntie, how do you feel? The two slowly recovered and surprisingly found that their previously exhausted strength was gradually returning. Although not fully restored, they at least had the strength to speak and walk. Meng Lanting touched her chest. That rapid heartbeat I felt just now seems to be gone. Xia Yanbei's worried heart finally eased a little, but his hands kept moving quickly, grabbing the prepared medical kit to stop the bleeding and bandage their new wounds. Shen Yinxian recovered and, before Xia Yanbei finished bandaging him, hurriedly pointed to the next room. There are still our fellow countrymen next door, but they have suffered for too long. We don't know what has happened to them. Hurry, go save them. Xia Yanbei immediately stood up, signaling 2 soldiers nearby to take care of this place, then pointed to a few others. Follow me to save them. Shen Yinxian didn't think about herself at all. She quickly endured the pain and took medicine and bandages from the medical kit, first helping her wife to bandage her wounds. Holding the gauze, she carefully wrapped the numb, painful wounds. Only then did they feel a real sense of being rescued. Great! We can finally go home. Shen Yinxian rubbed her eyes, which were turning red at the corners. Meng Lanting was even happier, tears falling down her face. Finally, we can go back. The technology we've guarded for so long is now being handed over to the country as we wished. These hopes almost turned into unfulfilled wishes. Now that they saw the hope of realization, how could they not be excited? But after they finished bandaging, Xia Yanbei hadn't returned yet. Thinking about those fierce and wicked soldiers from the enemy country, Shen Yinxian felt especially worried. Comrade, do you think Xia and the others are in danger? The soldier in camouflage smiled reassuringly at Shen Yinxian. Mr. Shen, don't worry. Nothing serious will happen. Please wait a little longer. He said this, but they all knew that better safe than sorry. Shen Yinxian and her husband sat quietly, watching the door closely. Unconsciously, their palms started to sweat slightly. After what felt like dozens of seconds, suddenly, another series of footsteps came from outside. Shen Yinxian's nerves instantly tensed. This sounds like there are more people than before. Could it be reinforcements from the enemy? The couple's hearts pounded in their chests. However, the soldiers guarding them remained calm, unaffected, and didn't even look outside. Just as the couple was feeling confused, someone rushed in urgently. At that moment, Shen Yinxian almost thought the soldiers had betrayed them. They looked up cautiously, only to see a face they hadn't seen in many years, a face they missed day and night. Dad, Mom. Shen Huai's voice trembled slightly. As he finished speaking, 2 streams of tears fell simultaneously. According to the original plan, he had just finished defeating the last group of mercenaries outside. He hurriedly led his team inside, eager to see his parents as soon as possible. However, he was shocked to find his parents badly injured and covered in scars. Shen Yinxian and her husband were initially in disbelief. They looked at the people repeatedly, choking with emotion. Huaizhi, is that really you? Shun Huaizhi felt heartbroken and nodded. It's me. Your son has come to take you home. He wanted to hug them, but his reason told him it wasn't the right time. Shun Huaizhi held back his emotions. We can't delay. We need to leave quickly. He frowned at their injuries and immediately knelt down. Mom, Dad, I will carry you. Just then, Xia Yanbei finished searching and rescue and returned. Seeing Shun Huaizhi safe and sound, Xia Yanbei felt relieved. He quickly stepped forward and carried Shen Nianxian on his back. Shun Huaizhi carried his mother, and together, they led their teams to retreat. Shen Nianxian was worried about their fellow villagers nearby and asked anxiously, Have all the villagers been rescued? How many are there? Please don't miss anyone, Xia Yanbei nodded. Don't worry, everyone has been rescued. We found the list of people held in the tower, 5 in total, and the numbers match. The 5 people matched the number he overheard when they were captured earlier. Shen Nianxian finally relaxed. But Xia Yanbei looked serious. In fact, he had deliberately not mentioned that almost all 14 of them were badly injured. When he arrived, most of them were lying on the ground, covered in wounds and unable to move. Some were in such deep coma that they couldn't even be given emergency medicine. He had no choice but to carry them away first. Their situation was very critical. Xia Yanbei quickened his steps and ordered his team, protect the villagers and retreat at full speed. The group quickly left the tower and headed toward the evacuation point. A small team stationed farther from the tower noticed them and started to chase. Gunfire rang out behind them as they ran. Right now, their main goal was to protect Shen Nianxian and the others and ensure they escaped safely. Xia Yanbei kept changing strategies and giving orders, moving forward while retreating. Finally, they reached the pre-planned evacuation point. 2 prepared escape vehicles appeared in front of them. Xia Yanbei quickly settled Shen Nianxian in one car and then jumped into the driver's seat of the other. Huaizhi, you drive the other one. Shun Huaizhi nodded at him from afar and immediately got into the car with his team. The enemy reinforcements arrived quickly, with several vehicles chasing closely behind. The leading officer shouted fiercely, Chase them. Even if you have to hurt them, don't let them escape alive. Especially those 2 researchers. Even if they don't get the research, they must not let China get it. Xia Yanbei's sharp eyes darkened as he stepped on the gas pedal to the floor. Countless bullets whizzed past the car, the gunfire so dense it made people's scalps tingle. The car sped through the rain of bullets, everyone inside holding their breath, nerves tight. Shen Nianxian and the others kept their eyes on the road, not daring to breathe loudly, afraid to affect Xia Yanbei's judgment. But they were still on foreign land, with complex and changing terrain, and the locals knew this place better than they did. A turn gave the pursuing cars a chance, closing the gap by about 10 meters suddenly. The people in the car held a loudspeaker, their tone aggressive. If you're smart, stop the car now, or none of you will make it out alive. As they spoke, the chasing car drew closer. The distance was now just a few meters. Xia Yanbei focused on the road ahead, his fingers tightening on the steering wheel. Ahead was a fork in the road. To the left was the original escape route, but to the right was a high cliff over 100 meters tall. Xia Yanbei turned the steering wheel directly to the right. Shun Huaizhi also followed the turn. The officer in the back seat of the pursuing vehicle smiled smugly, full of mockery. These Chinese are so stupid. They didn't even plan their route properly and still dare to hijack us. Look, they're panicking and turning toward the cliff.
Ha ha ha.
A soldier beside him also laughed. Sir, it looks like they realized they took a wrong turn and are starting to slow down. The officer chuckled confidently, as if victory was already assured, and leaned back comfortably against the seat. Speed up. Catch up with them and bring them back, so we can deal with them properly. The driver immediately accelerated, pressing the gas pedal to the floor. The 2 cars drew closer and closer, nearing the edge of the cliff, but Xia Yanbei showed no sign of stopping. Near the cliff edge stood a large rock, just 2 or 3 meters behind which was a deep abyss. At this moment, that large rock was right in front of them. That's strange, sir. Why are they still not stopping? Do they want to drive off the cliff and end their lives? The driver asked in confusion. The officer in the front passenger seat, a foreign military officer, finally sensed something was wrong. He squinted and thought quickly. Then he suddenly straightened his back, breaking out in a cold sweat. Are they trying to die with us? As he spoke, the car had already passed the large rock, and the cliff was just ahead. They could even see the edge of the cliff bottom. The officer's eyes nearly popped out in shock. This is madness. These Chinese people are crazy. He frantically pounded on the glass. Stop. Quickly stop. Even if they want to die, we can't join them. Brake now. The driver, sweating profusely, stomped on the brakes with trembling hands, tears of panic streaming down his face. Chief. Sir, we accelerated too hard just now. The inertia is too great. We can't stop. Everyone in the car was completely panicked. Inside Xia Yanbei's car ahead, Shen Yinxian desperately broke out in a cold sweat for Xia Yanbei. She tightly gripped the seat in front of her. Xiao Xia, kid, please don't do anything stupid. Just stop the car, push me out to distract them, and then run quickly. They want me. I can't let you all die with me. Xia Yanbei's tone was firm and calm, without a hint of panic. Uncle Shen, don't worry. I will get you back safely, I promise. Shen Yinxian was stunned. She saw Xia Yanbei make a hand gesture toward Shen Huaiji, who was sitting in the car behind. In the next second, both cars suddenly turned behind the large rock. Xia Yanbei's car and Shen Huaiji's car veered sharply toward the back of the rock. The giant rock was only 2 or 3 meters from the cliff, with an open space in the middle. It was narrow, but just enough for 2 cars to stop. The officer in the back of the car had a worried look. Turn. We need to turn too. The driver looked desperate. We're going too fast. Even if we turn, it won't help. But the officer refused to give up. He pushed the driver aside, took the steering wheel, and suddenly turned it behind the giant rock, mimicking Xia Yank and the others. The wheels screeched against the ground. Because of the speed, the front of the car spun sharply, and the car skidded and drifted away. There was a loud crash, and half of the car was hanging off the cliff, with only the front 2 wheels still on the edge, wobbling dangerously. The officer in the car was almost biting his tongue in frustration. Only then did he realize what was happening. No wonder they suddenly stopped turning right. These hateful people from Huaguo weren't panicking or trying to escape. They wanted to harm us. Soon after, the following cars rushed over. They were just a few meters behind. Seeing their leader's car accelerate, they followed suit. When their leader's car couldn't stop, neither could they. The officer was furious but hadn't finished venting when he saw the cars behind rushing toward them like a death signal. Stop. Hurry, stop. Before he could finish, there was a loud crash. One of the trucks on the cliff was hit hard and flew off, falling down the cliff. The other cars followed one after another, tumbling down as well. When Xia Yank and Shen Huai's cars passed the giant rock and turned back along the same route, they heard several loud crashes from the bottom of the cliff. Soon, a smell of burnt rubber filled the air, and faint flames could be seen below. Shen Yinxian's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. He leaned on his forehead, cold sweat covering his hands. Xia Yank changed direction and drove back along the original escape route. Soon, they crossed the border safely and reached a secure area. As soon as they crossed the border, they saw the rescue team from their country waiting nearby. Shen Yinxian's energy was fading, and his vision started to blur. He squinted at the figures ahead and nervously asked, "Who are those people? Are they the army from the ugly country?" Xia Yanbei looked at Shen Yinxian with a comforting gaze. "Uncle Shen, our country's army is here to help us," a soldier nearby said with a smile. "We are safe now and will be able to go home soon." Hearing this, Shen Yinxian suddenly froze, tears streaming down his face. He was so overwhelmed with emotion that he trembled, smiling excitedly and nodding repeatedly. "That's great. We're finally going home. Finally." Before he could finish speaking, he relaxed completely and suddenly felt weak. He fainted and slumped in his seat. As the vehicle stopped, the waiting medics quickly came forward. Xia Yanbei hurriedly helped carry Shen Yinxian and the others off the car, immediately handing them over to the medics and explaining the situation. Meanwhile, Meng Lanting was also exhausted and fainted on the way. He quickly jumped out of the vehicle, picked up his mother, and rushed over, explaining the situation as well. The medics took notes, performed quick checks, and immediately understood that the situation was serious. They need emergency surgery right now. Hurry, get them on a plane. Everyone worked quickly, boarding the plane without delay and setting off back home. After completing the mission, on the return flight, the soldiers should have been happy and relaxed. But looking at Shin Yinxian and the others, still unconscious with terrible wounds and nearly torn clothes, everyone's mood was very heavy. Shen Huaizhi was kneeling between his parents, clutching their hands tightly, with a worried and serious expression. The medic finished checking their pulses and withdrew his hand, prompting Shen Huaizhi to ask urgently, "How are they?" The medic sighed. "Both of them are severely weakened. From their condition, it looks like they've been starving for a long time, not drinking water for days, and are severely dehydrated. Also, judging by the injection marks, they might have been given drugs over a long period. Their body functions are at critical levels, which is very dangerous. On this plane, supplies are limited, and we don't have better options. We can only try to keep them alive for now." Hearing this, Shen Huaizhi couldn't hold back his pain and sadness, and his eyes quickly filled with tears. He lowered his head silently, shedding tears where no one could see. The surrounding soldiers sighed in sympathy. Xia Yanbei didn't know how to comfort him, so he simply patted his shoulder. At this moment, it is 6:10 a.m. in China. Ji Qingzhou and Old Peng and the others are finishing their medical discussion about Xiao Shua's eye condition. Old Peng sighs. "All right, the plan for the first surgery is set. This operation isn't very big, but if it succeeds, it can help the patient regain some sight. Although full recovery isn't possible yet, this will give the patient hope and confidence to see the light again and help him get back on his feet. Everyone, please be careful and well prepared for this surgery. Whether the patient can be cured later depends on today. The doctors feel a lot of pressure." When the meeting ends, Ji Qingzhou looks at their faces, each one more nervous than the last. But it's not just them. She is the one performing the surgery, and she is even more nervous than anyone. Recently, she has been practicing hard every day on a holographic simulation device to prepare for the surgery. At first, her success rate in simulations was around 98%, which made her anxious. But yesterday, she finally increased her success rate to 100%. Still, simulations are not the same as real surgery, and there are always risks, especially since the patient is Xiao Shua. Any small mistake could affect his career and his entire life. The more she thinks about it, the more anxious she becomes. Ji Qingzhou takes deep breaths to calm herself. Old Peng sighs and pats her shoulder. Performing such a delicate eye surgery for the first time, it's normal to be nervous, but you must understand, in a situation where no one else dares to do the surgery, you are Xiao Shua's only hope. Xiao Shua said that, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, he is grateful that you are willing to try. Old Peng gives her an encouraging smile and leans in to speak softly. "Master told me secretly that last night I dreamt of a fairy who said this surgery will definitely succeed, so don't worry." Ji Qingzhou looks at her master's confident face, feeling both amused and touched. Her nerves ease a little. Soon, Xiao Shua completes all pre-surgery tests. When he is taken into the operating room, Ji Qingzhou and her team are already fully prepared. Ji Qingzhou does a final check of the equipment around her. Although the equipment and sterilization conditions in the operating room do not meet modern standards, they're still barely usable. Ji Qingzhou steadied himself and asked, "Are you nervous?" Xiao Shua was surprisingly calm. "Not really. Compared to being nervous, I feel more surprised and hopeful. After all, I had already prepared myself for a lifetime of blindness before this. Qingzhou, thank you." His tone was unusually calm and gentle. He was not nervous at all, but seemed to sense Ji Qingzhou's nervousness and was trying to comfort her, intentionally or not. As he spoke, the anesthetist had already started working. Xiao Shua continued, "If I keep track of the time, Yanbei and the others should be back soon. When I wake up after the surgery, I might see them." He paused but couldn't help but speak again. "And Qingwan, I still don't know what she looks like." The effect of the anesthesia spread quickly, and Xiao Shua was already in full anesthesia. His last words were unclear, and he didn't even finish speaking. Thinking of his sister, Ji Qingzhou sighed quietly. She wasn't sure if hiding the surgery from him was right or wrong. When everything was ready, the door to the operating room opened again, and a man entered, his face behind the mask showing apology. Sorry, the plane was delayed. Yuan Yang is an eye specialist. He was invited to come back from abroad specifically to assist as the co-surgeon for this operation. Ji Qingzhou had already spoken with him many times over the phone. Seeing him finally arrive, she felt relieved. You're just in time, Dr. Yi. Let's begin. Yuan Yang nodded and stepped forward immediately. Old Zeng and Old Peng and others were also ready to assist. The surgery officially started. Meanwhile, at the military hospital, Yi Lanqing just got up after putting on her clothes and saw Ji Qingwan sitting in the yard, staring absent-mindedly toward the hospital. Yi Lanqing walked over and touched the cup in front of her. The tea inside had already cooled. She wasn't sure how long Ji Qingwan had been sitting there. Qingwan, why did you get up so early? The temperature is low in the morning. Are you cold? Ji Qingwan snapped out of her thoughts and hurriedly looked away. It's nothing. I just haven't watched the sunrise in a long time. Since I woke up, I thought I might as well come and see it. Seeing her like this, Yi Lanqing understood that she probably knew about Xiao Shua's surgery. She sighed quietly, didn't say anything, and got up to find a piece of clothing to put on her. Wear more clothes, don't catch a cold. After saying that, she left under the excuse of preparing food. Jingwan understood that she had been seen through. She lowered her head with mixed feelings. It was just a coincidence. Last night, when she wanted to visit Ji Qingzhou to chat, she overheard Ji Qingzhou talking with Yi Lanqing about today's surgery. Even though she no longer liked Xiao Shua, she still hoped he would recover. A bird that should be soaring in the sky shouldn't be forever trapped in darkness. She wanted to wait at the hospital, but she also knew that given their relationship, she had no right to be there and had to stay away. Jingwan rubbed her face and warned herself. Waiting here all the time will only make people think more. Since I've already made things clear, I shouldn't cause him any more trouble. She forced herself to turn back, eat breakfast as usual, and then go to her room to study. However, once she sat at her desk, her mind was filled with chaotic thoughts she couldn't push away, making it impossible to focus on her books or do her homework. After writing a mistake for the 12th time, Jingwan angrily put down her pen and ruffled her hair. What's wrong with me? Yi Lanqing just came in to bring fruit. Seeing her like this, she couldn't help but feel worried. She politely knocked on the open door. Qingwan, are you okay? Jingwan quickly withdrew her hands as if caught doing something wrong, trying to look normal, and shook her head.
Aunt Ye, I'm fine.
Yi Lanqing sighed, put down the fruit, hesitated for a long time, but finally couldn't help speaking. If you're really worried, why not go to the hospital and wait? I can go with you. Just say I'm accompanying you. Jingwan was stunned and almost agreed immediately. But just before she spoke, she swallowed her words. She shyly looked away and forced a light smile. Aunt Yi, what are you saying? I'm just worried that Qingzhou is too tired from pregnancy, so I can't focus on my studies. But I've thought it through now. Qingzhou knows her own limits, so I don't need to worry. Yi Lanqing moved her lips, wanting to advise, but saw Ji Qingwan already holding up a book to hide her face. All right, I need to memorize my lessons quickly, so I won't chat with you anymore. Yi Lanqing had no choice but to turn and leave. The surgery continued until evening. Until it was over, Ji Qingzhou's tense nerves hadn't fully relaxed. Focusing so hard for a long time and using so much energy made her very tired. Her temples throbbed painfully, and her legs felt heavy and weak, as if filled with lead. As soon as Ji Qingzhou stepped out of the operating room, she collapsed onto a bench at the door. Since it was her first time doing this kind of surgery, she didn't dare relax for a moment during the process. Now, sitting on the bench, she felt dizzy from exhaustion. Old Peng came out a bit later and saw his disciple looking like that, his heart aching as he frowned. He quickly ordered someone to bring hot water and apples prepared earlier. Qingzhou, eat this quickly to rest a bit. Ji Qingzhou nodded. eating the apple and drinking hot water cup by cup. Just as she started to feel a little better, old Zeng, who was returning to his office, hurried back in a rush. Qingzhou, Lao Peng, I just received news that the 2 national treasure-level researchers we were holding in the ugly country have been successfully rescued. Both Ji Qingzhou and Lao Peng were surprised. Before they could feel happy, old Zeng continued with a serious tone. However, these 2 researchers, along with 5 other colleagues, are badly injured. The situation is very serious, and some medical staff sent to support are overwhelmed. The higher-ups want to call in some experienced, high-level doctors to help. To be sure everything goes smoothly, Director Fu from the Military District General Hospital, who was originally on a business trip, has been called back from the airport and is rushing over there. Just hearing this, Ji Qingzhou and Lao Peng could imagine how serious the situation was. Lao Peng immediately stood up. I'm going with you. Ji Qingzhou put down her cup. I'll go too. Both elders looked at Ji Qingzhou hesitantly. Old Zeng frowned. Actually, during the initial phone call from the higher-ups, they only mentioned bringing a few experienced senior doctors, but as they spoke, they suddenly asked if Qingzhou was at our hospital. After I finished speaking, my superiors specifically emphasized that some highly skilled and experienced doctors, even if they are young, are still suitable for the task. It seemed they wanted Qingzhou to go along with us. The 2 elders looked at each other, feeling a bit hesitant. We all know that people from that country often use sneaky methods. They returned urgently from abroad without quarantine, so we can't be sure if they are carrying any viruses. Qingzhou is pregnant if she gets infected. But Qingzhou stood up, looking anxious. Master Elder Zeng, don't worry about me. I will take good precautions. Please let me go with you. In her previous life, she never saw news about trapped researchers. There were only 2 possibilities. Either they were never rescued or something went wrong, and the news was kept secret. Most likely, the situation was very dangerous. She couldn't just wait and do nothing. She became a military doctor and unexpectedly gained a space ability, which helped her change her and Xia Yanne's unlucky ending. This meant that in this life, it was fate that she was here to save the situation. No matter what, she had to go. Qingzhou was firm in her decision. The 2 elders tried to persuade her several times but couldn't change her mind, so they finally nodded. All right, you can come with us, but remember to follow your own advice. Be sure to take proper precautions, understand? Qingzhou nodded obediently. The 2 elders felt a bit relieved. This time, we are giving advance notice. The plane hasn't landed yet. Use this time to rest and gather your strength for when the injured arrive. We will wait for you at the airport. After Elder Zeng finished speaking, Peng Lao helped Qingzhou to her feet and quickly took her to the office, setting up a military cot. Worried about her, the elders made her lie down obediently. As soon as they left, Qingzhou immediately took out heated spiritual spring water from her space and drank it. This was the only way to quickly restore her strength and energy. After finishing the water, she lay flat on the cot, feeling her energy gradually return, while closing her eyes and mentally organizing key information. She remembered her parents once told her that Shun Huai's parents had gone to that country many years ago and had been held there ever since. Since they were researchers, Qingzhou guessed that among those being rescued this time, her parents might be among them. Whenever Shen Yunqing mentioned her parents, her worried and longing expression made Ji Qingzhou feel an invisible pressure on her shoulders. She must save them. She had to. Perhaps because she was too tired, even after drinking the spiritual spring water and feeling very nervous, Ji Qingzhou gradually fell into a light sleep. After receiving instructions from her superiors, the airport staff prepared everything in advance. As soon as the plane landed, medical staff quickly carried Shen Yan and the others onto stretchers and loaded them into ambulances without wasting any time. The main person in charge approached to greet Xia Yang and Shen Huai, then sighed with emotion. Thank you both for your hard work. The top has arranged the best doctors at the military hospital to wait. Once the researchers arrive, they will start consultations and surgery immediately. Shen Huai felt more at ease after hearing this and nodded. According to the procedure, the next step was to return to the military unit and report to the higher-ups. The person in charge smiled at the 2 of them. The higher-ups understand your fatigue, so only one of you needs to go back with me to give a brief report. Shenhui looked away from the ambulance and glanced at Xia Yank. I'll go. Your wife is pregnant and must be worried about you. Go home and tell her you're safe. But Xia Yank directly held him back. Don't overexert yourself. Your parents are in urgent condition and need you more. If the two. Shenhui would regret not being present at the report back at the military unit for the rest of his life. Shenhui hesitated, looking at Xia Yank, feeling guilty. Xia Yank firmly pushed Shenhui toward the ambulance. Stop hesitating. Go now. Shenhui pressed his lips and looked at Xia Yank with gratitude and emotion. After saying this, he turned and ran to catch up at the last moment when the last person was being loaded onto the ambulance. The ambulance doors quickly closed, and the vehicle sped toward the military hospital. As several ambulances and security vehicles approached the hospital entrance, Ji Qingzhou suddenly opened her eyes as if sensing something. She checked the time, then quickly put on a white coat, washed her face with cold water from a basin she had prepared earlier, and woke herself up. Then she drank a large cup of spiritual spring water, mixed with nutritional fluid. Old Peng and Old Zeng have already returned with the ambulance team and hurried over to inform Ji Qingzhou. However, before they could knock on the door, Ji Qingzhou, already dressed in a white coat, suddenly opened the door. She turned around and appeared energetic in front of the two elders. Master, Old Zeng, let's go. The two elders were momentarily stunned, originally worried that Ji Qingzhou might not have enough strength. But now it seemed she was even more energetic than they were. Without wasting time, the three quickly went downstairs. When they arrived, several highly respected doctors who also participated in the emergency rescue gradually gathered from different places. Everyone gradually assembled at the door of the emergency room, waiting together. Old Zeng counted the number of people to make sure everyone was there, then repeated the situation. At the same time, Ji Qingzhou handed out the prepared nutrient-enhanced spiritual spring water to everyone. No one thought much about it. After drinking the water, they continued discussing the treatment plan. Just then, someone at the end of the corridor called out, "Hurry, the patient has arrived. Send them to the emergency room immediately." Everyone instantly became alert, turning their heads to look. At the end of the corridor, Shan Huaiji, sweating profusely, was walking quickly ahead, leading the way. Although he tried to stay calm and rational, his deep-seated urgency and worry could not be hidden. Behind him were several unconscious, injured patients being carried on stretchers. Seeing Shan Huaiji and his anxious expression, Ji Qingzhou immediately confirmed. The two National Treasure-level researchers brought back are indeed Shan Huaiji's parents. Without hesitation, Ji Qingzhou and her team rushed forward. She followed the stretchers into the emergency room while checking the basic condition of the patients, not wasting a second. The doctor carrying the stretcher wiped his forehead sweat and quickly explained the situation to Ji Qingzhou. This comrade Shen Yanxian and the other Meng Lanting are in similar condition. On the way here, we did basic checks. Besides extensive surface injuries, the patients also have a large amount of abdominal fluid accumulated inside, but the cause of this buildup cannot be determined at the moment. There are many reasons for the formation of abdominal fluid, and identifying the exact cause is very complex. A small amount of ascites usually does not show obvious signs or symptoms and is hard to notice. Once the symptoms of ascites become clear, such as a swollen abdomen and a large increase in fluid, it is very likely that a bacterial infection in the abdomen has occurred. Severe abdominal swelling can press on the diaphragm, making breathing difficult. Right now, Shen Yanxian and Meng Lanting have swollen bellies, look pale, and breathe faster, as if they're struggling to breathe. Ji Qingzhou's face darkened. The ascites has worsened. Then Ji Qingzhou noticed that both of them had bruising under the skin and a fever. Her heart sank deeper, and her expression grew more serious. She thought of sepsis. A fever, rapid and shallow breathing, and bruising under the skin are early signs of sepsis. The worst case of ascites is when bacteria in the fluid enter the bloodstream, causing a body-wide infection. If the condition gets worse, it can develop into septic shock. There is also a high risk of multiple failures such as the kidneys and liver, which is very dangerous. If it reaches this stage, it is very hard to save them. Ji Qingzhou quickened her steps, moving faster, and hurriedly ordered, "Quick, prepare oxygen equipment and anti-infection injections, and get ready for surgery immediately." Shen Huaizhi looked at Ji Qingzhou's urgent expression and became even more worried. He followed his parents' stretcher, worriedly wanting to see more. But the corridor to the emergency room was too short. In a moment, he was stopped outside the operating room, watching helplessly as his parents were taken inside. He didn't know if they would survive this. Shen Huaizhi's lips bled from biting them, tears filling his eyes as he shouted to Ji Qingzhou, "Qingzhou, please, I'm counting on you." For some reason, at that moment, looking at Ji Qingzhou, he felt an indescribable sadness. Ji Qingzhou quickly looked back at him, leaving a serious, "Don't worry," then rushed into the operating room. The door closed quickly, cutting off Shen Huaizhi's view. Ji Qingzhou quickly changed into her surgical clothes, stood in front of the operating table, and steadied her mind. "Master, old Zheng, let's begin." According to Ji Qingzhou's instructions, today is the last time Shen Yunqing will come to the hospital for N4. After finishing the 4 drip, the two of them left the temporary ward together. Shen Yunqing kept glancing around as they walked. Ji Qingwan looked at her with a funny and curious expression. "Why are you still hesitant to leave?" Shen Yunqing, still recovering from her illness and with a slight nasal tone, huffed in annoyance. "There's nothing to miss at the hospital. I haven't seen Qingzhou for several days, so I just wanted to check if she's here." Ji Qingwan smiled at her. "Are you so sick that you're confused? Qingzhou mainly works at the military hospital, so she usually wouldn't be here." As they talked, they headed back home. When they passed by Xiao Shua's room, they instinctively looked inside. Shen Yunqing made a surprised sound. "Big brother Zhao's bed is so neatly made, and I don't see anyone. Where did he go?" Ji Qingwan also frowned slightly in thought. Shen Yunqing guessed casually as they walked. Maybe he went for a walk or to the doctor's office. Ji Qingwan initially thought the same. But on the way home, the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. If he had just gone out briefly, why was his bed so perfectly made, with a quilt folded neatly? Could it be that the cleaning lady misunderstood and accidentally took his things? Ji Qingwan kept thinking, feeling uneasy. Just as she hesitated about whether to go back and ask clearly, they reached the door of her house. She looked up and saw Yi Lanqing, carrying a thermos, just stepping out. Shen Yunqing greeted her with a smile. "Aunt Yi, going to deliver food to Big Brother Xiao again?" Yi Lanqing saw them, smiled first, then sighed. "This isn't food for Xiao Shua, so it must be for Ji Qingzhou." Shen Yunqing and Ji Qingwan exchanged glances and also sighed. Qingzhou has been busy at the hospital for several days. She's pregnant and still working so hard. It's really worrying. Yi Lanqing also looked helpless. "Yes, I brought the food over to persuade her to rest more. By the way, I haven't delivered food to Xiao Shua yet. The Chinese medicine Ji Qingzhou prepared for him is still simmering, so it takes some time. I can't take it over together. Just as you all return, could you please wait a little longer to finish cooking the soup and then send it over?" The two of them felt sorry for Yi Lanqing's busy travel and agreed. At the same time, Ji Qingwan quietly relaxed, feeling it was a good reason to visit the hospital again. They finished cooking the herbal medicine and made 2 simple dishes, then took everything to the hospital together. However, after waiting in Xiao Shua's ward for a long time, no one came. When asked, they learned that Xiao Shua had been transferred to the Military District General Hospital yesterday. Ji Qingwan was startled. Did something happen? Why was he transferred suddenly? Could his condition have worsened unexpectedly? The nurse shook her head uncertainly. "Dr. Shin personally took him there. I don't know the details." Ji Qingwan's heart clenched tightly. She pulled Shen Yunqing and hurried to the Military District General Hospital. On the way, Shen Yunqing saw her so anxious and kept comforting her. "Qingwan, don't worry too much. With Qingzhou here, everything will be fine." Ji Qingwan believed in Qingzhou, but her steps kept quickening uncontrollably as they rushed into the hospital. They asked around like headless flies before finally finding Xiao Shua's ward and rushing to the inpatient department. Xiao Shua had just finished surgery not long ago. The anesthesia was wearing off, and he was struggling to sit up from the bed. The surgery felt like a long, endless dream to him. Although he appeared calm and steady, ready for permanent blindness, the completion of the operation planted a seed of hope in his heart. He couldn't help but look forward to it, yet also felt afraid that hope might be dashed. Right now, he was still in the recovery period, and whether he could see again would take more time. He felt uneasy for the first time in a while. Before the anesthesia took effect, he kept thinking of Ji Qingwan. In this moment, he inexplicably wanted to see her. But how could he find a reason to see her? As he was lost in thought, suddenly he heard a familiar set of footsteps. He was momentarily stunned, almost unable to believe it, as if in a dream, and blurted out, "Miss Ji, is that you?" As Jingwan just reached the door of the ward, she paused in surprise, her hurried steps slowing down. Her tone sounded strangely, like she was a little surprised. She looked up at the ward. Xiao Shua was sitting upright on the bed, with his eyes still wrapped in bandages, just like before. It was an illusion, definitely an illusion. Most of Jingwan's worries eased. She deliberately slowed her pace and followed Shen Yunqing. She finally managed to clarify her words. She just wanted to show concern as a friend, not to give any other impression. Shen Yunqing didn't notice the subtle atmosphere between them. She also relaxed and happily walked inside. "Big brother Xiao, I don't think your ears are that sharp. How come you only heard Jingwan's footsteps and not mine?" Xiao Shua paused and suddenly snapped back to himself. "Oh, Yunqing, you're here too?" "Yes," Shen Yunqing said as she walked in. "We originally went to the branch hospital to bring you food, but then we heard you transferred suddenly. We were so scared, thinking something serious happened. But now, Big Brother Xiao, it seems you're fine?" Hearing Shen Yunqing's question, Jingwan immediately looked at Xiao Shua. Xiao Shua forced a smile.
"I'm fine.
"I just came to have surgery." Shen Yunqing was surprised. Already had surgery so quickly? Qingzhou is really impressive. She arranged the surgery so fast. No wonder she's so capable. Jingwan also let out a sigh of relief. But after a while, Shen Yunqing kept talking, and Jingwan didn't say much. Xiao Shua felt a little disappointed but kept smiling, nodded lightly, and responded calmly. Seeing he wasn't interested in chatting, Shen Yunqing didn't ask further. She looked back at Jingwan. "Jingwan, why are you still holding the lunchbox? Are your hands tired?" She pulled over a small table and gestured for Jingwan to place the food. Jingwan hesitated for a moment, silently exhaled. Since everything was clear now, there was no need to feel awkward anymore. She stepped forward with the lunchbox, then she handed the lunchbox to Shen Yunqing. "Shen Yunqing?" Although everything was explained, given the past misunderstanding, she still wanted to avoid any awkwardness. Shen Yunqing only pretended to be lazy, gave him a teasing look, and carefully arranged the dishes in front of Xiao Shua, introducing each one. Xiao Shua listened quietly and asked casually, "Did you make all of this?" Shen Yunqing smiled and waved her hand. "Of course not. My cooking skills aren't that good yet. I only made my best dish, cucumber scrambled eggs. The lotus root and pork rib soup is Aunt Ye's recipe. Oh, and the small green vegetables were made by Qingwan." After hearing this, Xiao Shua picked up his chopsticks and reached toward the small green vegetables, intentionally or not. After tasting, he smiled. "The flavor is very good." Ji Qingwan was momentarily dazzled by his smile, then quickly regained her composure. She knew her own cooking skills well. Her dishes were just edible, not as good as Shen Yunqing or Yi Lanqing. He probably didn't see her cooking. Maybe he just happened to be the first to try her food. TSK, her luck was really bad. "You are too polite." Ji Qingwan smiled nervously. Shen Yunqing wanted to pour Xiao Shua a glass of water, but when she picked up the thermos, she found it was empty. She stood up. "You all chat first. I'll go boil some hot water." Ji Qingwan glanced at Xiao Shua. If Shen Yunqing went to get water, then in the ward, only. Suddenly, she stood up sharply. "Maybe I should go. Shen Yinqing looked at her strangely. There's no need to argue about this. It's just boiling water, not tiring. After saying that, she took the thermos and left directly. The ward was left with only the two of them. Xiao Shua had somehow put down his chopsticks and was quietly looking toward Ji Qingwan. After a moment of internal struggle, he decided to finish what he hadn't said last time. Qingwan, actually. As he spoke, Ji Qingwan took a step back, standing farther from the bed to keep some distance. Xiao Shua noticed her footsteps and hesitated. What's going on? Ji Qingwan had tried to walk softly, but still was heard. Feeling a bit awkward, she had to explain. After all, men and women should keep their distance. Brother Xiao, don't misunderstand. I have no other intentions. I just want you to be at ease. I really don't have those feelings for you anymore. No feelings for him anymore? A shiver ran through Xiao Shua's heart, and a flood of feelings surged inside him. He quietly clenched his fists and opened his mouth again. Qingwan, Qingwan. Hurry, come with me to the emergency room downstairs. Shen Yinqing rushed in like the wind, placing the thermos on the table and quickly grabbed Ji Qingwan's wrist. Ji Qingwan was pulled off balance and looked confused. What's going on? Who's in the emergency room? Shen Yinqing hadn't heard clearly either. I just overheard some nurses talking. It seems like Qingzhou is in the emergency room. Do you think something's wrong with her? Hearing this, Ji Qingwan thought about Qingzhou's recent busy days at the hospital. Could she have overexerted herself? Without hesitation, she followed Shen Yinqing and ran outside. As the footsteps grew fainter, Xiao Shua let out a sad breath, his clenched fists slowly loosening.
Does she really
have no feelings for him anymore? Shen Yinqing and Ji Qingwan hurried down the hall. Just as they were about to reach the floor of the emergency room, a familiar figure appeared around the corner. Shan Huaiji, still in his clothes, looked exhausted and worried, rushing towards the operating room with a water jug in hand. Seeing Shen Yinqing, he instinctively wanted to rush forward and hug her, but he held back. He pretended to be calm. Yinqing, are you here to see Qingzhou? Shen Yinqing was also stunned. Brother? Why are you here? Weren't you abroad on a mission? Shen Huaiji's eyes flickered. Yes, I just got back. Shen Yinqing immediately sensed something was wrong. Since she was transferred back to Beijing, her brother would always tell her immediately when he returned from a mission. But this time, he quietly arrived at the hospital, looking nervous and evasive. Shen Yinqing suddenly looked toward the end of the corridor, where the light labeled, "In surgery," was shining. Who's being rescued? Shen Huaiji turned his face away, unsure how to answer. Shen Yinqing held her breath for a moment. Is it Qingzhou? Or Brother Xie? Ji Qingwan, standing nearby, also felt her heart tighten. Shen Hui paused and shook his head. Qingzhou is indeed inside, but she is the lead doctor, and the people inside are not Yanbei. Shen Yinqing hadn't yet relaxed, but then she felt something was wrong. If it's neither Ji Qingzhou nor Xie Yanbei, then who else could make Shen Hui look so tired, anxious, and lost, waiting outside? His outfit clearly shows he just got off a plane and came here. This time, the country he was on a mission for is the ugly country. A possibility appeared in her mind. Shen Yinqing's breath caught, and her lips trembled. Mom and Dad. Shen Hui knew he couldn't hide it anymore. He closed his eyes briefly and nodded. They were badly hurt by people from the ugly country. They were taken here right after landing. Qingzhou is already inside. Even though Shen Hui spoke vaguely and gently, they were still their parents. Shen Yinqing was overwhelmed with worry and anxiety, and she was still weak from her recent illness. She felt dizzy and almost collapsed on the spot. Ji Qingwan was startled and reached out to help her, but Shen Hui moved faster. He stepped forward and hugged Shen Yinqing tightly, looking very anxious. Yinqing, how are you? Doctors and nurses passing by hurried over, checking her pulse and examining her. After a moment, Shen Yinqing finally regained her strength. The doctor beside her sighed. Young lady, you must have just recovered from a serious illness. Your body is so weak. Don't get too excited. Take care of yourself. Shen Yinqing couldn't listen to that right now. She just steadied herself and pulled on Shen Huai's sleeve, asking for details over and over. Shen Huai felt heartache and dared not say much. He put his arm around her shoulders and kept comforting her. Qingzhou is here, so everything will be fine. She hoped very much that nothing would happen. Ji Qingwan listened nearby, worried about Shen's parents and Qingzhou. The three of them kept holding their hearts until the door of the operating room opened. Ji Qingzhou and two doctors came out looking tired. Ji Qingwan and the others immediately went to meet them. Qingzhou, are you okay? Qingzhou, how are my parents? Why haven't they come out yet? Ji Qingzhou rubbed her temples and patted Shen's sibling's shoulders. Don't worry, I'm fine. Uncle and aunt are also fine for now. This surgery is very complicated and takes a long time. I just finished my part in the first operation. I came out to rest for a while because other doctors have already taken over inside. She glanced at the time. I can't say much more. I need to eat quickly because I have a second surgery coming up later. Ji Qingzhou immediately went to the office, followed by Shen Yinqing and Ji Qingwan, who were worried. Yilan Qing had already been waiting in the office with her lunchbox. When she saw Ji Qingzhou return, she quickly opened the lid and looked at her with concern. Qingzhou, I heard you've been busy with surgery since early morning. You must be exhausted. Eat more. Ji Qingzhou nodded and sat down, quickly eating her food. She was very hungry and knew she had to finish eating and rest, or she wouldn't have enough energy for the afternoon. Yi Lanqing watched her and the others with care and sympathy. Shen Yunqing looked at Ji Qingzhou gratefully. Qingzhou, thank you for your hard work. Ji Qingzhou shook her head, feeling a bit guilty. I should be the one saying sorry. My medical skills aren't good enough. I couldn't come up with a perfect treatment plan. I want to heal my uncle and aunt quickly, but they still have to go through a second surgery. As she spoke, Ji Qingzhou choked up. Shen Yunqing quickly shook her head. No one can predict everything perfectly in advance. Qingzhou, when I heard that you were the lead surgeon, I felt so relieved. Among all the doctors, I trust only you. I believe you can save my parents. Shen Yunqing's eyes were firm, without any doubt. Seeing her determined look, Ji Qingzhou felt more at ease. She felt more motivated for the second surgery. Thank you, Yunqing. After finishing her meal, Ji Qingzhou checked the time carefully and hurriedly rested. Ji Qingwan and the others, worried about disturbing her, left the office first. Before leaving, they kept reminding her, "We'll stay outside. If you feel uncomfortable or want water, just tell us immediately." Ji Qingzhou nodded in response. The office door closed. She closed her eyes and sank into her thoughts, entering a calm space. She was one of the main team members for the surgery. Although she had learned a lot of medical skills in space, she still faced some problems during the operation. Moreover, since the patient was Mr. and Mrs. Shen, she was a bit nervous, worried about making mistakes in some steps. Ji Qingzhou recalled the surgery just now, noting down all the problems she encountered and potential issues for the second surgery. She then began searching for useful medicines in the space and quickly prepared them. Once everything was ready, Ji Qingzhou immediately entered the holographic simulation room. As soon as she entered, the outside time paused, and the learning time display above the hologram started counting. She skillfully entered the patient data of Mr. and Mrs. Shen into the initial surgery simulation interface. After a simple adjustment, she officially started the surgery simulation mode. The simulation mode was very intelligent, creating 4 different possible scenarios based on the patient's conditions, showing how the surgery might change in each case. Ji Qingzhou's mind worked quickly, as if she were really standing in the operating room, carefully handling each step and memorizing everything. She tried all 4 scenarios once, then manually simulated other possibilities, replaying them 3 or 4 times to make sure she remembered everything correctly. After completing all these steps, she felt more confident. She rubbed her tired eyes and lay down on the rest bed in the holographic simulation room. Since the outside time was paused, she decided to sleep deeply. She didn't know how long she slept, but when she woke up, she felt refreshed with all fatigue gone. To be safe, Ji Qingzhou drank a large glass of spiritual spring water with added nutrients, then took the prepared medicine and left the space. Outside the door, Ji Qingwan and the others looked at the clock on the wall and hesitated. Qingzhou asked us to call her in 10 minutes. It's almost 10 minutes now, and before they finished speaking, the office door clicked open. Ji Qingzhou walked out looking energetic, smiling at them. I'm going in for the second round now. If you're tired, you can rest in my office for a while. The three people looked at Ji Qingzhou and nodded, but they still felt something was wrong. It wasn't until Ji Qingzhou entered the operating room again that they realized what was off. Did I remember wrong? Qingzhou only slept for 10 minutes, and her dark circles are gone. She looks full of energy? Yeah, just 10 minutes. Can it really be that effective? Seeing Ji Qingzhou return, everyone was a bit surprised. A few doctors who were about to go out and rest couldn't help but mutter. Dr. Xiao Xin, weren't you supposed to rest for an hour? Why are you back after only 30 minutes? Yeah, we're here watching over things. And you're pregnant, be careful. The person thought about saying tired yourself out, but in the end, didn't say it. Ji Qingzhou looked so energetic that she seemed even more lively than them. Compared to her, they looked like they were the ones exhausted. Before leaving, Director Wu from the hepatology department couldn't help but sigh. Little Ji is so young, with such good stamina and energy. She recovers so quickly. It's really enviable. Hearing these compliments, Ji Qingzhou felt even more ashamed. Actually, she was just relying on the space's abilities. Unfortunately, she couldn't bring everyone into the space to rest. She could only remind the few people about to go out. Director Wu, I prepared some health tea for you. It's in my office. Drinking it can boost your energy. Remember to go get some. The health tea was actually just spiritual spring water and nutrients, with a symbolic touch of flower tea to clear heat. They agreed and thanked her, then went out to let another group of rested doctors come in. Ji Qingzhou walked to the side of the operating table and steadied her mind. Although her rest time was gained through the space, her medical skills were truly learned through her own study. Ji Qingzhou put in double the effort, following the procedure she had practiced before, and continued with the surgery. Meanwhile, on the same floor, several other operating rooms were also conducting rescue operations for 5 other patients. Ji Qingzhou had just finished treating Xin Yinxian's ascites and was about to hand over to Old Zeng for the next step when suddenly, a doctor hurried over. Something's wrong. One of our research staff suddenly went into shock. This injured person was not in the worst condition among the 5 researchers, and when they were brought to the hospital, they were still conscious. During the surgery, the lead doctor suddenly realized something was wrong. After some checks, it was determined that this person had been injected with a type of drug that delayed its effects, causing nerve paralysis. By the time they discovered this, the patient had already been anesthetized. As a result, what should have been a smooth surgery turned into a crisis when the patient went into shock because of intolerance to the anesthesia. The lead surgeon couldn't handle the situation alone and thought of 2 experienced doctors, Zeng Lao and Peng Lao. Peng Lao, Zeng Lao, are you free now? Come help us save this person. Zeng Lao was unable to leave at that moment. Ji Qingzhou and Peng Lao exchanged a quick look and hurried over. But they arrived too late. Despite all their efforts to save the patient, nothing worked. In the end, they watched helplessly as the person on the operating table lost vital signs. The operating room fell silent. Everyone looked at the once lively life on the table, feeling very heavy-hearted. The lead doctor was full of guilt and sadness. He punched his chest hard. It's all my fault. I should have checked earlier if he had been injected with any drugs. Peng Lao sighed and patted his shoulder. It's not your fault. The enemy is just too cruel and cunning. Such drugs are hard to detect even with careful checks before surgery. It's unavoidable. They didn't have time to dwell on their grief, as others still needed help. They rubbed their red, tearful eyes, trying to control their emotions, and hurried off to other battlefields. Time passed quickly, and before long, the sun set and the moon rose. Ji Qingzhou focused entirely on the surgery. His strength, restored by the space sleep pod and spiritual spring medicine at noon, was gradually running out. This was a long fight, and only when the moon was high in the sky did they finally finish. At last, the "in surgery" sign outside the operating room went dark. The door opened, and Ji Qingzhou and Peng Lao, their nerves finally relaxed a little, walked out tired and heavy-footed. The hospital couldn't keep many people overnight, so Shen Huai's siblings had already been sent back home. The doctor, who was assisting with the surgery just now, also went to the recovery ward with the patient. The corridor was empty and quiet, with only their figures visible. Old Peng was getting older. Although he drank the spiritual spring water, his strength was no longer enough. Plus, he had been busy all day helping at several operating tables, and his body felt very heavy. Even so, he still looked back kindly at Ji Qingzhou. Old Peng opened his mouth, trying to say something, but suddenly he staggered. Ji Qingzhou quickly caught him and sighed. "Master, you're getting old. You should go home and rest early." Old Peng rubbed his forehead but didn't seem ready to leave. The surgery is finished, but they're still in danger. Someone needs to watch over them all the time. Ji Qingzhou understood and forced a relaxed smile at Peng. "I know, Master. I'll stay here and watch over them. You can go back and rest assured." Old Peng looked a bit worried and hesitated, glancing at her. "Can you handle it alone? Your face looks so pale. How can I be at ease?" Ji Qingzhou forced a reassuring smile, pointing at the light above her head. "It's not that I look pale. It's the cold light from the lamp making my face look pale. Actually, I'm feeling fine. And I'm still young and recover quickly. Director Wu and the others said at noon that half an hour of rest for me is better than an hour for others." Old Peng hesitated for a moment, then confirmed again. "Are you really sure you can handle it alone?" Ji Qingzhou confidently replied, "Absolutely no problem." Old Peng nodded.
All right then.
"You stay here and keep watch. But don't stay all night. If nothing happens in the first half of the night, it's fine. In the second half, the on-duty doctors and nurses can help keep watch."